coming in from the left front. This has been a debate that has been going on for quite some time, and with the left, even last term also bringing out statistics like yearly how much is being spent on the temples from the state exchequer.
All right, Neetu, thank you so much for getting us all the details on that story. Now, here's a big announcement regarding the 5G launch that has been made by Reliance chairperson Mr. Mukesh Ambani. Reliance Jio will launch pan-India 5G services by Diwali. Listen in to RIL chairman Mukesh Ambani as to what he said.
Jio 5G will be the world's largest and most advanced 5G network. Jio 5G will be true 5G in every sense. To build our pan-India true 5G network, we have committed a total investment of 2 lakh crore rupees. Jio has prepared an ambitious and the fastest ever 5G rollout plan for a country of our size. Within the next 2 months, that is by Diwali of 2022, we will launch Jio 5G across multiple key cities. Subsequently, we plan to increase the Jio 5G footprint month after month until by December of 2023, which is less than 18 months from today, to deliver Jio 5G to every town, every taluka and every tehsil of our country.
We'll continue to track that story and much more. With that, it's a wrap on this edition. Thank you for watching this site.
The water tankers have been arranged. Along with the water tankers, some other mechanisms are also being arranged and are in place to stop the pollution. In fact, the other buildings are well covered with cloth and other material, so that the pollution doesn't spread in the area, because it can reach the category of hazardous. So that is also is expected. So for that also arrangements are being made. Water tankers are being arranged, and the other mechanisms are being used to make sure that the pollution remains restricted to one area. So these are some details of operation demolition that is going to be executed today at 2:30 in Noida, and the entire administration is on ground and they are involved in the preparation, and also the efforts are being made to make sure that this operation becomes successful and demolition, implosion happens without damaging the nearby societies, apartments, and also the pollution level remains restricted, and the residents move back to their apartments as soon as possible post the implosion.
Good evening. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. You're watching Nation at 5 with me, Ridhima Bhatnagar. CNN News 18 is extensively tracking the probe in the murder of BJP leader and actor Sonali Phogat. CNN News 18 has now accessed a 15-page dossier of the Goa police probe. Sonali's PA, Sudhir, has now confessed to the drug angle. He said that Sonali and Sukhwinder consumed MDMA at the hotel, and all of them carried their MDMA drug to Curly's, the bar that is under the scanner, and then they had it at Curly's as well. Sudhir has also revealed that Sonali Phogat had drug overdose and then vomited a lot. The dossier also states that Curly's Beach Shack owner knowingly permitted narcotic activities at their premises.
उन्होंने रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि सीबीआई के लिए देनी चाहिए, लेकिन मुझे तो लगता है कि बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है। फिर भी उनकी रिक्वेस्ट रही जो केस सीबीआई के लिए देना चाहिए, तो हम जरूर इसके ऊपर सोचेंगे, लेकिन उसका पूरा रिपोर्ट जो आज तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो गई है, उनका रिपोर्ट आज शाम तक हम डीजीपी हरियाणा और सीएम हरियाणा के लिए भी भेज देंगे। हमारा एंटी नारकोटिक सेल यानी विजिलेंटली अच्छी तरह से, बहुत अच्छी तरह से काम करेगा और उसकी डायरेक्ट रिपोर्टिंग खुद डीजीपी से मैं खुद लेने वाला।
We have specifically taken a ground in our bail application that he is not the owner of the.
So, sir,
Who is the owner? You can ask prosecution.
No,
What
sir,
was
what
the argument given by the public prosecutor?
Public
It's just
prosecutor
a simple
only
thing that he is not an owner of a convenience.
No, public prosecutor's argument was that this court has no jurisdiction since it is section 22B of NDPS Act and the bail would lie before NDPS court.
Let me also now bring in my colleague Anshul, who's been tracking all these developments for us from Goa. He's joining us on the broadcast. Anshul, this dossier really is the clincher because still now a lot of questions remain unanswered. Questions like what were the drugs that were consumed, who really bought these drugs, and were the bar officials and authorities actually new as far as the consumption of the drugs are concerned. Now the larger question is if the bar people or owners at Curly's actually knew about these narcotic activities, why didn't they really raise any red flag?
So yes, the Curly bar owners actually knew about each and everything about the drugs that are being peddled in their bar. They actually knew about each and everything, and they knowingly allowed this to happen in their bar. Now, talking to the locals over here on ground in Goa, especially, it is a very open secret. It is a very open secret that such kind of activities happens in North Goa, and especially in 2 to 3 pubs that are situated in North Goa. This includes Curly's and other few clubs that are in that area as well. So yes, the Curly bar owners knew, and this is what he has agreed to in his statement that has been given to the police. And yes, the complaint file that we have accessed, the entire case file that we have accessed, the same file will be sent to the Haryana DGP and the Haryana CM by today evening is what we are being told as well. So yes, according to the file, the exact timeline has been established. As soon as Sonali Phogat and Sudhir landed in Goa, they booked their hotel room. They went to the hotel room, and in that hotel room, they scored these amount of drugs, that is 1 gram of MDMA from the hotel boy itself, who has now been taken into custody by police also. So yes, they initially scored that 1 gram of cocaine MDMA for approximately 5,000 rupees. Then they scored another 1.5 grams for approximately 7,000 rupees. And in that room itself, they snorted a few lines of MDMA is what they have told the police, what Sudhir has informed the police. So this definitely damages the fact that the allegations that have been put by the family that Sonali Phogat did not know that she was consuming the drugs, and those drugs were given to her unknowingly. But yes, Sudhir in his statement said that she knew that she was taking those drugs. A few lines were taken, a few small amount was consumed in the room, and the rest half of amount was
so
left.
As per
that
the
was mixed with
revelations
water
that have
and
been
then was
made as
taken
far
to
as the
Curly's.
PA of Sonali Phogat is concerned, he is now saying that she consumed these drugs knowingly. Anshul, I'll request you to stay on with us. Still a lot of questions remain unanswered as far as the investigation is concerned. But let's first break down some details and talk to our viewers of who really Sudhir Sangwan is and what is his connection as far as Sonali Phogat is concerned. He's a lawyer by profession, registered at the Sonipat Bar Association. If you take a look as far as his personal life is concerned, he's married, has children, was staying but with Sonali since the last 4 years. So what really was the dynamic as far as the relationship was concerned? He met Sonali Phogat in 2019, and this was during her political stint and arranged campaign funds as well. What we're also now picking up is that then he started working closely with Sonali, worked with her as her personal assistant, her manager after polls as well. But this is where it gets interesting, that he in fact had mentioned Sonali Phogat as his wife in documents while renting a house. So what was his role as far as the murder of Sonali Phogat is concerned? I'll request my colleague Anshul to stay on with us. I want to bring in our guests as well. We have senior journalist Hemant Atri, who's now joining us on the broadcast. Hemant, you're somebody who's been tracking the developments of this story since day one very, very closely. Today, the dossier that we've accessed here at CNN News 18 actually answers some of those questions that yes, MDMA was the drug that was actually scored by Sonali and the people that she was with, which eventually led to her death. But the larger question is, and I want to begin the conversation from there, the role of Curly's and the bar owner. They knew that drugs were being brought from outside, drugs were being consumed in their premises, but nobody wanted to say anything.
Siridima, this is a classic case of mishandling by all authorities and including the accused also. You'll ask me how. See, initially, once the dose was given, the drug was given to Sonali Phogat and she was not feeling well, what is the ideal course? If somebody takes medicine and he is not feeling well, he is directly taken to a hospital. They didn't do it. Both the accused kept her in the washroom of the hotel from 1 a.m. in the depth of a night to 4 a.m. in the morning. 3 hours. My question is, what was the intent behind keeping Sonali in that washroom? And what was the restaurant staff, resort staff doing there? Why didn't they force them to take her away to the hospital, or they themselves took her away? Number one. Number two, once she was taken from there to the resort where they were staying, then they also kept her for a while. Correct. And at 8, when she was no more, she was taken to the hospital, and as is claimed by the hospital authority, she was brought dead. This is point number 2. The most important thing that I want to share with you, Ridhima, is the way Goa police has mishandled this case. Right? 12 hours since the body was taken to the hospital, or for that matter, she was shifted to the mortuary or wherever, the accused Sudhir Sangwan was carrying her telephone.
Correct.
He erased all those data, number 1. Number 2, the most important things. What Goa police is trying to frame is that it is a drug overdose. My questions are entirely different, Ridhima, and they are basic questions. Why Mr. Sudhir Sangwan called some of his associates at a farmhouse in Hisar from Goa to replace all those DVRs, all those laptops, all those property papers? What is the intent, right?
Correct.
The family reached there.
Those are the allegations that are being made by the family. Once the family, of course, has been asking for a CBI probe, but this removal of the CCTV footage from the Hisar farmhouse is raising a lot of questions that what was actually seen as far as that footage is concerned. Hemant, I'll come back to you. We also have Dr. Mahabalesh Shetty, Professor and Head of Forensic Medicine, K.S. Hegde Medical Academy, but we seem to have lost that connection with him. I quickly want to go back to my colleague Anshul. Now, Anshul, I want to understand as far as the role of Sudhir is concerned. While he's confessed that yes, there was consumption as far as drugs is concerned, the larger question here is, and do we have any clarity about this, whether this was forced consumption as far as Sonali is concerned, or was it done with her own choice? Because that will have a lot of clarity whether murder can come as far as the developments are concerned or not.
So yes, what the sources in Goa police have told us, in fact indicated to us, is that she had done this out of her own will. But yes, since these people were doing these drugs for the first time, they did not know the exact amount that needs to be taken, and hence they took a larger amount. All of them consumed these drugs, but at the party when we access the CCTV visual where we can see that she is being asked to drink that water. Most of that water, approximately 1.5 grams of MDMA that was mixed in that water, most of that water was actually consumed by Sonali Phogat herself, some of which was actually forced by Sudhir, and some of which was consumed by Sonali herself. So yes, that is the reason why she got this, she got so high, and the visuals that we accessed, that we could see that she could not even walk to the ladies' washroom. And at approximately 4:30 a.m., finally she asked Sudhir to take her to the ladies' washroom, where reaching approximately 10 meters or 15 meters, she fell 2 to 3 times, and that is when she got those injuries that came out in the postmortem reports, that, where there were marks on her body. So she got the marks from there, is what is being told to us by the Goa police. So yes, this definitely seems to be a case of drug overdose, but yes, the challenge in front of Goa police now remains to prove that section 302 that they have filed in that FIR, how do they manage to convert that to a charge in the charge sheet as well, because it is
there are a lot of questions being asked as far as the Goa police themselves are concerned, because they are the same Goa police who had completely seen this as an open and shut case of a cardiac arrest. They themselves are now changing their narrative. But I'll come back to you in just a bit. I believe we have Dr. Mahabalesh Shetty, who's now back with us. Dr. Shetty, what I want to understand is, as my colleague Anshul is pointing out, and as Hemant was also pointing out, this is now being seen as a case of overdose as far as the MDMA drug is concerned. Do we have an understanding of how this drug reacts on the body? Because that will help us understand what this overdose could have eventually led to, and how soon.
No, it is basically a psychoactive substance. It causes increase of dopamine.
So it's a stimulant kind of thing, basically. And it's a type of methamphetamine. The problem in Goa is they don't get pure form of MDMA.
Okay.
It's all mixed. It's like a tablet. So the problem here is like it's ecstasy is not a pure form, and it's not like 1.5 gram or 2 grams what they take. It depends on the tablet what kind of purity it has got. So that is the issue here.
Okay. Hemant, I want to come back to, yeah, we can hear you, sir. I just want to bring in Hemant back in the conversation. Hemant, as I was asking my colleague also, like today the Goa police is saying we're working with the narrative of a drug overdose, but this was the same Goa police that had seen this as an open and shut case a week ago, saying this was cardiac arrest, there was no foul play. If the family wouldn't have raised any red flags saying we wanted a CBI probe, we see some sort of foul play, the Goa police probably wouldn't have reopened this case.
No, Ridhima, the question is something different. You know, the way Goa police has handled this case, this itself raises so many questions. The accused was carrying her telephone for 12 hours. He retained that room in that resort where they were staying earlier, 2 rooms. They were retaining those 2 rooms till next 3 days during the whole time of booking. What was Goa police doing? Why didn't it take possession of all those documents or whatever there was there? They didn't do anything. Now, Goa police doesn't understand one nuance. She was a leader who contested unsuccessfully in Adampur in 2019 on BJP ticket, right? Ridhima, you are aware of that. My question is that again there is a by-election in Adampur now. And the way the family is raising fingers on all the inquiry, the way Goa police is trying to make it a drug overdose case, it can cost very, very dearly to the BJP in Haryana also. They have to understand one thing. Once the family is alleging 2 points. One, the conduct of Sudhir during last 4 years. They have alleged rape. They have alleged many things. They have taken, they have made n number of allegations on him, property, this and that, whatever. How can Goa police correlate the whole issues which are pertaining to Haryana for last 4 years? I fail to understand why Goa police is not readily handing this case to the CBI. Where is the problem? They have already messed up for 3 long days till the postmortem was done, and all those crucial proofs were, erased from the telephone, from the location, from everywhere, except for that narcotic which was, recovered from that washroom. Now, Goa police has to understand one thing. This case is certainly bound to go to CBI due to political reasons in Haryana, where the by-election is going to be there. And let me remind you, Ridhima, last election, she might have lost. Sonali, she has a big fan following. She had 34,000 votes in Adampur. They should not forget it. And there is a by-election coming in, say, about November or December. What is Goa police doing? They have to understand the nuance of the whole thing.
Absolutely. Before I go back to Dr. Shetty, I have another aspect that I want to cover with my colleague Anshul. Anshul, over the weekend, we had accessed a conversation between Sonali Phogat's nephew and the personal assistant Sudhir, who of course now is under the scanner as far as the investigative agencies are concerned. That was a conversation that took place right after the news of the death of Sonali Phogat actually was conveyed to her family members. When asked by the nephew of what really happened, Sudhir at that point said, I have no idea what happened. So there is a discrepancy in what he told the family members and what is now being revealed.
So yes, initially when that conversation happened right after the death of Sonali Phogat, Sudhir in fact told that he had actually no idea what had happened, and he had just left the room at the 7 a.m. in the morning, and he came back in the room after approximately 5 minutes when he saw Sonali Phogat being unconscious over there. So yes, this is a discrepancies that is coming up. But yes, the psychological reason that the police is saying, or the sources have told us in fact, that yes, he did not tell the family members that they were consuming drugs. In fact, he told the family members that yes, till late night we were partying happily, and this morning he left the room for 5 to 7 minutes, and when he came back he found Sonali Phogat dead. So yes, it seems that he did not want to tell the family members that they were actually consuming drugs in Goa or having a huge party in Goa. This is one reason, or the other reason could be that Sudhir was actually lying to the family members, and he's lying to the Goa police as well now when he's saying that Sonali Phogat herself took those drugs. So to unearth all these evidences, the team of Goa police will be reaching Haryana tomorrow. They will be leaving early morning from here in Goa. Approximately 6 people from Goa police will be going to Hisar tomorrow. They'll go and talk to the family members, get evidences from there, and also all the situation that has developed over here. The entire report will be sent to the DGP and Haryana CM. And even after that, if Haryana CM wants that there should be a CBI inquiry into this case, then Pramod Sawant, the Goa CM Pramod Sawant has said that he will then order the CBI inquiry into this case. But as of now, CBI inquiry has not been ordered by Goa police, by Pramod Sawant, the Goa CM. So it remains to be seen what more facts come out of this case once the Goa police goes to Haryana and talk to the family members and gather other details and actually establish the exact timeline as to from where did they leave, when did they leave, where were they supposed to go, and where they ended up. So these are the 4 points on which the Goa police will be investigating this case further as they go to Haryana tomorrow.
Okay, Anshul, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I quickly want to go back to Dr. Shetty. Now, Dr. Shetty, I want to understand, since there are multiple layers as far as this investigation is concerned, what is going to be that crucial part of evidence that will be a clincher as to who really wanted Sonali Phogat and why?
The fact is that in the investigation, in the toxicological analysis, there should be presence of MDMA. In the toxicological analysis, if there is no presence of MDMA, then I don't know how they'll justify it. Immediately during the autopsy, postmortem examination itself, the urine test would have helped. A multi-drug test, what we do in our part in Karnataka, coastal Karnataka, if you have got any doubt, we immediately take out the urine from the dead body and do a test there itself.
True.
And immediately we'll give the cassette test, and immediately we'll tell that the presence of so many drugs were present. Let it be cocaine, marijuana, or MDMA, or morphine. Those kind of things, they could have done it there itself in the autopsy itself, postmortem examination. Now they have to wait for the toxicological analysis from the forensic science laboratory. It may take a couple of months.
Okay.
But the presence of MDMA in the serum on the toxicology analysis is paramount. If you don't get MDMA presence in the body, then I don't know, it should be discussed in the other way.
Okay. Okay. I'll just request my guests to stay on with us. We're getting another crucial information coming in. The scope of the investigation will now be increased is what we're understanding. What top NCB sources are now telling CNN News 18 is this, that NCB teams to question accused arrested in Sonali Phogat case, the peddler and the hotel owner as well. According to the police, Sangwan and Singh allegedly mixed some obnoxious substance in water and then forced Sonali Phogat to drink it, which means her drink was spiked. The NCB is also trying to know the main source and how many consumers were there as well. Anshul is getting us all those details. Anshul, talk to us about what are sources within the NCB telling you what is going to be their line of investigation.
So yes, now NCB has finally jumped into this whole case where they are saying that they will now investigate the entire chain as to how did the MDMA get into India and how did MDMA get into Goa in that club, or to the hotel boy who initially provided that MDMA to Sonali Phogat. So initially, now the NCB wants to establish that line of chain of logistics of that drug, so that in future such situation does not happen yet again. Because remember, Goa, especially North Goa, is infamous for such clubs and such pubs where they have such nefarious parties where drugs are peddled, drugs are sold and consumed by users, and these are just random people walking into those clubs, and they get in touch with these peddlers who are just randomly are a part of that party. So yes, the NCB now wants to figure out the exact position of each and every person who was involved in this entire chain, because remember, 2 peddlers have already been arrested by Goa police, and these 2 peddlers would now be NCB would now be speaking to these 2 peddlers and will try to form a chain of events, the logistical chain as to how did they get their hands on the drugs. And also they will be interrogating Sudhir Sangwan as well, and they will also try to ask him as to how did he get in contact with those people and get those drugs from them. So yes, the entire chain would be revealed. Now the NCB has since jumped into this, because the Goa CM today itself said that the narcotics team is also doing its job just to figure out that the entire chain is developed, and so that they could actually break this chain, so that situations like this, incidents like this could not happen in the future. But yes, Goa has been famous for this. Just a few days ago, another case of drug overdose happened in Goa approximately 4 to 5 days ago. A boy from Hyderabad had to lose his life after he got overdosed by drugs in that entire area. So yes, this has been
the larger issue as far as the nexus of where these drugs are coming in from and who actually are supplying these drugs, all these questions still remain. Anshul, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. I'd like to thank our guests as well. We'll keep tracking all these developments, but for now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Are the twin towers that are going to be demolished today at 2:30 p.m. This is happening after the orders of the Supreme Court, where it was found that these buildings were constructed violating all the laid norms, rules and regulations. And as of now, after the orders from the Supreme Court, Jet Demolition and Edifice Engineering is basically carrying out this task. Sharp at 2:30 p.m. we'll be seeing this particular demolition, where it is said that within 9 to 12 seconds this building will be coming down. Everyone is waiting for this event because this is going to be a mega event of not only Delhi NCR but all over India, because last time we saw this kind of demolition that was in Kochi, but this was not in a densely populated area. At this point in time, if I can show you the visuals, these nearby societies have been asked to vacate the area. You can see the coverings where residents have covered their balconies because of the possibility of debris coming out to their societies as well. But as of now, ATS Village and Supertech Emerald, two societies have been asked to vacate the area. Somewhere around 5,000 people have left their homes, have vacated their homes, and as of now the parking facilities and the accommodation has been fixed. Some alternate arrangements have been made and everyone is waiting for this particular demolition. At 2:30 we'll be seeing that more than 3,500 kgs explosives that have been placed and that has been used in this particular building will be going on boom, and we'll be seeing we'll be hearing in fact a sound, and after that this building will be coming out. And 2:30 is the sharp, that is the time period that has been given by Noida Authority and also the company that is involved in this particular task. This is going to be a mega event not only for Delhi but for whole country, because everyone is waiting for this mega demolition. I'm standing in Noida sector 93A, and behind me are the twin towers that are going to be demolished today at 2:30 p.m. This is happening after the orders of the Supreme Court, where it was found that these buildings were constructed violating all the laid norms, rules and regulations. And as of now, after the orders from the Supreme Court, Jet Demolition and Edifice Engineering is basically carrying out this task. Sharp at 2:30 p.m. we'll be seeing this particular demolition, where it is said that within 9 to 12 seconds this building will be coming down. Everyone is waiting for this event because this is going to be a mega event of not only Delhi NCR but all over India, because last time we saw this kind of demolition that was in Kochi, but this was not in a densely populated area. At this point in time, if I can show you the visuals, these nearby societies have been asked to vacate the area. You can see the coverings where residents have covered their balconies because of the possibility of debris coming out to their societies as well. But as of now, ATS Village and Supertech Emerald, two societies have been asked to vacate the area. Somewhere around 5,000 people have left their homes, have vacated their homes, and as of now the parking facilities and the accommodation has been fixed. Some alternate arrangements have been made and everyone is waiting for this particular demolition. At 2:30 we'll be seeing that more than 3,500 kgs explosives that have been placed and that has been used in this particular building will be going on boom, and we'll be seeing we'll be hearing in fact a sound, and after that this building will be coming out. And 2:30 is the sharp, that is the time period that has been given by Noida Authority and also the company that is involved in this particular task. This is going to be a mega event not only for Delhi but for whole country, because everyone is waiting for this mega demolition.
Today is the D-Day for the two towers of corruption here in Noida, and right now we are reporting from Purvanchal, Silver City, which is one such society which has made arrangements for the residents of society ATS Village. And
welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. This is now a CNN News 18 exclusive. India has reacted to Pakistan's offer to reopen trade. Top government sources have told CNN News 18 that the centre is happy that Pakistan is thinking positively as far as its economy is concerned, but trade will not begin unless cross-border terrorism is stopped. Sources also telling us that the centre has reports of almost 50 foreign terrorists from Pakistan in India, and many are sitting near the border. We are open for trade, says India. For talks also with Pakistan, would need to act and stop terrorism immediately. My colleague Abhishek Jha now joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, talk to us about the response that's coming in from India as far as Pakistan wanting to reopen trade.
Pakistani Finance Minister has suggested in a press briefing that during answering a question that they are trying to open a trade link with India. We know that in the last it's been almost 3 years since the trade between India and Pakistan has totally been stopped in the wake of abrogation of Article 370. Pakistani Prime Minister had stopped trade with India. However, they had to open some window in order to get more pharmaceutical and medicine products during the time of COVID from India. So there has been some flip-flop from Pakistani side, on this trade with India. However, with the latest, latest announcement by the Pakistani finance minister that they are open about having a trade with India, India has responded that they welcome these statements, but then the condition remains the same during which this whole trade thing was stopped between India and Pakistan, and this is majorly the terrorist activities. India has also revoked the most favored nation status of Pakistan in the wake of Pulwama attack in 2019. Okay. So those terrorist organizations, those terrorists are still present on the ground, and unless until Pakistan acts in very strong manner against these operatives and these modules, there cannot be a trade and terrorism parallelly between the two countries.
Okay, Abhishek, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to Karnataka, where a prominent Lingayat Seer is under the scanner because of allegations of sexual harassment that have been made against him. The prominent Lingayat mutt in Karnataka is under scanner for sexual assault on minors. 2 minor girls have now alleged Shiva Murthy has sexually assaulted them for over 3.5 years. Karnataka mutt seer Sri Sivamurthy Muruga was released after questioning by police. The seer was addressing the media after his quizzing and said that this case is nothing else but a big conspiracy against him, and has stated that the truth will be revealed very soon. Meanwhile, the seer has also applied for anticipatory bail. This comes after the Mysuru police registered a case under the POCSO Act against him and 4 others in connection with the alleged sexual harassment of 2 minors at the mutt. CNN News 18 has also accessed the inside track of the seer's detention and the subsequent quizzing as well. He was reportedly planning to escape and go to Goa, but the police traced the location of his aides, and based on those leads, he was then finally detained near Barabanka.
ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಕೇಸು ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿರುವಾಗ ಪಾಸ್ಕೋ ಕೇಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿಡ್ನ್ಯಾಪ್ ಕೇಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ. 2 ಕೇಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ,
according to me, I have seen that he is a very noble man who has done some great contribution to the state. Let me leave it to the, let me not interfere with the, whatever the police or the government is doing late.
Let me also now bring in my colleague Harish Upadhyay, who's been tracking all these developments for us. Harish, we just heard those political reactions across party lines. All of those reactions are extremely well worded and guarded because of the clout that the Lingayat community enjoys as far as Karnataka is concerned. Just speaking, as far as the POCSO Act is concerned, the question being raised is what is causing the delay as far as an arrest is concerned?
Well, nothing that the police can explain on why there is a delay. They've already, remember, subjected these girls to the police investigation. Where are they slacking? One, ideally the statement of these girls should be recorded under section 164 of the CRPC before a magistrate. If that's done, then it has some value, because admission or a confession before the police is not something that will hold in a court of law. By delaying this statement being recorded in front of a magistrate, many believe that they are giving enough time for the accused to pressurize these girls, these victims, to change their statement. That's one fear. Second, there is also crucial time being lost in terms of collecting evidence. Remember, these accused need to be subjected to a medical test. There has to be a merger which is happening a good 65 hours after the initial complaint was registered. FIR was registered on Friday evening, and none of these accused have been questioned so far. Now, the reasoning given is that there is a counter complaint, but there are others who are pointing out that that is about a conspiracy. But the fact that there could be a sexual assault on these girls, they have come out and registered their complaint. FIR has been registered. The police need to ensure that a medical test happens as soon as possible. The evidence is collected, and these accused are arrested for further questioning and interrogation. That's where the police are slacking their, they haven't done their job properly, is what many are saying. That's one of the reasons why there are now increasing calls demanding for an impartial probe.
True.
Some are approaching the governor seeking a probe headed by a sitting High Court justice or by a central agency.
True. Harish, I also want to now understand from you the inside details that we're picking up, that possibly there was an escape plan that was being hashed by the seer as well. Though he came out today after his brief detention and he spoke to media personnel and said all of this is a conspiracy. But what was this escape plan that was being hatched?
Well, what we are picking up is that the seer wasn't in the mud since around midnight. There was a police team which visited the mud, the Muruga Rajendra Mutt in Chitradurga in the morning. They did not find the seer there, and they suspected that the seer could perhaps make an attempt to flee. And the fact that his mobile was switched off is something that alarmed the cops, and that's when they started tracking him down, and they found him in Haveri, and he was told very clearly that he is a prime accused in a case under the POCSO Act, and he can't leave the district, and he was asked to return to Chitradurga district, and that's where he headed back to the Mutt in police presence, escorted by the police. Now, why is he not being arrested? Well, there is tremendous pressure on the police, the victim, the people backing the victim over the last 2 days, right from people higher up in the power hierarchy to various other mutts. We've seen politicians rally behind him. We've seen various seers and pointers of various mutts visiting this Muruga Rajendra Mutt and backing him. So that's the kind of clout that he enjoys. True. As you rightly mentioned at the beginning of this conversation, all politicians cutting across party lines have been very guarded in their response to this. Nobody backing the victims here. All of them are trying to safeguard their own political base, their own political calculations, especially in an election year.
Absolutely. Harish, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Keep tracking those developments for us. Let's also now shift our focus to the other big story that we're tracking. A 19-year-old woman, Ankita Kumari from Jharkhand's Dumka district, was set on fire on the 23rd of August by a man named Shahrukh Hussain for having spurned his proposal. Ankita succumbed to her injuries on Sunday. In the early hours of the 23rd of August, the accused poured petrol on her through the window and then set her on fire. Accused Shahrukh and Choru Khan, man who supplied the petrol, now have been arrested. Ankita's death has triggered protests by the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and even the Bajrang Dal in Dumka, following which prohibitory orders have now been placed. Section 144 also has been imposed in Dumka. The NCW has also now taken cognizance of the incident. They've asked the state DGP to send the report within 7 days. Meanwhile, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren has said that rupees 10 lakh ex gratia amount has been announced for the family of the victim, also assured strong punishment as far as the accused are concerned.
समाज में कई कुकृतियां वर्तमान समय में देखने को मिल रहा है। जो घटना हुई है, ये घटना निश्चित रूप से काफी हृदय विदारक है और इसमें कानून अपना काम कर रहा है। जो आरोपी हैं, जो इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, इन लोग पकड़े भी गए हैं और हमारा प्रयास है कि जल्द से जल्द उसको सजा मिले और ऐसी घटनाओं के लिए समाज में कोई जगह नहीं।
सर, जिस तरह से जो दुमका की जो ये घटना है, उस पर किस तरह से आप देखते हैं, जिस तरह से चीजें फिलहाल सामने निकल कर आ रही हैं?
दुमका की घटना को देखने की जरूरत नहीं है। पूरी दुनिया देख रही है कितना शर्मसार है। दुमका की घटना तुष्टीकरण के कारण हुआ है, लेकिन अगर प्रशासन की नींद खुला होता तो शायद ये दुर्घटना नहीं होती। दूसरी बात, वहां की सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती और वो लड़की अंकिता 23 तारीख से 28 तारीख तक मौत और जिंदगी से जूझता रहा। लेकिन इस लड़की को अगर मेडिकल एड हुआ होता, इसे अगर एम्बुलेंस, एयर एम्बुलेंस से कहीं इलाज ठीक से हुआ होता, तब आज ये दुर्दशा नहीं होती। तो ये सोची समझी रणनीति के तहत हुआ है, ये लव जिहाद है। या तो आओ मेरे साथ शादी करो वरना जला दिए जाओगे। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुद्दा नहीं है, ये मुद्दा है पीड़ितों के समर्थन में खड़े लोगों का मुद्दा है।
इस केस में अरेस्ट ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, तो हमने एक्शन टेकन रिपोर्ट मंगवाई है डीजीपी झारखंड से। ये एक्चुअली इस सोसाइटी में जिस प्रकार की सोच हो गई है कि आप महिलाओं को ज़बरदस्ती शादी करने पे मनाएं और नहीं करने को तैयार तो आप उसको जला दें, ये बहुत दुखदाई और दयनीय है। और इस पे भी मुझे लगता है सोसाइटी में कुछ बातचीत होनी चाहिए और बदलाव की तरफ बात करनी चाहिए। मैं रिलीजन की बात नहीं करूंगी, लेकिन आप महिलाओं को ज़बरदस्ती शादी के लिए नहीं मनवा सकते, चाहे वो किसी भी रिलीजन में हो। और इसी कारण से उस बच्ची को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी। डीजीपी से हमने लिखा है कि 7 दिन में हमें रिपोर्ट भेजें,
जिसमें 200/22 जो अंकिता कुमारी की जो जला करके जो फिर बाद में मृत्यु हो गई। इस कांड में एक अभियुक्त पहले गिरफ्तार हो चुका है, जो कि 23 तारीख को शाहरुख नाम का व्यक्ति जो है एक्यूज पकड़ाया था। और उसके बाद में अप्राथमिक एक्यूज के रूप में नईम उर्फ छोटू खान का वो अरेस्टिंग हो गया है, जिसको आज फॉरवर्ड कर दिया जा रहा है।
Let me also now bring in my colleague Saurabh Rathore, who's been tracking all these developments for us. Saurabh, first things first, I want to understand what is the ground situation in Dubka right now?
See, Section 144 is already imposed over there, and people are not allowed to gather as a crowd. All sorts of gatherings are forbidden over there because of the security issues, as it is a critical situation, and there is a fear of communal tension over there. So security forces are deployed, and Section 144 is imposed. As far as the other parts of the state is concerned, today there is a protest which is happening in Ranchi at Albert Eka Chowk, where different Hindu organizations such as VHP, Bajrang Dal and other organizations, they are burning the effigy of Shahrukh, the main accused, and they are shouting the slogans of anti-state slogans. So the protest is on all over the state, and as it was called in the morning that unless the main accused is given capital punishment as soon as possible, the protest by the Hindu organization will continue, because it was a communal issue, and it was a prompt, the Muslim boy stalking a girl, Hindu girl. So this is a sensitive issue, and because of that, the Hindu organizations, they have registered their protest and still protesting and demanding a capital punishment of the main accused as soon as possible.
Okay, Saurabh, we'll request you to stay on with us. Let's listen into some other political reactions as well.
वो हमको धमकी दे रहा था कि तुम मिलो, नहीं मिल रहे थे, तो इसलिए हम फिर धमकी दिया, फिर आके आग जला के कर दिया। 10 से 15 दिन से कहता था तुम बात करो, मिलो हमसे और शादी करो, नहीं तो तुमको मार देंगे, धमकी देता था।
वो लड़का मेरी बहन को बोला कि वो मेरी बहन के साथ गलत काम करना चाहता था, तो वही मेरी बहन गलत मना कर दी, तो उसके साथ ऐसा किया, उसको धमकी दिया कि हाँ अगर तुम मेरे साथ नहीं करेगी कुछ तो हम तुमको मार देंगे। हाँ बोला कि हम तेरे साथ शादी करेंगे, ऐसा कुछ बोला था। उसको बुला रहा था मिलने के लिए, तो मेरी बहन नहीं गई, तो वही उसको बोला कि तुम अगर नहीं जाएगी तो तुमको मारने का धमकी दिया। रात में धमकी दिया, उसके बाद फिर सो गई, उसके बाद खिड़की से आके पेट्रोल छीट के आग लगा के मार दिया उसको, मतलब पूरा जल गया पूरा। हम ये मांग करते जैसे मेरी बहन के साथ हुआ, उससे भी ज़्यादा गलत उसके साथ होना चाहिए।
साक्ष्य के आधार पर आगे की कार्रवाई की बात की जा रही है। पुलिस के द्वारा साफ तौर से उनका कहना है कि जो भी साक्ष्य है उसके आधार पर कार्रवाई की जा रही है और परिजनों के द्वारा जो भी जानकारियां दी गई, जिस भी सस्पेक्ट को बताया गया उसे भी फिलहाल डिटेन कर लिया गया है और उस पर भी तमाम तरह की कार्रवाई जो है वो प्रशासन के द्वारा की जा रही है। वहीं पर अगर घर के परिजनों की सुरक्षा की बात की जाए तो उनके परिजनों की सुरक्षा को लेकर भी पुलिस बलों की पर्याप्त मात्रा में तैनाती की बात जरूर कही जा रही है, लेकिन जाहिर सी बात है जिस तरह से ये घटना हुई है वो कहीं ना कहीं मर्माहत है।
The situation is still tense as far as is concerned. Section 144 also has been imposed. We'll keep tracking all those developments. For now, slipping into a very short break.
आज तो आप किसी पर भी कर सकते हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात है, करते भी रहिए, खूब घुमाते रहिए। हम ये नहीं कर रहे, मैं टाइमिंग पे इसलिए सवाल उठा रहा हूँ कि ये विमर्श आज कुछ ज्यादा बढ़ के हुआ है। पूरे देश की मीडिया का भी अटेंशन है वो बिहार के तरफ हो गया है। मैम आप खुद देख रही होंगी, क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार जी एक बड़े चेहरा के रूप में एनडीए को जब एनडीए का साथ छोड़े हैं तो एनडीए अपने आप एक डूबता हुआ जहाज की तरह हो गया है जिसमें अब कोई भी बचा नहीं है।
एसएम खान एन एक्स सीबीआई ऑफिसर इज आल्सो विद मी। लव कुमार जी एक मिनट दीजिएगा, सीबीआई के पूर्व ऑफिसर है एसएम खान, वो भी हमारे साथ है। मिस्टर खान, दिस क्वेश्चन अबाउट टाइमिंग, this question about political vendetta, CBI insists that all of this is meaningless because at the end of it, it's evidence that matters and we have evidence. Mr. Khan, can you hear me? Mr. Khan, can you hear me? This is Arunim. I was asking you this political attack against CBI, questioning the timing, questioning whether this is political vendetta. But CBI says we have evidence, and in a court of law, ultimately that is what will determine whether we were right or wrong.
Yeah, actually, CBI is an investigating agency mandated by Delhi Special Police Establishment Act and functions in a state with the consent of the state government. As far as the timing of searches is concerned, during investigations, legally, during investigation of a case, searches can take place anytime. But naturally, if searches are conducted after a long time, the chances of getting some good evidence during searches, I'm not talking about this case only, about any case, and particularly the corruption cases or the economic frauds and other offenses, chances becomes like the searches should be done immediately after registering the case or whenever the information is received. So time is essence in that sense that a lot of evidence is lost with the lapse of time. And if searches are conducted after inordinate delay, there is a very little chance of getting some good evidence. Whatever may be the reason of delay in searches, I can't say, but naturally people will raise a point about this, that why searches have been conducted after such a long time. However, now CBI, whatever CBI has got during searches, they will definitely scrutinize the documents and will submit the report to the court. If they are able to get some evidence connecting with the allegations, so definitely it will help them during investigation. If the whatever they have got during searches is not directly linked with the allegations in the FIR, it has no value and it will be a futile exercise.
Right. Right. So that was former officer of Central Bureau of Investigation, SM Khan, putting across what this evidence collection mean. But going back to JDU leader Love Kumar जी, रिद्धिमा और मैं थोड़ी देर पहले ये बात कर रहे थे और शायद बिहार की जनता भी ये बात कह रही है कि करप्शन के मुद्दे पर नीतीश कुमार जी तेजस्वी यादव का हाथ छोड़कर गए थे। करप्शन का मुद्दा फिर एक बार सेंटर स्टेज पर है। ऐसे में जब वो कहते हैं कि सीबीआई का से जनरल कंसेंट विड्रॉ कर लेना चाहिए, क्या उनके सुशासन बाबू की छवि पर दाग नहीं लगता?
देखिए, नीतीश कुमार जी की छवि पे कोई दाग नहीं लगा सकता है। नीतीश कुमार जी ने एक लंबा राजनीतिक जीवन जिया है और बेदाग छवि और बेदाग चरित्र के रूप में उनको जाना जाता है। क्रेडिबिलिटी पे कोई
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting some breaking updates now coming in. Protesters now protesting against the Lingayat Seer, who's under the scanner of agencies now and police officials because of allegations that have been made of sexual harassment. Pictures of the pontiff burned in Chitradurga. The statue of the Shivamurti Sharan has been vandalized as well. So a lot of anger on the streets, considering the fact a lot of people today are questioning the delay as far as the arrest of this seer is concerned. Remember, this is a prominent Lingayat seer, has sexual harassment allegations against him by 2 minors. My colleague Ritu is now joining us on the broadcast with more details. Ritu, where are these protests happening and what is the ground situation?
Yes, so the protest is in Maladi village in the Chitradurga itself, where the protesters are expressing the outrage and the delay that this kind of an action that has not been taken from the police and the officials to not giving it an importance as the protesters are claiming that out. So that's the kind of a situation that we're getting to see, where the posters of the seer are being burnt and then the open vandalism as well that is taking place, where you see the Sri Shivamurti Sharanu's statue, in fact, being vandalized by these protesters. So that's the kind of an allegation that these protesters are also making, that why is there a delay in the action from the police and the officials as well, because it's been a long time, like in fact almost 4 days that an FIR was been registered from the Mysuru-based NGO, in fact, and there is no still any action that is taking place in this whole incident, when there's a very sensitive issue and a serious matter that has to be taken up very seriously from the officials. There is still a delay. So you can also hear in the kind of slogans that are being raised from these protesters against the officials for not taking up an action.
Okay, Ritu, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let's also shift our focus to some other stories that we're tracking. An old video of retired Justice Indu Malhotra is now doing the rounds on social media. In it, she's heard saying that communist governments have taken over the Hindu temples, alluding to the Kerala's Padmanabh Swami temple. She had said that along with Justice U.U. Lalit, she had halted such brazen government takeovers. She has also alleged that the government is specifically exploiting Hindu temples for revenue and she won't allow it. In 2018, remember, Indu Malhotra was the only woman judge on the Sabrimala bench who had solely opposed the entry of women. In July 2020, the Apex Court bench had maintained that the Travancore royal family had the rights to look after the Padmaswamy temple.
That's what happens with these communist governments. They want to just take over because of the revenue. Their problem is the revenue. All over they've taken over. All over. Only Hindu temples. So Justice Lalit and I said, no, we will not allow it.
Let me also now bring in my colleague Ananya, who's been tracking all these developments for us. Ananya, give us a better context of where this comment was made and in the past, the similar stand that we've seen by now retired Justice Indu Malhotra.
Well, Ridhima, see, this video has been doing rounds on social media, though a proper authenticity of this video could not be confirmed. We also tried contacting Justice Indu Malhotra with regards to the issue, but then we could not establish a contact with the former judge. But what it appears is that, in fact, Mr. Shashi Tharoor had also tweeted about meeting Justice Indu Malhotra in Travancore Medical College over an event, and following which in this video also appears to be of a southern temple, and the cloths that she's wearing is also of a similar, in fact, the same. So basically, it can be figured out that it is from a temple in Travancore. And remember that this is, in fact, Justice Indu Malhotra and Justice U.U. Lalit's bench earlier, which had, in fact, given out a very, very long judgment on Swami Padmanabh temple, wherein it had given out certain rights to the Travancore royal family to take over this temple, and however had created a committee to look after the day-to-day affairs of this particular temple. And in this video, she's been saying that the communist governments are trying to take over the Hindu temples, basically because of the revenue. Because remember that the temples in the south have a huge revenue, a lot of gold and other belongings come in as prasad, as in fact donations, and hence we have seen that various matters with regards to this is pending before various courts of the country, and it is a very, very long pending dispute, Ridhima, that is going on before various legal forums in the country. And remember, today also also, in fact, a petition was filed by Mr. Subramaniam Swamy, who's the BJP MP and a senior lawyer, with regards to the appointment of acharkas in certain temples and by the government. And in fact, Supreme Court has also issued notice on this particular petition. We also spoke to Mr. Satya Sabharwal, who also says that these issues, though are not exactly connected, but somewhere or the other, these temple controls is a very, very big issue and is going on for a long while before various forums of the country. Ridhima.
Okay, Ananya, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're getting some other updates now coming in. We're understanding AAP MLAs are protesting against the Delhi LG. They're demanding a CBI probe against the LG over the charges of pressurizing of his employees to exchange old currency notes during demonetization in 2016. AAP MLAs have declared that they will continue the protest in the assembly throughout the night.
बताइए कि रात भर प्रोटेस्ट करने का क्या मतलब है? रात भर प्रोटेस्ट करने का क्या मतलब? What is the significance?
We are a very small party. Our only request to the central government is that the man who is the LG today, he was a chairman of KVIC, Khadi Village Industries Commission. And there are very grave allegations that during the time of demonetization, the cashiers of KVIC were forced by the staff to convert old currency into new. And it was said that the old currency belongs to the then chairman of KVIC, Mr. V.K. Saxena. These are very grave allegations. We want an independent inquiry into this whole scenario so that LG comes clean out of it.
So do you feel that by protesting in this manner inside the premises of the Delhi Assembly is going to strengthen your case?
I think we don't have many options. We are a very small party. We do not have our investigating agencies. We can only request to the central government, and we can just pressurize central government through our sacrifices.
The BJP has already said that this is a diversionary tactics and you're trying to divert the attention from the scams or the alleged scams that the Aam Aadmi Party's government is involved in.
I think for last 2 months, we have been answering all the questions of BJP. The BJP has been saying that if there is a inquiry, what is the problem? Now we are asking BJP, if there is an inquiry, what is the problem? Let there be an inquiry. Let LG come out clean. I think the rules of the game should be equal for both the parties. If we are open for inquiry, we are being scrutinized in every debate, they should also be scrutinized.
So a fresh flashpoint between AAP and the LG. Let me bring in my colleague Rupee, who's been tracking all these developments. Rupee, talk to us about why these AAP MLAs are protesting and what are they demanding at this point?
Well, actually, this first started during a discussion when the confidence motion was on in the floor of the House. It was Aam Aadmi Party MLA Durgesh Pathak who initially raised this, alleging that the current Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Mr. V.K. Saxena, while he was the chairman of the KVIC, allegedly pressurized employees, lower-ranking employees such as cashiers, to accept black money and convert that into white money. So that's a very, very grave allegation. And following that, actually, there was a lot of protest in the floor of the House, and which led to repeated adjournments of the House, and the confidence motion couldn't go forward, and that has been postponed until tomorrow, and the House had to be adjourned. Meanwhile, what the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs did, each one of them took turns in addressing press conferences, in which they stepped up their demand for a CBI probe into this alleged scam, plus and a probe also by the ED. So Aam Aadmi Party MLAs Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj have alleged that this is a case of money laundering, and this is a case of converting black money into white, and therefore it should be investigated both by the CBI and by the ED. Atishi has also sought an appointment with the CBI director to make a formal complaint. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are all set to protest through the evening. They'll stay over in the night in the premises of the Delhi Assembly and then take the protest tomorrow, take the protest forward tomorrow. We'll have to see how the story develops
So they
tomorrow.
plan to take the protest until tomorrow as well. Rupee, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Shifting focus then, according to CBI sources, we are now understanding Bihar may join the list of opposition states to have withdrawn general consent to the CBI. Sources are also saying that Nitish has said that this is the right time to withdraw general consent. This comes just days after CBI raids against Lalu Yadav's aides in the land for job scam. Now, according to the CBI sources, land for job scam in Bihar could be worth 100 crore rupees, and the investigation has found 250 land deeds. Now, these land deeds were reportedly of job aspirants who sold or gifted their land to Lalu Yadav's family or their associates, allegedly to get jobs in railways when he in fact was the minister. Let me bring in my colleague Arunima, who in fact is picking up all this information for us by the means of sources. So Arunima, two things here. What are sources within the CBI telling you this is now going to be seen as a political move as well because of the Mahagathbandhan that has been formed recently? And more importantly, what was the modus operandi as far as this call center or what was being seen as functioning as a corporate?
So as far as the Bihar administration, Bihar government's decision or likely decision that they're going to withdraw general consent, CBI doesn't appear perturbed. They are saying that this FIR is lodged here in New Delhi, so it doesn't matter if Bihar police denies jurisdiction to CBI. In any case, they have carried out their searches, collected most of the evidence, and this FIR has been under probe since May 18. Before that, a preliminary inquiry also gave them a lot of proof about the alleged scam. Second thing they're saying is that as far as political allegations that are being made, the fact is that they have evidence and they are going to prove that in a court of law. Finally, they're saying if Bihar government is saying that they're going to withdraw general consent, do they mean that they're going to protect from corruption investigation the central government employees who are working in Bihar, because that is the primary jurisdiction of CBI. State government employees or state government functionaries come under CBI scanner only if High Court or Supreme Court asks for a probe, and that will not be affected even if general consent is withdrawn. Now, to answer the second part of your question about modus operandi, CBI investigation has found out that there was a specialized cell being run from Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav's house, allegedly, where trained professionals would take up the job aspirants' case like a turnkey project and help them with documents.
Okay, Arunima, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Well, with that, we're completely out of time. It's a wrap from my side. Viewpoint is up next.
पास सबूत है कि लालू यादव जी के बच्चों के नाम पर जमीन का पट्टा ट्रांसफर किया गया या बेच दिया गया औने पौने दाम पर।
ये सबूत आज तक क्यों हाथ धर के बैठे हुए हैं? ये सबूत है उनके पास। 17 में भी कहे सबूत है, 14 से भी कह रहे थे सबूत है। ये सबूत कितने दिनों तक है उनके पास? कभी वो किसी गुरुग्राम मॉल के बारे में छापामारी करते हैं, कहाँ मॉल में कुछ मिला? मॉल तेजस्वी यादव जी का था कि नहीं था? तेजस्वी यादव ने कहा कि सारे गरीबों में बांट दिया जाए। तो इनके पास अगर सबूत है तो आज तक आप बता दीजिए ना, इनके पास बहुत पुख्ता सबूत रहता है। 8 सालों में कितने लोगों को सीबीआई ने सजा दिलवाया है। जांच तो आप किसी पर भी कर सकते हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात है, करते भी रहिए, खूब घुमाते रहिए। हम ये नहीं कर रहे, मैं टाइमिंग पे इसलिए सवाल उठा रहा हूं कि ये विमर्श आज कुछ ज्यादा बढ़ के हुआ है। पूरे देश की मीडिया का भी अटेंशन है वो बिहार के तरफ हो गया है। मैम आप खुद देख रही होंगी, क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार भी एक बड़े चेहरा के रूप में एनडीए को जब एनडीए का साथ छोड़े हैं तो एनडीए अपने आप एक डूबता हुआ जहाज की तरह हो गया है जिसमें अब कोई भी बचा नहीं है।
एसएम खान एन एक्स सीबीआई ऑफिसर इज आल्सो विद मी। लव कुमार जी एक मिनट दीजिएगा, सीबीआई के पूर्व ऑफिसर है एसएम खान, वो भी हमारे साथ है। मिस्टर खान, दिस क्वेश्चन अबाउट टाइमिंग, this question about political vendetta, CBI insists that all of this is meaningless because after at the end of it it's evidence that matters and we have
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. Former Supreme Court Judge Indu Malhotra has rekindled a very important debate. Should temples be controlled by state governments, or should it be left to individual patrons and temple management committees to run the affairs of individual temples across the country? Now, some of the biggest temples in the country, from Tirupati to Sabarimala to Vaishno Devi, they are all controlled either directly or indirectly, certainly, through management committees, through state governments who have representatives on that management committee. Now, a good chunk of the earnings that these temples make go to the state coffers as well. Now, the state's case is that it is this money which then pays for the upkeep of not just the popular temples, but tens of thousands of not so popular temples across various states. Is there a case to be made to free up temples from state control? Or is this a fallacious debate, as many politicians, whether they are from left-leaning parties or right-leaning parties, seem to indicate? But first, the story of how retired Justice Indu Malhotra rekindled this very important debate.
That's what happens with these communist governments. They want to just take over because of the revenue.
Former Supreme Court Judge Justice Indu Malhotra sparking a storm.
How can you exclude them?
Speaking outside the Sri Padmanabhaswamy temple in Thiruvananthapuram, she appears to have alluded to the 2020 Supreme Court verdict. She and current Chief Justice of India, Justice UU Lalit, were both part of the bench that upheld the rights of the Travancore royal family to manage the temple.
That's what happens with these communist governments. They want to just take over because of the revenue. Their problem is the revenue. All over they've taken over. All over. Only Hindu temples. So Justice Lalit and I said, no, we will not allow it.
They had set aside a Kerala High Court ruling that allowed the state government to take control of Padmanabhaswamy temple. The High Court had held that the ruler of Travancore, who was trusted to manage the temple, was the last king of Travancore, Sri Chitira Tirunal Balarama Varma. But the High Court said after Varma died in 1991, the state should be considered the ruler of Travancore. But the SC bench affirmed the mandate of the erstwhile ruling family of Travancore to continue its involvement in the management of the temple.
It is not the policy of the communists to take over the temple to capture its income or utilize its income. And communists wants to protect the temples and to protect the believers. And if any temple is taken over by communists, it goes to the administration under the Devaswam board.
The Sri Padmanabhaswamy temple is considered to be one of the richest temples in the country, with valuables worth around 1 lakh crores in its chambers. But despite that, the temple faced a financial crunch and the state government had to bail it out with soft loans. So should temples be under state control, or should they be freed?
All right, before we go to our guests, I want to bring you up to speed with some of the wealthiest temples in India which happen to be under state control, either directly through these various boards and departments, the HRNCE departments, or indirectly through temple management committees. First, of course, the Tirupati Tirumala Devasthanam, which is the biggest temple in terms of revenue in the country. It gets annual earnings to the tune of 3,000 crores as of 21-22. The Tirupati temple is managed by the Board of Trustees. Ultimately, it is controlled by the state of Andhra Pradesh, the state government of Andhra Pradesh. It had revenues in excess of 3,000 crores. A good chunk of it, almost a quarter of it, goes to the state's kitty. In Kerala, the Sabarimala temple, it has an annual revenue as of 2021-22, annual revenue of 150 crores. It is managed by the Travancore Devaswam board, which is in fact a state government entity. There's also a Devaswam minister who's a minister in the government of Kerala, and ultimately the control of that board and eventually through the board of the temple is with the Kerala government. The Shirdi Sai Baba temple in Shirdi in Maharashtra, again one of the most popular temples in the country. It had earnings in 21-22 of 600 crore rupees from its devotees. It is managed by a board of trustees. who ultimately are answerable to the Maharashtra state government. In fact, the Maharashtra state government has a bunch of representatives, its own chosen people, on the board of trustees of the Shirdi Sai Baba temple. And of course, Vaishno Devi temple in Jammu, total revenues it had in 21-22 was 500 crore rupees. Again, this temple too is managed by the Shrine Board, and it is ultimately controlled by the local administration of Jammu and Kashmir, the Union Territory, which of course comes under the Lieutenant Governor. So clearly, all of these temples with thousands of crores in earnings are being managed, like I said, either directly through these boards or through temple management committees indirectly, and ultimately the control is with state government. So is there a case to be made to free these temples from state control? Dushyant Sridhar is a Vedic speaker and writer. He's joining us on the broadcast this evening. Vivek Srivastav, political analyst and left-leaning commentator. Sumansi Raman is a political analyst joining us. And KJ Alphonse is a leader of the BJP and former union minister. Let me start with Vivek Srivastav. The case that was made by Justice Indu Malhotra, specifically with regard to the Padmanabh Swami temple, was here was a temple which was one of the richest in the country in terms of assets it owned. Why should the state government of Kerala, whether it is CPM state government or any party that is running the state government, why should they get a share in the proceeds or the earnings that devotees give to the temple? They're not giving it to the state.
Yeah, see, first of all, it is not just a question of the communists. And you just took the name of Vaishno Devi Shrine. And let me tell you that when Mohanji was the Lieutenant Governor of J&K at that time, that was the time when he noticed that there were a lot of malfunctionings that were taking place financially and management and otherwise in the shrine. And it was he who somehow facilitated that a board properly be made, and the funds should also be regulated and management should be done. So it is not just a question of the communists. So, I mean, when the state government controls religious organizations, especially the temples, there are two benefits. Number one, the misuse of the funds does not take place. It doesn't go into the pockets of the priests, and it is not used by personal families, which has been happening in this country for centuries. Because devotees are actually devoting the money for the upkeep of the temple and for welfare activities.
No, but Mr. Srivastav, can I ask one question? The devotee is giving the money to his or her favorite god or goddess to that temple. They are not giving the money to the state. They're already paying money to the state through form of taxes. Why should the state get a share of the money that the devotee is giving to the temple?
The state does not want to take up that money, and the state, ultimately, there is no personal person. The state is the government, and the government belongs to the people. Funds are being taken basically to regulate the functioning. And secondly, there are many other decisions. It is not just about money. I mean, for example, if you take Akshardham temple has got branches. There is a temple in Gujarat. Then there came a temple came up in Delhi. There could be a temple coming up somewhere else also. Funds are being channelized. So who regulates? Who decides where to spend, what to spend? So there are many other decisions.
Anyway, should it be the job of the state to regulate? But anyway, let me ask KJ Alphonse. The case being made by the likes of Vivek Srivastav is that there have been multiple instances where these temple management committees or management committees of various shrines, corruption has been found. People were using it for their own personal aggrandizement. There was no oversight. He says ultimately in a democratic setup like India, why should a royal family or classes and structures that we had pre-independence, why should exclusively one family or two family or a bunch of individuals run popular shrines? It should be left to the state, because ultimately the people choose the state.
Saka, I don't agree with this argument at all. I believe that religion is something which is personal. It is a question of a personal belief. It must be managed by the devotees. In fact, it's surprising Indu Malhotra has referred specifically to the communists. You know, Karl Marx said religion is the opium of the people. They are atheists. How can atheists control management of the temple? I mean, it's a contradiction in ideology itself. So I think it's completely, if you take the Marxists, I think it's completely a contradiction to have temple management, and therefore I think it's completely out. And secondly, I believe that management of all temples across the country, it should be left to the devotees. I mean, if you bring the same argument that there is corruption and therefore let the state take over. Isn't the state much more corrupt generally than any of these bodies? Take for example the Christian church. I'm a Christian. So why shouldn't the state take over also management of Christian churches? Because apparently there is corruption in some places, though it may not be very large scale. So you can use the same argument to take over Christian churches, Muslim mosque, and all Sikh religious places. So you can use the same argument saying there is a chance of misappropriation. I really believe it's best to leave the management and administration of temples and all religious places to the believers and their bodies.
I think this argument of an egalitarian approach, you can't have, Sumansi Raman, let me ask you that. No state in India, whether it's state government, central government, no state authority would dare run management committees of mosques or of churches. So if that's the case for the Muslim community and the Christian community, why should state then, either through these boards or through management committees, run some of the most popular and most revered temples in this country? It's a question of double standard. That's the question that's being asked.
Zaka, first of all, there is a very strong case to free temples from government control. In many states, and in the state where I come from, the temples have been systematically looted by corrupt government employees for the better part of 50, 60 years particularly. Lakhs of acres of land have been allowed, and the Madras High Court actually called it the active passive role, and they accused the HRNC government department of actually colluding with land grabbers to drastically reduce the extent of holdings of temple lands. So there has been a systematic loot, and I'm sure that this is the same case across states. So the fact remains that there is massive corruption. The state, in many states, they take away almost 20%, 15% of the administrative fees, then audit fees and so on, and they take away officially 20-25% of the revenues of the temples. So the point is, there is a case. The problem comes when you do not have a body or an organization that can, step in and guarantee a transparent and honest administration for these temples. You may be actually moving from frying pan to fire if you actually take away the control without knowing to whom these temples are going to be handed over, what is going to be the supervisory mechanism, how are we going to ensure that transparency comes in, and so on. So the case that the government is running temples into the ground, that is a very strong case. There is massive corruption. I don't think anybody on this panel is actually going to dispute that. The point is, should the cure be worse than the disease? And how do we ensure that the cure is actually better? And how do we ensure which organizations take over these temples? How do we ensure that there is a transparent mechanism for the administration? That is where the problem lies.
Dushyant Sridhar, one of the arguments is being put forth by politicians or by state governments which are in the business of managing these temples, either directly or indirectly, is, let's say, for example, in the state of Kerala, you may have a handful of temples which are popular, a Shabarimala, a Guruvayur temple, maybe a Padmanabha Swami temple, where a bulk of the earnings are concentrated in these 3-4 temples. But there could be thousands of other temples which do not generate those kind of revenues, whose upkeep ultimately is managed through these Devasam boards. If it is left to individual temples, the ones that are prosperous and rich and get a lot of earnings from the devotees, they'll be fine. But what about the tens of thousands of other temples who do not have the means to raise those kind of revenues? Who takes care of them then?
Good evening, Zaka. Namaskaram. This is the first time I'm talking to you. And Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav wishes to all of us. But I just hope that we can wish the temples also one day Azadi. Coming to the very point, the statement made by the distinguished individual today was about communist government. Let us not give color to any government, especially communism has something very, very unique, because there was a statement made by Nikolai Bukharin who said communism is incompatible with religious faith. So especially when a communist government says that we are going to upkeep the temples, it is an oxymoron in itself. Now, coming to the statement or the case that the rich temples will just let go of the not so well-performing temples. Well, if you don't trust your own citizens, the Hindus who can very well form a group and manage the temple, isn't it a trust deficit? So the very case that only if the government manages the temple very well puts the corollary that, oh, the citizens, we don't trust in the Hindu citizens, they cannot manage the temples. If the Hindu citizens, along with the Muslim and the brother citizens of the country, have gotten independence for the country, they can very well manage the temples. The second layer of problem, Zaka, which we fail to notice is one, the government says we are going to manage the temples at a level where the administration is concerned. The second layer gets to the agama practice, the religious practices of the temple. The moment the government comes with its full force into a temple stating that we will manage the administration of the temple, next it will start interfering into the agama practices. So very well the government will have a clear say on the religion too, which is not the duty of a secular government, whatever the word secular means. So ideally, if the question asked by you is, if the rich temples will not take care of the not so good temples or not so well performing temples, I'm sure the honest Hindu citizens of this country can get together and very well keep up the temples. The government doesn't have to worry so much and put this migration.
Since you brought up the agama question, and this was a question that came up before the courts also very recently, I think in the last few days, specifically in the context of the state of Tamil Nadu, where the court basically ruled that in those temples which follow agama practices, then it was a question of appointment of archakas or appointment of pujaris. Basically, in those temples that follow the agama rituals or practices, yes, you go by whoever the temple authorities or the practice has been or the tradition has been, you appoint them as archakas. But in the non-agama temples, the state is free to appoint whoever you choose to appoint. The state's argument in that case was that if you're going to appoint people only from a certain community or a certain background, then that's a discriminatory practice. So how do you respond to that then?
Then in that case, I agree with that point of social discrimination that may happen. But to say the least, in Tamil Nadu, especially in a state like Tamil Nadu, which has the highest number of temples, there are over 80% of the temples which are managed by not the Brahmin community. Only 15 or 20% of the temples are managed by the Brahmin community. Well, if the case is the social discrimination may happen, then in that case, I'm sorry to say this, I do not want to pull in other religions at all. I have equal respect for other religions. But the question is, then why shouldn't it oppose if a woman is not a state head or the church head? Then they should oppose there as well. That's a general discrimination there, right? So if the question is of social discrimination and so the archaka's appointment is a big question, then you should be questioning the churches and the mosques. Some of the mosques, I understand that women are not allowed. And in churches, the women can never become the pope head or something. So in that case, you should be questioning them also.
Okay, Vivek Srivastav, respond to that.
See,
in your case, for example,
the government says,
your government went to the Supreme Court, no less, challenging the practice of not allowing women of a certain age in Shabarimala. That matter is still pending before a higher bench of the Supreme Court. The point that's being made by KJ Alphonse and Dushyant Sridhar is, particularly in the case of a communist government, and I guess this would apply to parties like the DMK, why should they be running temples, or why should they be in the business of managing these temples?
You see, it's all about, Brahminical supremacy. Either you believe in Brahminical supremacy or you believe in the... And for centuries, we know that Brahminical supremacy has been a bane for the Hindu society. Discriminations have happened, caste discriminations have happened, atrocities have happened, and the temples have also been fully involved into it. Are we not aware of it? If it was not for the duly elected government after 1947 and social reformers like Brahmo Samaj, I mean, do you feel that the situation would not have improved? Secondly, Mr. Suman C. Raman was talking about the corruption done by government. At least the government of India can be questioned, vigilance inquiries can be set up, and if somebody is corrupt and misusing the funds as a government representative in a board, you can at least catch hold of him. If Delhi police is corrupt, at least I can act. I don't have to privatize the Delhi police. So
no, but you can have that oversight for private management, temple management committees as well. You don't necessarily need a government representative for oversight there.
that if they are not under the preview of the government and the government laws, it is very difficult to manage it up. That has been the experience. Secondly, it is also very necessary for the government to intervene because there has been a history of caste atrocities that have happened over centuries, many other mismanagements. So nobody is eating up the funds.
But Mr. Srivastava, let's leave the discrimination part aside. That's a different debate altogether. I'm asking you purely from a revenue question. If let's say the temple of Sabrimala is making 100 crores a year, why should it mandatorily have to give a quarter of its earnings to the government?
It should. Why should it not? People are devoting the money to it. The money is going to be taken up by the state government. It is going to be used for the welfare of the temples, for the Hindu religion itself. Unless you believe that we should have Asarams and Ram Rahims who keep on collecting donations, making their own organizations and ashrams and pocketing it up for themselves and their families.
Okay, so how do you respond to that? If it's left to private individuals, then you will start having the cult of god men and god women, and the biggest temples, the most popular temples, will be run by these the cult of god men and god women. Whereas in the case of the state, at least as Vivek Srivastava says, A, there is a sense of egalitarianism about it because the state can't be seen as discriminating, and two, more importantly, you for whatever it's worth, you can haul up a public official either in a court of law or go to a police station. There is some degree of oversight of a public official.
Zaka, this is exactly the issue, which is a very valid point. I've raised this issue with Dr. Subramanian Swamy also on a debate in the past. Look, he has gone to court multiple times on this particular issue. And the point is very clear. Hindu society needs to come up with a plan. In the absence of a plan, merely saying hand it over, I think it's very naive to say that, all those, first of all, there will be any number of takers for temples which have got a large amount of revenue. How many takers are there going to be? For instance, in Tamil Nadu, there are 44,000 temples. Yeah. And at least 30,000 of them simply are temples that have very, very little revenue and are struggling to, even carry out the daily pujas. So there will be hardly any takers for them. They will all gravitate towards the temples which have huge amount of revenue. So without Hindu society putting in place a concrete plan, we are, simply saying government should hand it over, government should hand it over. To me, that does not seem like a valid solution at all. Yes, long term, the government running temples, when they are not running places of worship of other religions, is simply wrong. There is no doubt about it. But it is incumbent on the seers, the mutts, the organizations of Hindu society to put together a comprehensive plan, to go to the government and say, look, this is how we intend to run the temples. We will permit the government to carry out an external audit on a periodic basis. We agree to abide by a certain set of rules and then ask for the temples to be handed over.
KJ Alphonse, specifically in the case of the Padmanabha Swami temple in Thiruvananthapuram, which is the case that Justice Malhotra was also referring to, the Kerala High Court, which had earlier ruled on it, basically said, how can you have the assets and the earnings coming from a public place of worship go to one ruling family when the very idea of kings and monarchs and so on ceased to exist post-independence? India is today a democracy. It's a rule by the people, for the people, of the people. Let the people decide who gets to part with this revenue source. And also the argument that's being put forth by the state government there, and you heard, I think, K.K. Shailaja saying, why did the royal family need a stipend from the government if they could manage the affairs of the temple? The state government has had to bail them out on multiple occasions, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Alphonse. Mr. KJ Alphonse, can you hear me, sir? Okay, I think we've lost the audio with him. But Dushyant, you want to take that, and that'll be the final comment on the show.
Yeah. So the very question, initially there was a point made till 1991, the kings were existing, and then the government said we will take control. Just for the information of the viewers of this channel, all the kings who belonged to the Travancore dynasty called themselves Padmanabha Dasa, the servant of Lord Padmanabha. No government says that. So if you say that I will take over, have the same motive and the vision in you that you are the servants of the Lord. If you say that the religion is distinct from me, you have no right to take over the temple. Second point, there was an irrelevant point made about some Rahims and Asaram Babus. Well, they exist in every religion. They are not particular only to the Hindu religion. So if at all you want to be fair, impartial, do it for the other religions where there is gender discrimination. Third point, coming to the management, yes, of course, Suman C. Raman said we should have a body and a committee made. If at all, this very question, Zaka, of freeing temples comes because there is mismanagement in the temples in which the government manages. That is why this question is coming. If everything is hunky-dory, then why will the Hindus go to the court and say, give the temples to us? So when you have been treating the temples in not so a fair manner for 50 years or 60 years, it is high time that you say this is a failed case scenario and give it back to the Hindus, trust your citizens and give it back to them.
Okay. All right. We'll leave it at that. I want to thank all our guests. Unfortunately, we lost that link with KJ Alphonse, but I want to thank all the guests who joined us on this broadcast. Clearly, there is a case to be made for temples to be freed, as has been argued by the likes of Dr. Subramaniam Swamy. But then the state's case has been that when it comes to a certain degree of equality, equanimity, and of course egalitarianism, in a democratic setup like India, you cannot trust any other institution other than the state to take care of not the temples that have the money or the resources, but the ones that do not have that. And they are, of course, much more in count than the ones who can take care of themselves. Now, I'm getting a piece of breaking news which I need to move to. NASA has just announced that its historic Artemis 1 mission, which is to the moon, has been postponed once again because of an issue with one of the engines. We're not sure exactly which of the engines and what exactly the technical snag is, but the next available time slot for this launch could be Friday, but the engineers still need to figure out what this particular issue is and to address it and to troubleshoot the problem that has developed in the engine. Let me go across to Abhishek Jha, my colleague, who is joining us on the phone right now. Abhishek, any more details from what NASA has said as to what exactly was the malfunction of this engine? And are they hopeful that they will be able to go through with this launch in the next available date?
So, Zaka, not exactly. They have not come out with any detailed briefing on the technical glitch that has stopped NASA's this ambitious mission of Artemis. However, initially when this mission was already planned, 2 backup dates were also scheduled, which in case of failure on first date, they would be used. So the next available date is on Friday, and if it does not happen on Friday, then also they will have probably 5th of September is also one of the options that they can use. Meanwhile, this has been very ambitious mission of NASA, and they probably had this time, so they had put 3 dates as a backup also. And more like we are waiting for some detailed briefing as to which engine or what part did malfunction, and this mission had to be halted for the
What exactly is the scope of Artemis 1? We've had moon missions in the past as well, both unmanned and manned. What exactly was Artemis 1's remit? What was it going to do on the moon? What was the scope of study there?
So it has been almost 50 years since the last man set foot on Mars, and after that, this whole mission to Mars, mission to moon, in fact, were put on hold because of the financial reason. But since last 6-8 years, there has been this buzz around the moon landing, and to gauge the latest technical advancement that the NASA and has been able to bring on their table, this new Artemis has been designed in that way so that it will be able to take humans also in later on mission to moon. And Artemis has been initially when the men were sent, the astronauts were sent to moon, it was on through Apollo mission. So now this Artemis mission, it would have actually enabled NASA to send astronauts once again on moon's soil. And this was this mission was not a manned mission, but it was in a precursory way. It would have given some key information regarding as to what should be the later development, so that astronauts can also be sent on moon.
All right, Abhishek, we'll leave it at that. We'll see how the story plays out. NASA has unfortunately had to put off its moon mission launch of Artemis 1. The next available window happens to be on Friday. As of now, all that NASA has said is that there was a technical malfunction in one of the engines. We're not sure what the nature of that malfunction is or how long it would take for them to address that issue. There are massive protests in Ranchi over the death of Ankita, who was set on fire by a neighbor of hers. That person has been arrested along with 2 of his accomplices. But there are massive protests that have been going on in Ranchi. People are saying that the fact that she was not given timely treatment, timely medical treatment, timely medical intervention, that is what led to her death, her unfortunate demise. Let me go across to Saurabh. Saurabh, so there seems to be a lot of genuine anger there amongst the people. So politics can't be too far behind. I'm given to understand that organizations like the BJP, the VHP, etc. have also waded in into this unfortunate death, this tragic death of Ankita.
Yes, Jaka, early in the morning we saw the tweets, series of tweets came from various top brass leaders of BJP, whether it was Arjun Munda, Babulal Soren and Raghubar Das. They all tweeted and asked the Hemant government to step down because of the law and order situation that is getting worse in the state. And they also demanded 1 crore compensation for the family of the, Ankita, and also a government job for a family member. So these all are the demands of the BJP leaders. Now at evening, the various Hindu organizations have started protesting on the streets of Ranchi. Just a while back, effigy of Shahrukh, the main accused, was burnt, and several slogans were, witnessed where they are demanding the death penalty of Shahrukh, the main accused, as soon as possible. They want a fast-track court to be set up so that, speedy trial should be done. For that, they are demanding the death penalty of Shahrukh, the main accused, as soon as possible. Also, VHP, Bajrang Dal, and other organizations, they all have joined and they are protesting on the streets of Ranchi.
All right, Saurabh, we'll leave it at that. We'll see how this story plays out there on the streets of Ranchi and beyond. Hello and welcome to the biggest exclusive tonight. The mystery over the death of BJP leader Sonali Phogat is deepening by the day. Now, in a brand new twist to this entire sordid saga, her close aide and somebody who's been working with her for the last 4 or 5 years, Sudhir Sangwan, who's been arrested by the Goa police, he has accepted that he was the one who gave MDMA drugs in a liquid form to Sonali, and he was the one who forced her to consume it, which of course eventually led to her life. CNN News 18 has managed to exclusively access the case files pertaining to Sonali Phogat's death. We'll be bringing you those case files in just a bit. But first, the details, the sordid details of how a once promising TikTok star who eventually went on to become a BJP leader, how her life was terribly and tragically cut short. Now, CNN News 18 is extensively tracking the probe in the murder of BJP leader and actor Sonali Phogat. CNN News 18 has accessed a 15-page dossier which gives out details of the investigation by the Goa police so far. Sonali Phogat's personal assistant, close associate, somebody who had been working with her for the last many years, Sudhir Sangwan, has reportedly spilled the beans on the drug angle. He has said that Sonali and Sukhwinder, who were there at that Curly's club on the fatal night when Sonali's life got taken away from her, they consumed MDMA, which is a banned psychotropic substance. They consumed that at the hotel, and all of them carried the drug, carried the MDMA to the Curly's pub and bar, where they consumed it there as well. Sudhir has also revealed that Sonali Phogat had a drug overdose and she vomited a lot. Remember, there is about a 2 to 3 hour period where there is no CCTV footage available either from the hotel or from this Curly's pub. This investigation dossier also states that Curly's Beach Shack, the owner, who's now in custody of the Goa police, he knowingly allowed narcotic activities to happen at his premises. Remember, this is the same shack where 10 or 12 years ago, Scarlett Keeling, a young British girl, was also found dead. In fact, her mother waged a valiant battle to get to the truth of how her daughter died. Unfortunately, that premises was fully functional, it was back in business, and the owner now has been taken into custody. So what exactly is mentioned in this case file? Goa police sources have told CNN News 18 that Sudhir Sangwan was the one who procured the MDMA. They had procured it in multiple batches. The first one was worth 12,000 rupees. He had in fact procured that through a hotel boy in the hotel that they were staying in Goa. He also reportedly went on to say that Sonali, Sudhir and Sukhwinder, all three of them, consumed the MDMA in the hotel where they were staying in Goa. Sudhir was the one who then went on and carried the remaining cachet of drugs that they had. He was the one who carried the remaining MDMA to the Curly's beach shack. All three of them, that's Sudhir, Sukhwinder and Sonali, consumed the drugs again in Curly's beach shack, which is of course a public restaurant cum pub. Then he goes on to say that after consuming the drugs there at Curly's, Sonali started feeling uneasy. She started vomiting multiple times, and it was apparent to them at that time that this was becoming a case of drug overdose. What he also went on to say that he left one of the packets of MDMA inside the flush tank at Curly's, inside the ladies' toilet in Curly's. Remember, this was recovered by the Goa police, and it's basis that the owner of this particular shack was also taken into custody. But there is one thing that is missing so far, and let's get that breaking news going in as well. This is the Sonali Case Files exclusive. There is now heat on the owner of this beach shack, the shack called Curly's, which is a very popular destination amongst young party goers, particularly in North Goa in the Anjuna beach. Report mentions that the management of Curly's beach shack knowingly permitted the use of drugs in their premises. Narcotic activities were happening in the Curly's beach shack. Most recently, just a few days ago, when this Sonali Phogat case came to light, you can see that CCTV footage. And mind you, Edwin Nunez, who is reportedly the owner of this beach shack, has also been taken into custody. The question, though, is this is an infamous place. Scarlett Keeling, of course, was linked to this particular beach shack as well. In fact, her mother had alleged that Scarlett Keeling's body was found from very close to the Curly shack, and she had last visited that particular beach shack. Let me go across to Anshul, who has more details from Panaji. Anshul, how exactly did this function? Because clearly this was a destination that had been in the news for all the wrong reasons even 10 or 12 years ago. So how was it allowed to function in a way that it tragically has led to the death of another young woman?
So this is a big nexus, even as you rightly mentioned, 2008, when that British girl was found dead on the beach, on the Arjuna beach, which is approximately a kilometer away from the Curly's beach. It was then also revealed that how there was a big nexus of not only administrators but also these such pub owners and the politicians as well. That at that time the son of Home Minister was also incriminated in this case, and that is the same thing that has happened over here now. Edwin, who has been arrested by the Goa police, he is being said to have very, very close contacts with the power circles in Goa, and that is the reason why he's being allowed to carry out with such nefarious activities in his pub. And not only his pub, but in North Goa, the area around his pub, two, three more pubs around that area, they also are infamous for such kind of rave parties that happen day in and day out. And also it is a very open secret in Goa that yes, if people are going to North Goa, and especially in these pubs, they are going to have a party over there and probably going to take drugs. That is a very open secret over here in Goa, and that is the reason why we saw that when Edwin was arrested, and in that interrogation that happened of Edwin, he said he actually agreed to the fact that he knew that there were drugs being peddled and consumed in his bar, in his pub, and he knowingly allowed that. So yes, big revelations coming in from this case file that we have managed to access, Zaka, and that is the reason why Goa police, to complete the entire investigation, is going to travel to Haryana. A team of at least 6 to 7 members of the Goa police will be traveling to Haryana tomorrow, where they will be meeting with the family of Sonali Phogat and will try to establish an exact timeline as to when did she leave, what did she tell at her home, because there are different stories coming up from different members of the family of Sonali Phogat.
Yeah.
Initially, the family members said that she went to Chandigarh and they do not have any idea how she reached Goa. So to fill these entire gaps in this investigation, the Goa police will be traveling to Haryana. Also a report of the entire investigation that has been done till now, that report will also be sent by the Goa DGP and to the Goa CM, and from Goa CM that report will be sent to the Haryana DGP and the Haryana CM. And after that, if the Haryana CM feels that there is a need of a CBI probe in this entire case, because various police are now involved in this, the Haryana police is also involved in this, the Goa police is also involved in this. So if the Haryana CM feels that there is a need for a CBI probe in this entire matter, then the Goa Chief Minister has said that he would then recommend a probe into this. But as of now, the Goa police seems to be on the back foot as of now, because in the FIR they had mentioned section 302, which means that attempt to murder or murder had happened. But yes, by the clues that have come to the fore by the investigation that is going on, it is going to be very, very difficult for them to establish that the amount of drugs that was given to Sonali Phogat was intentional actually, because the statements that have come to the fore actually say that the amount of drugs that were given were probably out of accident, and they did not know as to how much drugs needed to be consumed for that party. And that is the reason why it is getting tough for the Goa police to prove the entire situation now.
We'll leave it at that, Anshul. Thanks for joining us and bringing that piece of investigation as to how Sonali Phogat, a TikTok star, then became a neta, very popular on social media. How she must have been in her 30s, maybe early 40s. How her life was cut short, and that too because of drug overdose. Let me go across to Ranveer Sharma, former IPS officer, is joining us. Rajiv Bhaskar is a senior journalist as well. Ranveer Sharma, the question, I think it was the family that initially raised the first finger of suspicion. If these three people, Sudhir, Sukhwinder and Sonali, all three of them went to the same hotel, they stayed in the same hotel, they went to the same beach shack for a party, and reportedly from Sudhir's statement to the Goa police, all of them consumed or took part or are part with the same drugs, then how is it that Sukhwinder and Sudhir seem to be fine, at least they're not dead, but Sonali got consumed by drug overdose? This is the first question that the family is raising.
This is a great conspiracy now for murder, because these people had already planned, Sukhwinder as well as Sangwan, because there was no program of the Goa. Earlier the program was only for the Chandigarh, and immediately they have changed the program for Goa. And from this conspiracy they have done with this DMD drugs, and this hotel was very badnaam for the drug peddlers and for the drug facilities which were already available in the hotel. That is why they have gone to this hotel, where they must have mixed up this nexus of the administration as well as the local peoples. And the young peoples are enjoying their drugs, and this is a great failure of the administrations, and these people have planned a conspiracy to murder this lady in that very hotel only, while giving the big dose, I mean the heavy dose of the DMD.
Rajiv Bhaskar, how easy or difficult would it be for the police to prove that this was intentionally done with the intention of culpable homicide, to kill or to eliminate Sonali Phogat? Because at the end of the day, as per the statement that has been given by Sudhir to the Goa police, Rajiv Bhaskar, he says that all of them consumed the drugs. It was never their intention, or they never thought that it would land up in a case of overdose. So how easy or difficult would that be to prove in a court of law?
Yeah, initially, it was declared that it was heart attack, which was the cause of the heart attack. But later on, the mystery unfolded, and still it is not unfolded to that extent that, what was the motive behind that murder, or any kind of, if it was overdose, whether it was intentional or unintentional.
Yes.
Still, Haryana police's, family of Sonali Phogat requested for the CBI probe. and decision on that is still to be taken. But Goa police assured the Haryana police that we are going into the right direction. Whether it is in the right direction or not, it is still to be concluded. But yes, the people of Haryana as well as of Punjab, they are waiting for the mystery to be unfolded. And when it will be unfolded, what was the motive of the murder? If it was murder, that is still to be decided.
No, so Ranveer Sharma, Sudhir Sangwan was somebody that was known to Sonali Phogat. He was a personal assistant, a manager, a close associate. Some even said that they even had a personal relationship. For such a person, what would the motive be? As Rajiv Bhaskar was saying, every murder, assuming that this is a murder, every murder has a motive. What in Sudhir Sangwan's case would be that possible motive? Because ultimately, she was the star. She was the one who was bringing in the money, the fame, and everything. Why would he want her out of his life?
There are 2-3 doubts we can. Otherwise, so this is the duty of the Goa police. By that time, they would have decided, or they would have find out in the investigation what was the motive behind it. But so far, my experience is concerned the first motive of the Sangwan, because he belongs to a very good family. There was no need of doing the job of a personal assistant, which he was doing already, which was not up to his status. And secondly, there was a motive either to grab his property. Number one, property. I think the property is the basic reason, because she has a lot. She is a celebrity, and crore of the rupees must be having, and he is knowing all the in and out of the lady, because that is why he has in the farm also he made a theft of the items, laptop and etc.
Okay.
The case is also registered of the theft there in the Hisar district in Haryana only. And the third, which I can say, there was some disputes among the friendship also. She must be knowing some reasons. He must be knowing some secret of the Sangwan, or Sangwan may be knowing her secret. And thirdly, it can be a politically also. I cannot deny about this. This can be a political reason also, because she was in a celebrity and she was selected for the Adampur constituency in the last election year, and now the election was going on again because of the resignations of Mr. Bhajanlal's son, Bishnoi. And there can be some other reasons, because it has to be found out. Now the confession statement of...
Rajiv Bhaskar, is the family, at least at this stage, are they alleging any kind of political motivations or political imputation to Sonali Phogat's death? Because so far, I've not heard, or I've not come across, so far the finger of suspicion seems to be on Sudhir and Sukhwinder. But any political motives being ascribed to her unfortunate death, at least from the family side, just yet? Rajiv Bhaskar?
Yeah. No, the family is alleging that, earlier she went to Chandigarh and how she went to Goa from Chandigarh. They don't know. And the brother of Sonali, he has already alleged that Sudhir and Sukhwinder, they were the key accused. However, the motive is yet to be ascertained, because brother also did not reveal what can be the motive. So on that line, it is still, there is so much vacuum in the investigation that motive is so far has not come forward. This is all we are waiting for.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. I want to thank Rajiv Bhaskar and Ranveer Sharma for joining us. We'll see how this story plays out, because clearly there's a lot of interest, not least because of her celebrity status. She was very popular on social media. She was also very young. It's not an age to die. And the fact that it happened in mysterious circumstances, and now these chilling revelations are coming to the fore, whether it's through the nabbing of the other accused, whether it is through the nabbing of the owner of this particular pub. One thing is very clear. This beach shack has a notorious reputation. How it was allowed to function all these years, despite multiple such mysterious cases landing up there and connections being drawn up to this particular beach shack, that is something that is a matter of great intrigue. But let's move on to another story, which is also equally a matter of great intrigue, and this is in the state of Karnataka. Karnataka Matsya Shri Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, who was released after questioning by the police. This comes after the Mysore police registered a case under the POCSO Act, the Prevention of Child Sexual Abuse, against him, as well as 4 others in connection with allegations that were made by two minor girls that they were sexually harassed by this seer for a number of years at his mutt in Chitradurga. The seer, although has claimed innocence, he addressed the media right after his quizzing by the police. He claimed that this was a big conspiracy against him, and he has said that the truth will be revealed soon. So what exactly is the truth of Shivamurthy Muruga? We will take this to our guests in just a bit, but first the story so far.
The prominent Lingayat mutt in Karnataka is under scandal for sexual assault on minors. Two minor girls have now alleged Shivamurthy has sexually assaulted them for over 3.5 years.
All right, Priya Chetty Rajgopal is a citizen of Mysore and a citizens activist. Also, Sumansi Raman, political analyst, joining us. Priya, let me start with you first. The allegations first came to light over the weekend, where I believe that at least two minor girls, through their parents, approached an NGO, and it was the NGO which went and then lodged this complaint against Mr. Sharnaru. The question that's being asked is, how was this allowed to go for so long? In one case, I believe it went on for over 3 years. In the other case, for over a year. How did this happen? And that too inside the mutt, where there are other people, other individuals. How was this allowed to happen for such a long time?
It's obviously a terrible thing that has happened. And I think there is additional disgust, shame, fear, anger, outrage when it happens to somebody who's supposed to be a seer of a mutt or a holy person. I would obviously just, preempt that by saying alleged, because as of now, I think the case is under investigation, so we don't know. But being that as it may, whether it is correct or not, the fact is more and more cases like this are coming to light. And this is almost like par for the course. It's every single large, institution or, this kind of godman cult seems to generate this kind of activity or this kind of, misuse of power. So 3 or 4 things that come to my mind is I'm glad that somebody has stepped up and confronted this and filed a case, because you can imagine it must have been, if it is indeed proved true, it must have been going on for quite some time, before these young women have stepped up. The few points that I would like to mention is, there's additional responsibility when someone is in a position of power, whether religion, political, or academic, to be especially careful about their stance and about, influencing very young minds and their psyche like this. I mean, it's complete abuse of power. The position of influence cannot be misused like this. And this is a very cliched thing to say, but it needs to be said. Religion and sexual exploitation seems to be going hand in hand for such a long time. I'm surprised it's not more under the scanner from a preventive point of view.
Okay.
I think now, and I do not want to get prescriptive, but I think we really need to have better controls and monitoring of, institutions which are either led by religious or political figures, where there's a large amount of corpus. There is a genuine attempt to focus on education or improvement or whatever, but very, easily exploitable, young children are there for need special attention to make sure that doesn't happen again.
So, Sumansi Raman, one thing that I think Priya has a great point. Something needs to be said or done about the fact that we are seeing this increasingly happen in religious places, places of worship, places of cult of god men or women. We've seen what happened in the Nityananda case, in the Asaram Bapu case, even for that matter in the Franco-Mulakil case. How is it that under the guise of religion, these kinds of things are going on, and that too for such a long period of time? Is it that there's nobody for oversight there? Is it that these people are above the law? Surely that can't be the case.
Zaka, I don't think that such incidents are of recent origin. They probably have been happening from time immemorial. It is good in a way that more cases are coming out, because it allows us to sort of address this issue and try to take preventive action. So I don't think that, whoever these quote unquote godmen are, not referring to this particular case because it's still under investigation, but whichever cases, whenever such cases come up, I don't think that this is a recent phenomena. The fact that more and more people who are actually having the courage to speak up now is a good thing. And very importantly, I think we also need to consider that the environment that we create is, every time these cases come out, there is a little bit of outrage for a few days, and then we move on to the next story. Correct. And until the next case comes out. So no corrective steps which are preventive are actually being launched. So every year or 2 years there is some outrage, and then we go back to business as usual. So this particular case, one only hopes that there will be a fair investigation, and that is, the concern is because this is an influential mutt. It comes under a particular community that has tremendous clout in Karnataka to influence electoral politics, and therefore, one has to, even you saw even the chief minister was extremely cautious in his statement today, where he sort of said, investigation is going on, I don't want to say anything, and so on. And the opposition, in fact, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar actually came out, more or less in support of the Swamiji. So I think that we need to be concerned whether the investigation would be a fair investigation, but one certainly hopes that it would be fair, because abuse of children has to be beyond politics, beyond any kind of
it has to be unacceptable in a civilized society. And I think I want to take that point again with Priya. What is ironic, and maybe it's time to the elections, I don't know, but it's ironic that none of the mainstream parties, the three main parties in Karnataka, whether it's BJP, Congress, or even JDS for that matter, have come and outright, supported the victims here. You would imagine that in such a case, and yes, the allegations are yet to be proved, but in such a case, because of just the shocking nature of what we are hearing, that any political party would want to be seen with the side of the victims unabashedly. But none of them have taken a position, whether it's in BJP, Congress. In fact, some politicians have actually come forth and even given a clean chit to this gentleman.
Yes, I think this has been, again, a motive that keeps happening, because this is a huge vote bank. This is a huge position of influence. So this does tend to happen, and it disappoints me, but it doesn't surprise me. And as I said, all of these are still allegations. And please note, there are two things that are an interesting developments, which is now there's a counter complaint against the administration officer, which is, I think, Mr. Basavarajan or Dr. Basavarajan, who is supposed to have instigated this complaint against the seer. So you can see it's already started going back and forth in a slightly more dramatic way to take away the focus on the real issue, etc. So this is the sad thing. Somewhere we're going to forget children, and I'm sure that these are not the only people. Few things that I do want to be able to say, that yes, I think it's sad that the government has not come or is so cautious about it, but maybe for good reason. As you said, it's still alleged. So, but the focus on supporting the victims, or to be able to say, hey, listen, this is unacceptable. We are investigating, but let us give all support to these children, and it's not been done. But I have three things that I do want. What all of these are primarily pushed very much because there's a very strong funding. There's a corpus. So there's a lot at stake here. There are people who want to be there. People who have a lot of power because there's money and there's stuff that needs to be, spent. So that is one. The second thing is, in terms of better controls and monitoring of educational institutions and hostels like this, I mean, we have seen some terrible cases. I mean, these are not even in any way, acceptable, imaginable. So you need yearly audits. And I think you need to have that under a slightly, combination of a structured and unstructured system.
Okay, because Sumant, I'll give you the final word. I've got 1 minute to wrap up.
Zaka, there is another, perhaps it's a coincidence, but Rahul Gandhi visited this mutt in the first week of August, I think August 17th, thereabouts, and was given Diksha and sort of initiated into the sect, by the very same Swamiji. And now you have Mr. D.K. Shivakumar
rushing out to give more or less a clean chit. So I mean, this could be just this is just speculative thinking, but the fact that this also happened adds a political dimension of political conspiracy into this whole incident. But we need a
political or
fair
otherwise,
investigation.
my limited point is that you can't have mainstream political parties not side with a victim, and that too in this case when victims happen to be minors. Let the investigation proceed. Nobody wants to carry out some kind of a crucifixion campaign, but ultimately these have to be proved or disproved in a court of law. But it's clear that things like, sexual abuse against children, girl children, should be absolutely unacceptable in any civilized society. I think that is a red line that we cannot afford to cross. We'll leave it at that. Thanks very much, Priya and Sumant. With that, it's a wrap. My colleague Anusha joining you with Plain Speak.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Plain Speak. I'm Anusha Soni. A horrific crime has been reported from Dumka in Jharkhand. A 19-year-old girl was set ablaze by her jilted stalker on the 23rd of August. The girl, unfortunately, has succumbed to her burn injuries. While the accused in the case, Shahrukh and his accomplice, have been arrested, the gruesome incident once again reminds us of the rampant violence that women face in our society. Here's what that makes matter worse. The victim had to travel about 250 kilometers to get basic treatment. At the local hospital nearby, she was given nothing but saline bottles, while she had about at least 45% burn injuries. There are communal overtones to this entire story. You have the Union Minister, Giriraj Singh, who's called this hate crime a result of politics of appeasement. Various right-wing groups are demanding death penalty for the murderer. The victim, before her death, had given a statement in which she narrates how she was being hounded by the accused. Now, this statement alone should be good enough to nail the culprits in a court of law. Now, we're also getting you the reactions which have come in on the story, the statement of the victim which has really come in. Let's begin by first hearing what the girl said in this very crucial statement that she gave before her death. Listen.
वो हमको धमकी दे रहा था कि तुम मिलो, नहीं मिल रहे थे, तो इसलिए हम फिर धमकी दिया, फिर आके आग जला के कर दिया 10 से 15 दिन से। कहता था तुम बात करो, मिलो हमसे और शादी करो, नहीं तो तुमको मार देंगे, धमकी देता था।
You heard the victim. She was getting repeated threats from that stalker. We're playing out these visuals for you. This is the man. His name is Shahrukh. One of his other accomplices has also been arrested. He was seen smiling and walking with much pride while he was being arrested by the police authorities. Now, this accused Shahrukh, after being arrested, was smiling. There was no sign of remorse or at least shame which should be visible in a person. This takes us to another question. While our judiciary, our judicial system insists on reform, these images show how there is a lacuna, there's a gap, and the present system has failed at many levels. We don't know whether the trial will be a speedy one. We don't know whether the long, slow and tardy judicial system will become a punishment for the victim's family. Exploiting the weaknesses and technicalities of the law, often men involved in such heinous crimes like hate crimes or even acid attacks have been successful in securing bails from court of law. Our processes have become punishment, and the society at large has failed to create deterrence for men who indulge in such crimes. And we all know that this is not a standalone incident. Two recent examples that I want to cite. On the 25th of August 2022, a 16-year-old girl was on her way to school when she was shot by her stalker. In March, a man killed a minor girl after she refused her advances.
These two had met on Instagram. We didn't speak much about these instances in the public domain. However, these instances remind us that crimes like these are not far and few, but they're rampant. Let's also take an overall perspective about crime against women in the state of Jharkhand. Let's have a look at these numbers. 2022, about 1,794 cases reported. 2021, 1,617, and 2022, the data is still emerging, 666 so far. These pertain to rape cases. Let's also look at cases pertaining to dowry deaths. These are important indices to watch out for when we look at crime against women. 2020, 273, 21, 278, 79 till May. Now, while these figures in themselves are very low, if you look at a comparative analysis, if you look at the NCRB data compared to various other states, Jharkhand has much lower rate of crime. Now, there can be two factors which are responsible for it. One, the low reporting of crime, and secondly, the fact that it's a tribal state. So often the reach of judiciary, the reach of police administration is much low. That's the key question we asked tonight. 19-year-old has been burnt alive. And is this the case which is fit for the rarest of rare? Top legal voices like Abhishek Manu Singh, we had tweeted out that perhaps this is one case where one should look at this entire incident and talk about the rarest of rare. Death penalty should be an example that should be set here. Not any kind of bail or any kind of remission that accused or the convicts in cases like these really deserve. Now, through the course of the day, we had various political reactions coming in on the story, including the Chief Minister, who assured proper action. We had the opposition that has cornered the government over this entire issue. Listen in to the reactions on the story.
जो घटना हुई है, ये घटना निश्चित रूप से काफी हृदय विदारक है और इसमें कानून अपना काम कर रहा है।
पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया जो हमने बैंड किया था, इस सरकार आने के बाद जिहादी ताकतें काफी सक्रिय हो गए और कहीं न कहीं इस घटना में भी कहीं पीएफआई का तो हाथ नहीं है। इसकी जांच करें एसआईटी बनाकर।
जिसका निर्माण जनजाति समुदाय के उत्थान के लिए हुआ था, जनजाति कल्याण के लिए इस राज्य को अलग से बनाया गया था, वो जो राज्य है अब वो जिहादियों का राज्य बनता चला जा रहा है।
ये सोची समझी रणनीति के तहत हुआ है, ये लव जिहाद है। या तो आओ मेरे साथ शादी करो वरना जला दिए जाओगे।
And we have a statement coming in from the Jharkhand governor, Ramesh Pais, who has spoken to the Director General of Police and expressed displeasure over the worsening law and order situation in the state. That's the statement coming in from governor, who has taken cognizance and note of this entire incident, also sought a report from the top officials. This only points out to the shockwave that this entire incident has thrown in the state of Jharkhand, with the opposition ramping up its pressure on the government. There are demands that there should be much higher compensation, about 10 lakh, which has been given by the government so far. The opposition says the compensation should be up to 1 crore rupees. And also the larger political angle, the communal angle which has been spoken of, that there is politics of appeasement which is responsible for crimes like these. We have seen multiple instances where a man or a woman have been killed by either side for engaging or for being a part of a love relationship with a person of another community. These kind of instances have always thrown in some very uncomfortable and difficult questions. My colleague Saurav is with us on the broadcast. Saurav, give us more context about the statement from the governor.
For past 1 week, governor has been in the light in Jharkhand because of the decision that has to be made public about Hemant Soren's disqualification is still not made public. So all the national media are in Ranchi waiting for the decision. Now today, when Ankita's death was reported from Rajendra Institute of Medical Sciences, the governor took cognizance of it. He had called the chief secretary and the DGP of the state, and when DGP went there, he was actually angry about the law and order situation, which was getting worse in the state, and he categorically he said that there are several instances about law and order which are is a matter of concern, and it has to be improved. So he also said that these kinds of incidents are not meant for the society, and this has to be improved. and that this was a kind of a bit of warning to the DGP by the governor about the law and order situation. Moreover, the governor has issued a check of 2 lakh as a compensation to the victim from his discretionary fund. So the governor has taken this step boldly and has summoned the DGP about the law and order situation in Jharkhand right now.
All right, thank you. Sorry for getting us all the details. The interference and the attention of the governor only points out to how serious this entire crime is. And of course it is. We should not treat these as matters or news stories that form a part of our daily news dose, and they need to be taken very, very seriously. Joining us on the broadcast is our full panel of guests. We'll ask this question about, is this the fit case for the rarest of rare? Joining us on the broadcast is Charu Pragya. She's the spokesperson for the BJP. We have Shilpa Neha Tikri, who's from the Congress party, a spokesperson for them. Dr. Mahua Majri, who's an MP for Rajya Sabha from JMM, is also joining us on the broadcast. And Nirmal Kaur, who's the former IPS officer, is also with us on the show. Thank you all for joining us on the broadcast. Charu, I'm coming to you first. Various questions that the opposition parties have raised. There are top voices from the BJP which are also saying that somewhere the politics of appeasement is responsible for an incident like this. Can you substantiate more on that? Because your political opponents will say you are simply politicizing and communalizing a case which is merely violence against women.
And Anusha, you know, the fact is that unfortunately that is what this has been disguised as for the longest time, and that is why instances like this continue to occur across the country. Now, this is not an expression of love that you propose to a girl, and then if she does not agree to be with you, you treat her that brutally. This time it was burning her. Many a times it is rape, it is gang rape,
Charu,
it is horrific.
I really apologize. I have to interrupt you there. Mr. Raghubar Das is joining us on the broadcast. He is the former Chief Minister for the state of Jharkhand. He is with us on the show. सर बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. एक बहुत ही दुखद घटना हुई है झारखंड में. हम सभी को दुख है उस लड़की के साथ जो भी हुआ, अंकिता के साथ जो भी हुआ. क्या ऐसा था जो झारखंड सरकार को करना चाहिए था कि इस तरह की दुखद घटना ना हो, और कैसे हम उस लड़की के परिवार को पूरी तरह से इंसाफ दिला सकते हैं?
नहीं, निश्चित रूप से जो घटना घटी है झारखंड को शर्मसार करने वाली घटना है. बहुत ही दुखद घटना जैसे आपने कही. देखिए, राज्य सरकार माननीय हेमंत सोरेन की गद्दी में बैठने के साथ ही झारखंड में जो जिहादी मानसिकता के लोग काफी सक्रिय हुए और लव जिहादी के नाम पर झारखंड में आए दिन इस तरह की कुछ ना कुछ घटना होते रहती. उसी के परिणाम स्वरूप हम सब ने देखा कि एक सिरफिरे किस प्रकार एक नाबालिग 17 वर्ष की बच्ची जो 12वीं क्लास की छात्रा थी, उसके खिड़की में खुद तेजाब पेट्रोल फेंककर आग लगाना, और जिस तरह गिरफ्तारी के बाद भी निर्लज होकर जिस तरह सांस से चलना, ये दर्शाता है कि जो राज्य सरकार हमारे झारखंड में है, ये वोट बैंक और तुष्टीकरण के कारण हमारी झारखंड की बेटी अंकिता उसकी भेंट चढ़ गई. क्योंकि ये घटना भोर में 4 बजे हुई थी. आज उसके सुबह पिताजी ने फोन की थी हमें और सारी घटना की जानकारी दी, और उन्होंने कहा कि सर एक बार आप आइए. हमने कहा मेरी थोड़ी तबीयत खराब है, 1-2 दिनों में आऊंगा. तो भोर में 4 बजे घटना हुई. 5 बजे उनके पिताजी ने अपनी बेटी को तड़पते हुए फूलो झानो दुमका हॉस्पिटल में ले गई
जी.
लेकिन वहां इलाज में भी लापरवाही बरती गई. सिर्फ 12 बोतल पानी चढ़ाया गया और तैसे तैसे मलहम लगाकर कहा कि आप रेफर रेम्स ले जाओ. अगर उसी समय राज्य सरकार थोड़ी भी संवेदनशील होती तो एयर बस करके सरकारी खर्च पे उसी को अगर दिल्ली भेज दिया जाता तो आज हमारी बच्ची जीवित रहती.
जी बिल्कुल. इसी तरीके की सक्रियता हमने देश में देखी थी जब निर्भया का कांड हुआ था, और निर्भया को हर तरीके का ट्रीटमेंट दिया गया. हर उस लड़की के साथ जिसके साथ ये हादसा होता है, इस तरह का ट्रीटमेंट उसको मिलना चाहिए, बेहतर से बेहतर. 2 सवाल है मेरे आपसे रघुबर दास जी. हम इस पूरे वाक्य को तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति क्यों समझें? क्या वजह है कि ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति है? एक सवाल जो आपके राजनीतिक प्रतिद्वंदी भी आप पर उठाएंगे, वो ये उठाएंगे कि कहीं ना कहीं आप इस पूरे मुद्दे का राजनीतिकरण कर रहे हैं अपने राजनीतिक फायदे के लिए. इसका जवाब आपसे चाहूंगी.
नहीं मैडम, देखिए आज से 1.5-2 महीना पहले नमाज पढ़ने के क्रम में दंगा हुई थी। एक अभियुक्त नदीम को गोली लगी थी। राज्य सरकार ने तुरंत सरकारी खर्च पर एयर एम्बुलेंस कर उन्हें दिल्ली में इलाज कराया। तो सरकार किसी एक वर्ग, एक संप्रदाय की नहीं होती है। जब इतनी बड़ी घटना हो गई थी, और साधारण घटना नहीं थी, एक खास समुदाय के लड़के के द्वारा जबरदस्ती उस लड़के के साथ इस तरह का व्यवहार करना, तो राज्य सरकार क्या कर्तव्य नहीं था? सरकार को विभेद नहीं करना चाहिए। हमें प्रकट होती है, इनके जब वोट बैंक के पर कोई आफत आता है तो उनकी ये सुध लेती है, लेकिन बहुसंख्यक समाज के साथ अगर कोई घटना घटती है तो आप लापरवाही बरते हैं। और सबसे बड़ा, मुख्यमंत्री जी आज मुंह खोले, एक घटना को 6-7 दिन हो गए। मुख्यमंत्री जी का वो विधानसभा क्षेत्र है, वहाँ के निवासी हैं, संथाल परगना, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा, शिबू सोरेन, इनके पूरे परिवार का राजनीतिक चारागाह है, आर्थिक चारागाह है। अब जिस आप रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, आपके भाई रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, बगल में आपकी भाभी रिप्रेजेंट करती है, और उस क्षेत्र से एक बेटी के साथ इस तरह हृदय विदारक घटना पर आप 7 दिन के बाद आज मुंह खोल रहे हैं, और आप 3-4 दिन तक लगातार आप पिकनिक बना रहे हैं, हंसी मजाक कर रहे हैं। मुख्यमंत्री एक संवैधानिक पद पर बैठा व्यक्ति सीटी बजा रहा है, और ये जरूरत नहीं महसूस हुई, ये बगल में रिम्स है, हम जाके कोई भी सत्तारूढ़ दल का एक विधायक या मंत्री कोई जाके देख सकता। आज तक दुमका में न झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा का एक सामान्य कार्यकर्ता भी उस पिता के पास सांत्वना देने के लिए गया है। ये साफ दर्शाता है कि ये वोट बैंक की राजनीति के तहत, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के तहत सरकार उतना ही काम करती है जितना उनका वोट सुरक्षित।
एक और सवाल मैं जानती हूँ, आपके पास समय सीमित है। पीड़िता के परिवार ने अभी तक आपको क्या बोला है? वो किस तरह की मदद है जो सरकार से चाहते हैं? और एक और बात आपने मेंशन किया, आपने कहा कि बहुत सारी ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जैसे PFI, आपने लव जिहाद शब्द का भी उपयोग किया। ये सारी जो बातें हैं, इनका क्या कोई फैक्चुअल बेसिस है या कोई ऐसे सबूत हैं जिनके बेसिस पे हम कह सकते हैं कि इस तरह की कोई लार्जर कंस्पिरेसी या बड़ी रणनीति पूरे प्रदेश में चल रही है?
जी देखिए, जब मेरी सरकार थी तो इसी पाकुड़ में PFI के लोग ने राष्ट्र विरोधी गतिविधियां कर रही थी, तो हमने बैंड लगाया था। लेकिन ये सरकार आने के बाद PFI के लोग सक्रिय हो गए। अभी आपने देखा होगा 1 महीने के अंदर संथाल परगना के जितने मुस्लिम बहुसंख्यक स्कूल में है, उस स्कूल में शुक्रवार को छुट्टी घोषित, सरकारी स्कूल में। ये आप सब लोग ने भी टीवी में इसको दिखाने का काम किया था। और जिस तरह ये अभियुक्त इतनी बड़ी घटना करने के बाद जिस तरह हंसता हुआ जा रहा, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये PFI का एक गिरोह है, क्योंकि वहाँ हमारा पाकुड़ से मालदा और मुर्शिदाबाद सटा हुआ है, और बड़ी संख्या में बांग्लादेशी मुसलमान, रोनिया मुसलमान घुसकर हमारे भोले भाले आदिवासी बच्चियों के साथ शादी करके न सिर्फ संथाल परगना का डेमोग्राफी खराब कर रहा, बल्कि जमीन का भी जिहादी कर रहा। हजारों एकड़ जमीन आज बांग्लादेशी मुसलमान के कब्जे में है।
रघुवर जी, मैं पूरी उम्मीद करती हूँ इस देश का एक नागरिक होने के नाते कि आपकी पूरी राजनीति और जिस भी तरह के सवाल आप उठा रहे हैं उससे पीड़िता के परिवार को मदद मिले, उन्हें से ज्यादा राशि मिल सके सरकार से, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज, ये पूरा ट्रायल एक स्पीडी ट्रायल हो, जल्द से जल्द न्याय मिले, और ये जो अक्यूज्ड हैं ये किसी भी तरीके के दावपेच का, कानूनी दावपेच का फायदा ना उठा पाए। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
धन्यवाद। लेकिन ध्यान में भी रखना है कोई इस तरह की पुनरावृत्ति ना हो घटना।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल रघुवर दास जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए।
धन्यवाद।
I go back to my guests, Charu Pragya, Shilpa Neha Tikri, Dr. Mahua Maiji and Nirmal Kaur continue to be with us on the broadcast. Charu, I'll just come back to you. But I have a lot of questions, Dr. Mahua, coming to you. There's a pertinent point that the BJP is raising. Why did it take more than 6 to 7 days for the Chief Minister to make a statement on this entire issue? Why none of the local leaders from the JMM or from your party bothered to visit the victim? Third, and the most important point, the local primary healthcare center or the local hospital was unable to give any sort of treatment to the victim. Shouldn't your government must have stepped in at that point in time?
मैं एक एक करके आपके सवालों का जवाब देना चाहूंगी।
जी महुआ जी।
पहला सवाल, पहले तो सबसे पहले मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि हम सभी को बहुत दुख है अंकिता के साथ जो कुछ भी हुआ उसकी हम घोर निंदा करते हैं। ऐसा कभी नहीं होना चाहिए। और आपको मैं बता दूं कि जिसने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है वो एक विक्षिप्त या सिफिरा टाइप का लड़का था। अगर वह स्वस्थ होता तो निश्चित रूप से जिसे वो प्यार करता है उसके साथ इस तरह का बर्ताव कभी भी नहीं करता। और मैं दूसरी बात ये कहना चाहूंगी कि हमारी सरकार पूरी तरह से उस परिवार के साथ है। भाजपा शुरू से ही इस मामले को राजनीतिक रंग दे रही है। भाजपा धर्म के नाम पर हमारे स्टेट में लगातार लोगों को आपस में लड़ाने का काम करती है। आपको सबसे पहले मैं ये बताना चाहूंगी कि पिछली सरकार में अभी माननीय पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री रघुवर दास जी आए थे और उन्होंने बहुत सारी बातें हमारी सरकार के खिलाफ कही है। तो उनके समय की एक घटना मैं बताना चाहूंगी कि माननीय मंत्री जयंत सिन्हा जी जो भाजपा के मंत्री रहे हैं, उन्होंने मॉब लिंचिंग के दोषियों को जो वहां जेल से छूट कर आए थे उन्होंने सामूहिक रूप से
उनकी भी निंदा की गई थी। उनको भी बोला गया था कि आपने जो किया है वो गलत किया है। लेकिन मैं आज आपसे कुछ सीधे सवाल पूछ रही हूँ महुआ जी। जी बोलिए महुआ जी।
सवाल का ही जवाब देना चाहूंगी। मैं सबसे पहली बात कि अगर लड़की के पिता ने माननीय रघुवर दास जी से मदद मांगी थी जिस दिन घटना हुई उसके 1-2 घंटे के बाद, तो क्या भाजपा के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री रहने के कारण क्या वो किसी भी व्यक्ति को फोन करके या अपने किसी कार्यकर्ता को या किसी सरकारी अधिकारी को अगर वो एक फोन भी कर देते कि तुरंत उस लड़की को लेके रांची या कहीं भेजा जाए, तो क्या वो नहीं आते? हम लोग खुद करते हैं। हम मुख्यमंत्री नहीं रहे हैं, लेकिन जब भी कोई पीड़िता या पीड़ित रात के 1 बजे 2 बजे भी हमें फोन करता है, तो चाहे किसी की भी सरकार रहे, हम लोग फोन करके तुरंत उनकी मदद करते हैं। हम बीमारी का बहाना नहीं बनाते, क्योंकि वो यहाँ पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री रह चुके हैं। पूरे प्रदेश में भाजपा के हजारों
मुझे माफ करिए, मैं आपको रोक रही हूँ। आपके फ्रेम में थोड़ी सी दिक्कत आ रही है। माय टीम इज जस्ट गोइंग टू फिक्स योर फ्रेम।
निकल कर आए हैं, क्या ये सिर्फ सरकार सिर्फ हमारी पार्टी का ही काम है कि उस पीड़िता को न्याय दिलाया जाए? और दूसरी बात कि हमारी सरकार की तरफ से वहां जाने या न जाने की जो बात है, सरकार पूरी तरह से गंभीर है। तभी आपको पता होना चाहिए कि घटना घटित होने के 5 से 6 घंटे के अंदर ही उस जो अपराधी था उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है। ये हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के आदेश से हुआ है।
क्या कोई भी झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चे का नेता गया और पीड़िता से मिला? क्या मुख्यमंत्री ने इस पर कोई भी बयान दिया? क्या आपके परिवार, आपकी पार्टी से कोई भी ऐसे लोग थे जो परिवार से मिलने गए? ये सारे तो बड़े जायज सवाल है ना।
हम लोग प्रदर्शन पर विश्वास नहीं करते हैं। अगर यहाँ पर ऐसे मामलों में अक्सर देखा जाता है कि इसे एक राजनीतिक मुद्दा बना दिया जाता है, धार्मिक मुद्दा बना दिया जाता है, दंगे फसाद भड़काने का काम किया जाता है।
लेकिन मैंने अभी आपसे ऐसा कोई भी सवाल नहीं पूछा। मैंने आपसे सिर्फ वो सवाल पूछे जो किसी भी सरकार की, किसी भी राज्य की चुनी हुई सरकार से पूछे जाने चाहिए कि आपने पीड़िता के परिवार के लिए क्या किया, आपकी पार्टी के नेताओं ने पीड़िता के परिवार के लिए क्या किया, मुख्यमंत्री ने बयान क्यों नहीं दिया? ये सारे सवाल तो आपको जवाब देना भी पड़ेगा।
जिसकी मांग भाजपा ने ही की थी और पीड़ित परिवार के साथ है हमारी सरकार। दोषियों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा देने के लिए उन्होंने कहा है कि फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट के माध्यम से दोषी को सजा देनी चाहिए। और सबसे पहली बात कि इस तरह के जो क्रिमिनल्स होते हैं, इस तरह के जो दोषी होते हैं, वो किसी मजहब के नहीं होते हैं, वो कोई भी हो सकता है। निर्भया कांड के समय में भी जो घटनाएं हुई थी वो किसी हिंदू या मुस्लिम वो नहीं था।
देखिए, बीजेपी का कहना है, और रघुवर दास जी थे, बहुत सारे दूसरे बीजेपी के भी ऐसे नेता हैं जिनका कहना है कि एक लार्जर डिजाइन है, एक बड़ी रणनीति के तहत, एक साजिश के तहत ये सारी चीजें की जा रही हैं। चारू प्रज्ञा, कमिंग टू यू, सॉरी यू वर इंटरप्टेड अर्लियर, बट द क्वेश्चन दैट आई वांट टू आस्क यू इज दैट इज देयर एनी सब्सटैंशियल बेसिस फॉर बीजेपी एंड इट्स लीडर्स टू मेक assertions like this?
So, Anusha, I was listening to the JMM spokesperson, and she's an honorable member of parliament. I'm going to do my best to be polite, but I think she's sitting here with her eyes closed, with her ears closed. If she pretends that there is no religious angle to this, Jharkhand has been riddled with religious angles since their government came into power. I can take numerous examples, but let me only take one for now and come back to discuss the child we have lost, and I'm calling her a child. She was at least 4 years away from marriageable age, and this man had the courage, and he was allowed to be in a position where he ended her life. She was 4 years away from marriage. She could not even legally marry till the age of 21. But the important thing is, do you remember how under JNN and Congress government, schools' names have been changed to Urdu schools. Schools actually started giving weekly offs on Fridays, and Jharkhand government knew about it. Then our MLA flagged them off of it. That is when they sent out a letter, and now they are pretending they are fixing it. The situation in Jharkhand is such that they cannot win elections if they don't side with these kind of antisocial elements. It's well and good to come on television and do some political posturing.
In this case, the accused was arrested in less than 4 to 5 hours.
I wanted to come to that. And Anusha, when I saw visuals of that man being arrested, he actually looked like he was being given a reward. उसको स्टेज पे बुला के उसको मेडल पिलाया जा रहा है. That is how that man looked. And is that because of the way the police treated him? He had any reason to believe that he will be let off scot-free? Will he be bailed out? Will he be called mentally unstable, and then his family background will be discussed, and he will be allowed to roam the streets of that state again, and God knows attack how many other women. And the sad thing is, when an incident like this happens, there is a lot of one-sided reporting. There is always hiding the identity of the Muslim culprits part. So you'll always just say, I've read so many articles over the last few days. Nobody wants to address the fact that this was a Muslim man who targeted a little Hindu girl, and when she did not agree to be with him, he thought whatever he does is allowed because his religion allows it, because according to them, if she agrees to marry him and become a Muslim, it's all well and good, but if she doesn't, she deserves to die. And that thought process is what we are fighting against.
But before I go to other guests, Charu, a short question from you. Haven't we seen, unfortunately in this country, many instances where maybe the boy and girl are from the same religion or the same community, but if the girl refuses the advances of a man, they resort to such criminal tactics? What draws the caveat that this is communal, this is motivated by religion, and this is simply a crime against women? There is no theoretical or psychological yardstick that we can apply.
So on a very basic level, I do agree with you. Crime against women have to be approached with that angle and direction. But at the same time, there has been a lot of calculated crime against women of a certain community by men of a certain minority community, and we cannot hide away from it. One of the reasons why the love jihad law is cropping up in so many states in our country, that's the reason, and Jharkhand also needs to come up with that law.
Okay,
we are anyways on shaky ground politically. Maybe they should take some corrective measures.
I want to bring in Shilpa Neha Tikri and Nirmal Kaur also into the discussion. Shilpa ji, coming to you. As a woman, do you think what the state government did was enough, or something more should have been done? There are various questions that BJP is raising. I will come to the communal angle part of it later. But shouldn't more help have been accorded to the victim's family? Had she been given timely treatment and more sensitive approach by the state authorities, perhaps she would be alive today.
Anushka, first of all, this is my first time in CNN, so I would like to thank you for having me here. And whatever happened with Ankita was absolutely an heinous crime. Whatever political debate this might be, but I by no means supports anything, any activity as such, any crime as such. And I completely feel for the family what happened with her. On the other hand, that you asked me, right, if the government could have done anything more. See, Anushka, what I would like to bring to your notice is that immediately after the issue was brought up to the government, all kind of financial help was provided to her. But on the same hand, when she was brought to the hospital, and I've spoken to the doctors myself, she was, Ankita had endured about 65% of burn, which is, so 30% is a fatal mark. and she had already endured 65%. What I'm trying to say is that she was extremely critical, in a very critical condition is when she was brought to the hospital. But immediately directions were given to the administration to take immediate action, which is why the culprit was caught within 5 hours. And Charu is right, that man was smiling and laughing, which absolutely shows that how troubled he is from the mind.
मगर एक और सवाल है शिल्पा जी, जो रघुवर दास जी भी पूछ रहे थे कुछ समय पहले. There's one more question that he was asking, that did anyone from your alliance partner or from the Congress party try and reach out to the victim's family? If you're in politics, you are there for public service, at least in theory, at least according to the constitutional ideals. And if a gruesome, heinous crime of this nature has happened, then the ruling government of the day, then the party members should make an effort and reach out to victims. Did Congress or JMM make that effort?
Look, Anushka, on the day this crime was conducted, had happened, immediate help was sent to the girl, and she was brought to the hospital, and all of that was happening. But what you're asking me is that if anyone reached out to her in person, and I will say that nobody had gone to her, and that is why I would like to give a reason for that. Why you also are aware of what is happening in the Jharkhand right now, the political turmoil that has been happening. And we have been constantly being asked to report to the CM's house, and all of this had been happening. But at the same time,
I will fail in my duty as a journalist if I take that explanation from you. Even if you're trying to save your government, even if your government is in a huddle.
No, Anushka, let me complete. See, I'm not trying to
with
spare
utmost
my
respect.
government. Okay? I'm not trying. I'm just trying to tell you the truth. I'm just trying to tell you the truth, because nobody will tell you. People will ask you a lot of questions, and they'll raise a lot of questions on the current government, but nobody is going to say that the convict was.
Okay, Shilpa, I do think that irrespective of however bigger of a crisis a government is managing, if there's a victim, a case which is dominating headlines, which has drawn public attention and is heinous, the authorities and more importantly the party members who are in power, the parties which are in power, should make an effort. Nirmal ji, I'm coming to you for having the last word. When you look at heinous crime like this, we have often spoken the need for speedy trial, good police investigation. In this case, the accused was arrested within few hours. There is also a damning statement that the victim has given before her death. Should that be enough to book the culprits who've been arrested in this case?
Yes. You know, the dying declaration under section 164 CRP.
Please, let her.
The dying declaration. Yeah. The dying declaration under section 164 CRPC is a very, very strong piece of evidence. That is the only evidence which is admissible without any cross-examination. That's a highly, I think it's a shut and tight case, and she will definitely, I think it's a very speedy trial can be taking place. The only thing is he took just 1 minute to burn her up, sprinkle petrol and put a matchstick. And how many years will Ankita get to get justice? And how many levels of appeal will be there? What is going to happen? Meanwhile, he'll live on sarkari khana, sarkari accommodation, everything. And one more point I want to make is that if, the kind of shameless expression on his face, as if he was proud of it, that is, somewhere there is a social sanction to this behavior. Yeah. Because I've done a lot of work in Bengal, and in Bengal we saw that there are certain these fundamentalist kind of organizations that pay boys money and a motorcycle and everything to, kind of romantically engage girls and, spoil their, make them into some kind of sex slaves and work slaves. That I've seen happening. And, this has not been...
in your, I'm sorry I'm interrupting, but I want to know this from you. In your experience, have you seen any larger design of what the BJP calls the love jihad angle? Is there any substantial basis to it?
BJP doesn't invent this word. It came from Kerala. The Christians said it. The Christian priest, the Christian community there is still saying it. I mean, the love jihad started in Kerala, I think, on a large scale, and it was not brought up by BJP in the first place. The Christians said it. They invented this word, and they are still using it. If you go to Kerala and find lots of Christian fathers.
I'm short of time. Charu, 30 seconds to you. 30 seconds to you.
Very quickly. Yeah. While Nirmal ma'am was speaking, I also want to note one point. This boy was stalking this girl for days at end. She did not have enough confidence in Jharkhand police to go and make a complaint about it. And that speaks that speaks in a very low manner about the kind of work this police has been doing under the
Point taken, Charu. Charu, Pragya, Shilpa Neha Tikri, Dr. Mahua Maji and Nirmal Kaur. Thank you everyone for joining us on the show. The purpose of this debate was to point out to the glaring lapses that perhaps happened from the side of the government that could have perhaps saved the life of this girl. We hope there is a speedy trial and the accused are not able to take any kind of advantage of technicalities of law. With that, we are shifting to another crucial debate and another important story that came from a statement that went viral on social media. A statement from the former judge of the Supreme Court, Justice Indu Malhotra, has gone viral. In this statement, the judge is heard saying how there are repeated attempts to control Hindu temples that have been made by various governments. The judge in this old statement makes a specific comment on communist government or the governments formed by the left parties. This has once again sparked off the debate around the control of temples by the government and to what extent should the government interfere in the management of temples. This interference and management is one of the much criticized conundrums of independent secular India. The 5 states of southern India make up for over 90,000 temples and more than that, and the revenue runs in hundreds of crores. As we dive into the debate, first let's listen in what Justice Indu Malhotra said earlier.
That's what happens with these communist governments. They want to just take over because of the revenue. Their problem is the revenue. All over they've taken over. All over. Only Hindu temples. So Justice Lalit and I said, no, we will not allow it.
So that's the debate we are asking today. Should the temples be completely free from government control? Various steps have been taken in various states across the country, to a great extent in the state of Uttarakhand as well. Is that a model that can be replicated in other states as well? Joining us on the broadcast is Dr. Subramaniam Swamy. Now, Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, thank you so much for speaking to us on the broadcast. You're somebody who has raked up this issue multiple times in the public domain. The comments made by Justice Indu Malhotra, they talk about the control of the temples. It has once again sparked this debate. To what extent should government control temples? And as far as the judge's statement is concerned, how much of substance do you really find in that comment?
Well, she was in Kerala, I think, when she made that statement. So communists were ruling, so she must have said communists. Otherwise, I'm 100% certain she's a very smart lady and now, of course, retired. But she knows the subject well, and I fully agree with her if she says that government control of temples is bad, and if at all there is some problem with the financial mismanagement in a temple, the government can intervene temporarily to rectify that. That's a judgment given by the Supreme Court in my petition, and has been and the judgment was given on 2014 by the then Supreme Court judges. One of them was in fact Bobde, who later became Chief Justice.
Well, sir, as you rightly said, this is the issue in Kerala and I'm sure in other parts of the country as well. You're one of those people who have repeatedly spoken about this issue in the public domain. There is limited effort that have been made by various governments in this regard. What explains this political reticence?
Well, I forced several governments to fall back. For example, our BJP government in Uttarakhand, they nationalized all the temples. I mean, 104 temples and Char Dhams, all, you know, the entire thing. And then I went to court. And as a consequence of it, they had to withdraw that from all the temples. Now the temples are free in Uttarakhand. And this is when BJP is in power. BJP has also done something wrong in Maharashtra, in Pandharpur, and I'm going there on the 15th of September. And I will take that up also. I have taken up Tirupati, and it is halfway through. Usually the problem, like in Kerala, of Padmanabha Swami temple, or generally all the temples in Kerala, we don't know the court asked me only one question: okay, we remove the government, then who does it go to? Some places it becomes very clear who you should go to. For instance, Tamil Nadu, the Sabanayak Shiva temple went back to the people from whom it was snatched. The Dikshitas, as they were called, they were the pujaris of the temple, and they owned the temple. So I think what the country needs, and I think the Prime Minister in fact should take the initiative in this, the country needs a gathering of top of our sannyasis of our country who are known for their scholarship, who are known for their reputation and so on, and bring them together and drop a plan. There are 4 lakh temples which are in the hands of governments in different states. Yeah. This is not the job of the government. Yes, government, if financial mismanagement is there, they can intervene, set it right, and then get out of it. But they can't be the managers of a temple. Like in Tamil Nadu, which I have taken up, they are even appointing the pujaris. Now, DMK doesn't believe in religion. How can the DMK properly appoint a pujari? Anyway, I am saying no government should appoint a archaka or a pujari or whatever you want to call it. So, therefore, freeing the temples, no other religion, Islam, Christianity, etc., none of them have any government intervention. Why this special love for Hindu temples, I don't know, of the government of India.
Dr. Swami, my last question to you. The judiciary has also played a very important role in the dynamics involved between the government and the various temple boards. Specifically with regard to the role that the Court of Records, High Court and Supreme Court have played, what kind of role do you see from the judiciary in the past and in the future?
Well, I would say that whatever role they played has been excellent, but it's not sufficient. They are not able to enforce. For example, Sabanayak judgment of 2014, which was where I was the petitioner, the Supreme Court said no government can interfere in the functioning of any temple. Certainly in financial mismanagement, briefly, maybe 4 years or 5 years to set right the things, but religiously never. All temples must hereby be freed from government control. No one is freeing it. And when I go to the court, they say, well, we have given the order, you go and get it implemented. So I go to the state governments, they all say, oh, well, you know, this is not the interpretation, that is not in the interpretation. This has happened to me several times. So I would like the government of India to bring a bill in the parliament to say government will not interfere in the religious functioning of any temple anywhere in India.
All right.
That is the only way we can give liberty and freedom to our temples.
Dr. Swami, it's always a pleasure to speak with you on this issue. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. I appreciate your time. Well, also joining us on the show is Rahul Ishwar, who's an author and activist. Debating this important issue tonight is also Professor Dinesh Varshney, who's a CPI leader. Professor Varshney, coming to you first. I want your reaction on what Justice Indu Malhotra said, because I'm not drawing a conclusion from that short excerpt that has gone viral. But she does make a reference to the communist governments.
Look what Justice Indu Malhotra has said. She had been a justice. She should know. It is not only the temples in the Kerala, including there are so many temples in the country ruled by the various governments of India, including the BJP government, including the other political party government. We are of the opinion these temples, you have seen what has happened in the Ram Mandir Trust recently, what level of corruption is there. The people are fighting each other. Therefore, we believe that there should be a trust, and trust must have the government nominees. This is what it is there in Kerala. This is what there in the Jammu and Kashmir. This is what there in Tamil Nadu, Palaniswamy temple or any other temple. What Mr. Swami, Dr. Swami has just said, there are 4 lakh temples. I don't understand. When temples are visited by the people of the state or the people of the India, how do you say that they are the private property? The government of the the government of the states, respective states, has to provide the public facilities, the public the security and other arrangements.
I think Professor Varshney, the debate is not over personal versus public nature of temples. The debate is rather about the active management, the Shabiyat rights when it comes to the worship at the temples. That's the debate.
Never ever the worship matters has been intervened by the trust or the governing councils of the temple. Never ever. We have never got a complaint.
Rahul, please come into the discussion.
Can I point out one thing?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can I point out two things? One, it was a blatant intervention by the leftist government in Sabarimala, which we saw. They wanted to demean and detain the temple, but devotees resisted, and at the end of the day, we won. And please remember who is Justice Indu Malhotra is, one of the most reputed, balanced judges in our Indian judiciary. Our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi went on to take her name and applaud her for the courage of that judgment. Against 4 senior male judges, Indu Malhotra stood her ground, and at the end of the day, Indu Malhotra, this judgment on Sabarimala proved to be true. So she is a person of great ethical courage, and we arranged a reception for her in Kerala. People like Madhusudan and Koti and devotees arranged. And she was talking in a very light manner to the devotees, saying that the atheists, the far left kind of people are trying to take over the management of the temple. And please remember, what we are demanding is just a simple thing. Just like our Christian brothers have a right over their church, just like our Muslim brothers have a right over their mosque, we Hindus need to have a right over our temples. This is guaranteed under Article 25 and 26 of Indian Constitution. This is our fundamental right, and just like every community is having a right of their own worshiping place, we need to have. Government can be in a facilitator role, but government should not intervene and take over the temple. And please remember, India got freedom in 1947, but this British government attitude of temple being under state government has still not been liberated. Even after 75 years of independence, our temples are still under the government, and our gods or deities are still inside some kind of a government custody. So the only request is Article 25 and 26 should be put into action. Our fundamental right of governing, administrating our own places of worship should be guaranteed. Believers, devotees, deities, they should come to the temple. And please remember, government has not created any temple. It is the devotees and the devotion towards the deity that has created temples. So the ownership, the control should go to the devotees, and devotees should have the primary right in saying.
Rahul, also respond to the point that Professor Varshney was making in terms of the feared corruption that can happen in temple boards and trusts if there is no government oversight. If there is no government oversight.
It can happen anywhere. Please remember, governments are some of the most, with due respect, some of the governments are the most corrupt bodies in the entire world. We have seen such huge, massive corruption scams. If there is corruption inside temple, church or mosque, we need transparency. We need people punished who are there. But please remember, it cannot be a pretext and a mask to take over the temples. And this is only a mask and a guise to take over the temples. And Supreme Court also in the Tamil Nadu temple case has pointed out that corruption cannot be a pretext to take over temple, or mismanagement cannot be a mask to take over
if different communities across the country, whether it's the Muslim community or the Christian community or various hundreds of sects and different religious ethos surviving in India, can manage their own religious affairs, why this special love reserved for the majority community?
This is the biggest fraud of the logic.
Okay, explain that to me.
Logical fraud. All the Muslim mosques and the Muslim properties in religious matters are being governed by the Waqf Board, and the Waqf Board has the government nominees.
Okay.
The church has their governing council since historical background, and their governing council of a very different nature. We have not heard the corruption in the churches. We have heard the corruption in the other places.
Sir, with utmost respect, are you saying the level of interference or oversight that a government has in a Waqf board is actually comparable to the manner in which the government almost controls the temples? Are you really equating the two? I am not unaware, or I am not ignorant of the government nominees on the Waqf properties. They are there in the Waqf board under the specific act which has been passed by the government of India. But the interference pertaining to the matters of Hindu faith and temples is much, much wider in scope.
You tell me, has anybody stopped the prayers or anything in any temple of the country? Nobody. Sabarimala temple, what Rahul Ishwar has said, the Honorable Supreme Court said there should be equity between male and female to pray the God. They said no, female cannot pray of all ages. How can you allow the 21st century or 22nd century this nonsense that women are not equal to men? What is wrong if the communist government intervenes?
So while as a
woman,
even when the Sabrimala debate was going on, I have always supported the right of every woman to enter Sabrimala.
Yes.
But that also opens up Pandora's box for all religions and communities across the country. And if we have that stand on Sabrimala, there is a need for a wider debate for the scope of personal laws versus the fundamental rights. Then Article 14 and 21 should apply over all personal laws and ethos in this country. Then that's also an argument to make.
Okay,
yeah.
I come to that. Always the laws are formed as per the customs and traditions of the respective religions. Nobody has objected to that in any country of the world. As far as uniform civil code is concerned, that depends on the historical background of the society and the countries and the regions and the country and the nations. Hence, you have to understand this thing in philosophical terms. You cannot understand only in the legal terms. You see,
Professor Varshney, I am very sorry I'm interrupting you there. I'm short of time, but this is a debate that should happen in the larger public domain, a debate that has been raked up by various political figures, including the present Karnataka Chief Minister who spoke about it. And of course, Uttarakhand has already done that to a great extent. Rahul Ishwar and Professor Dinesh Varshney, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We'll continue this debate and much more lined up on the other side.
Connecting with the allegations, so definitely it will help them during investigation. If the whatever they have got during searches is not directly linked with the allegations in the FIR, it has no value and it will be a futile exercise.
Right. So that was former officer of Central Bureau of Investigation, SM Khan, putting across what this evidence collection mean. But going back to JDU leader Love Kumar जी, रिद्धिमा और मैं थोड़ी देर पहले ये बात कर रहे थे और शायद बिहार की जनता भी ये बात कह रही है कि करप्शन के मुद्दे पर नीतीश कुमार जी तेजस्वी यादव का हाथ छोड़कर गए थे। करप्शन का मुद्दा फिर एक बार सेंटर स्टेज पर है। ऐसे में जब वो कहते हैं कि सीबीआई का से जनरल कंसेंट विड्रॉ कर लेना चाहिए, क्या उनके सुशासन बाबू की छवि पर दाग नहीं लगता?
देखिए, नीतीश कुमार जी की छवि पे कोई दाग नहीं लगा सकता है। नीतीश कुमार जी ने एक लंबा राजनीतिक जीवन जिया है और बेदाग छवि और बेदाग चरित्र के रूप में उनको जाना जाता है। क्रेडिबिलिटी पे कोई उनके सवाल नहीं उठा सकता है, इंटीग्रिटी पे कोई सवाल नहीं उठा सकता है। नीतीश कुमार का मतलब ही होता है सुशासन, नीतीश कुमार का मतलब ही होता है करप्शन रहित। और आपको मैं बता दे रहा हूँ, ठीक ही तो कहा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने, 17 में जो सवाल था, हमने सवाल पर आप बोली कि छोड़ा था, कहाँ उस सवाल का हल आपने निकाला? 17 से आज 22 हो गए, सवाल वहीं का वहीं खड़ा है। ये अभी 22 से 27 हो जाएंगे, 27 से 35 तक भी ये सवाल का हल नहीं निकलने वाला।
सवाल अगर ऐसे ही खड़ा है, अगर जवाब नहीं मिला है, तो क्या उससे आरोप हट गए हैं? क्या उससे करप्शन की जिस छींटे की बात करके आपने हाथ छोड़ा था, वो छींटा मिट गया है?
आप खुद ही देखिए ना, तेजस्वी यादव जी पर कब का इल्जाम लगाया जा रहा था? जब वो बच्चे थे, उस टाइम का भी इल्जाम लगा के सीबीआई इल्जाम उन पे लगा रही थी। एक बच्चा 5 साल, 6 साल, 7 साल, 8 साल, 10 साल का बच्चा भी करप्शन में लिप्त हो सकता है क्या? ये सब चीजें पूरे देश की जनता देख रही है कि किस तरह से प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है, किस तरह से फंसाया जा रहा है। नहीं तो आप खुद ही बताइए ना, 10 साल का बच्चा कौन से करप्शन में शामिल हो जाता है?
नहीं, पर लव कुमार जी, ये सवाल भी तो खड़ा होता है कि अगर महागठबंधन में जो भी इन्वॉल्व हैं, अगर कोई गिल्टी नहीं है तो आप इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसीज के साथ कोऑपरेट करिए। जब आप बोलते हैं कि हमें कंसेंट हटाना है, तब सवाल और खड़े होते हैं कि क्या कुछ छुपाने के लिए है?
देखिए, जांच पे जांच तो चल रहा है। आज तक तो कुछ मिला नहीं, सब कुछ खाली हाथ है और ऐसे खाली हाथ ही रहेगा, कुछ मिलने वाला नहीं है। ये जितनी बार भी जांच है, जांच करना चाहे कर ले, बहुत अच्छी बात है और जांच आगे भी करते रहें।
You know, Arunama, before we go back to SM Khan and Love Kumar, I just want to understand from you, because we said that this is what you're picking up by the means of sources, that if Bihar does this, it will join a long list of other states who have done this in the past as well. Just for the benefit of our viewers, could you talk to us about when the other states decided to withdraw general consent, and which, more importantly, are these states?
See, almost all the opposition ruled states. It began with Andhra Pradesh, then Mamata Banerjee's West Bengal joined in, Bhupesh Baghel's Chhattisgarh joined in, and all of them had a common thing to say. They started off by saying that every time Central Bureau of Investigation takes up a case in their state, it is meant to harass the government in power, because the government's power is from the opposition ranks. But like I said, West Bengal is a prime example. You've seen off late all the cases, be it of corruption, be it of rape, be it of law and order related. A lot of these cases have been handed over to CBI. CBI is probing these cases because the High Court has stepped in, and that is what those officials are saying, that if you want to withdraw general consent, we can't stop you from doing that. But does that essentially mean you want to protect the central government employees, because that is what our mandate is? Other than that, all cases that we probe are if High Court or the Supreme Court asks us to investigate that case, and even if Bihar withdraws general consent like the other state, that aspect will not be impacted. If the judiciary asks CBI to intervene, they will go ahead and probe.
Okay, Arunima, one...
Back a quick check of some key stories from across the country. This is the latest in the murder case of BJP leader and social media star Sonali Phogat. CNN News 18 has accessed a 15-page dossier of Goa police probe. Sonali's PA, Sudhir, has confessed to the drug angle. He said that Sonali and Sukhwinder consumed MDMA at a hotel, and all of them carried this drug to Curly's and had it there too. Sudhir further revealed that Sonali Phogat had drug overdose and hence she was vomiting alone. The dossier also states that Curly's Beach Shack owner knowingly permitted the consumption of these narcotic substances.
क्या अपडेट है और आरोपी की जांच कहां तक पहुंची अभी तक?
ये कहना गलत होगा कि हमने मर्डर केस में 5 आरोपी अरेस्ट किए। मर्डर केस में 2 आरोपी अरेस्ट किए और एनडीपीएस में 3 आरोपी अरेस्ट किए। जो मर्डर केस की कंस्पिरेसी थ्योरी और फाइनेंशियल थ्योरी है, उसको अनअर्थ करने के लिए हमारी एक टीम कल हरियाणा और दिल्ली का दौरा करेगी। मैं गोवा पुलिस के पर्सपेक्टिव से बता सकता हूं कि हमारी जांच बिल्कुल सही दिशा में जा रही है।
Karnataka Seer Sri Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru was released after questioning by the police. Seer, while addressing the media after his quizzing, said that the case is a big conspiracy against him and stated that the truth will be revealed soon. The Seer has also applied for anticipatory bail. This comes after Mysuru police registered a case under POCSO Act against him and 4 others in connection with the sexual harassment charges made by 2 minors at the Mount. The Supreme Court has issued notice to Karnataka government on a batch of petitions challenging the High Court order that have upheld the state's ban in educational institutions on wearing hijab, even as it took the exception to some of the Muslim parties seeking more time. The Supreme Court told some of these parties who have challenged the March 15 Karnataka High Court hijab ban ruling, it will not allow what you call forum shopping in the Supreme Court. The incessant rains and flash floods have wreaked havoc in the state of Karnataka. The rains have flooded parts of Ramnagara and Mandya districts and also disrupted Bengaluru-Mysuru Highway NH275. The police have diverted the traffic heading from Bengaluru and also affected the Bengaluru-Mysuru traffic at the moment right now. In what could be a fresh face-off between Nitish Kumar and Centre, Bihar may join the list of opposition states to have withdrawn the general consent to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Sources say Nitish has said that this is the right time to withdraw general consent. This comes after CBI raids against Lalu Yadav aides in the land for job scam. According to CBI sources, land for job scam in Bihar could be worth 100 crore rupees, and the investigation has found 250 land deals so far. And there's trouble which is brewing between Delhi government and the Lieutenant Governor. After Aam Aadmi Party MLA decided to stay overnight at the Delhi Assembly premises to demand a probe against the LG, Vinay Kumar Saxena, for allegedly pressurizing his employees to exchange bank notes worth rupees 1400 crore when he was the KVIC chairperson. Reliance Chairman Mukesh Ambani announced today the launch of Pan-India 5G services by Diwali.
Jio 5G will be the world's largest and most advanced 5G network. Jio 5G will be true 5G in every sense. To build our pan-India true 5G network, we have committed a total investment of 2 lakh crore rupees. Jio has prepared an ambitious and the fastest ever 5G rollout plan for a country of our size. Within the next 2 months, that is by Diwali of 2022, we will launch Jio 5G across multiple key cities.
In a big win for the centre, the Delhi High Court has overturned an arbitral award by the International Chamber of Commerce, ordering Antrix, the commercial arm of ISRO, to pay Davis Multimedia Private Limited over 15,000 crore in damages and interest. Now, Davis received a $562 million award from the International Chamber of Commerce arbitration in September 2015, concluding that Antrix had improperly cancelled a contract to build satellites for Davis. And a US court upheld the ICC award back in October 2020. DRDO developed enhanced range Pinaka rockets under user trials were conducted at Balasore and Pokhran recently. Being dubbed a success for Prime Minister Modi-led Make in India campaign in defence, the manufacturers including Munitions India Limited and Economic Explosive Limited met user requirements at the trial completion. NASA's Artemis 1 launch has been postponed due to a malfunctioning engine on the Space Launch System rocket. The engine was to be bled with liquid hydrogen and oxygen to condition it before the launch, but the team engineers noticed that one of the engines was not bleeding as expected. The next available launch window is on the 2nd of September. And in the Seen Unseen today, a glimpse of celebrations of India's victory over Pakistan yesterday, but this time Bollywood style. Here's Ayushmann Khurrana and Anandya Pandey hopping onto Kala Chashma bandwagon as they recreated Team India celebration. For staying with us here at CNN News 18. You're watching The Right Stand. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. Now, according to CBI sources, Bihar may join the list of opposition states to have withdrawn general consent to the CBI. Sources are saying that Nitish has said that this is the right time to withdraw this general consent. Now, remember, this comes just days after CBI raids against Lalu Yadav's aides in the Land for Jobs scam. Last week, as the Nitish Kumar-led Mahagathbandhan was all set to prove its majority in the assembly, the shadow of the Land for Jobs scam revisited the RJD, with CBI raiding the residences of two RJD leaders in connection with this case. Now, according to CBI sources, the Land for Jobs scam in Bihar could be worth 100 crore rupees, and the investigation has found 250 land deeds. These land deeds were reportedly of job aspirants who sold or gifted their land to Lalu Yadav's family or their close associates, allegedly to get jobs in the railways when he was the minister. Remember, the CBI initiated an inquiry in 2021 into the charge that when Lalu Prasad Yadav was railway minister during 2004 to 2009, several people were appointed as substitutes to the Group D posts and zones in exchange for land. According to the CBI, Lalu Prasad Yadav, his wife Rabri, along with his daughters, were given land plots as bribes from some people who were recruited in the railways. CBI investigations have stated that Lalu's family acquired over 1 lakh square feet of land
This way for just 26 lakh when the actual value of the land is pegged at over 4.39 crore. Unsurprisingly then, the RJD has slammed the CBI raids and called it vendetta politics by the BJP-led centre. But first, let's break down the details in terms of why are we understanding now by the means of sources that you would want Bihar to join many other opposition states as far as withdrawing the general consent to the CBI is concerned. What has been the trigger and what really was the modus operandi as far as this scam is concerned? Let's break down those details. What we are picking up by the means of sources is that the land for job scam could be worth 100 crores. What we are also understanding is over 1,000 complaints of those who fraudulently got that job in the railways. What we are also now understanding that there is proof of aspirants selling or gifting lands to Yadavs in lieu of these jobs as far as the railways was concerned. What really was the modus operandi? This is where things get extremely interesting. There was a specialized cell that was set up in Lalu's home when he was the railway minister. What we're also now understanding is that this particular cell that we're talking about, this would run the jobs racket like a turnkey project. So multiple people were involved in this. The cell would also then procure fake educational degrees for these aspirants and the other documents that were needed as well. So from documents to training, all the help was given to these aspirants only when the amount that was discussed was actually paid. But the larger question at this point of time is, with all these allegations being made, what is the messaging that is being sent out as far as this new alliance is concerned, and more importantly, what is going to be the position of Nitish Kumar? Now I want to talk to you about some past examples of the position that we've seen in the past as far as Nitish Kumar is concerned. Let's begin with 2005, forged image of an anti-corruption crusader. So from then to now, how is he going to tackle all these allegations that are being made? In 2009, Nitish promised to reward those who expose corrupt babus. So with these allegations against Lalu Prasad and his family, what is going to be the narrative as far as Nitish Kumar is concerned? In 2017, and this is where it gets extremely exciting, he broke away from the RJD over corruption charges. Now that they've come back together, how is he going to still ensure that you have a corruption-free tag? He blamed the RJD in 2017 of corruption under shield of secularism. So this is the question that we'll take to our guests in just a bit. But let's go back to 2018 as well. At that time, he had accused RJD of betraying Bihar by enriching one family. And this is exactly what the BJP is now picking up as far as its criticism. In 2020, JDU manifesto states zero tolerance for crime and corruption as well. So the larger question that we want to debate as far as this evening is concerned is this: can Nitish Kumar really ignore the corruption storm? You can use our hashtag and get involved in our debate. It's hashtag MGB blocks CBI or the Mahagathbandhan blocks CBI. Let me also now bring in our guests to take this discussion forward. We have the national spokesperson of the BJP, Guru Prakash Paswan. We have Mayank Sinha, leader of the JDU. We have SM Anwar Hussain, senior RJD leader. We have former CBI officer S. Kumar, and we also have the executive editor of The Pioneer, Naveen Upadhyay. Good to have all of you on the broadcast with us. Mayank Sinha, let me begin with you. Why would Nitish Kumar say, and this is what we're picking up by the means of sources, that this is the right time to withdraw the general consent as far as the CBI is concerned?
Now you read the section 5, what the section 6 says. Section 6, consent of state government to exercise of power and jurisdiction. And the Delhi Special Police Establishment Act says that, what the section 6 says, if there is a need for the consent of the state government. If there is any investigation in the state, we need to take the consent. तो उसमें उन्होंने क्या बोला है? कुछ भी विड्रॉ करेंगे हम. CBI needs the consent for the state government. ये तो आपका लॉ कह रहा है. It says the law. And मुझे एक बात बताओ कि द प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट 2002 इट्स कम्स इन द फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फिनांस एंड नाउ इट्स कम्स अंडर इन द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स। तो आपने तो उस वक्त नहीं सवाल पूछा कि आप फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस से इसको मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स में क्यों ले आए? उस समय ये डिबेट क्यों नहीं हुआ?
नहीं, उस समय भी डिबेट हुई थी। आज तो सवाल में सिर्फ ये समझना चाहती हूं कि
व्हाई द डिबेट इज गोइंग ऑन दिस टॉपिक कि सीबीआई एंट्री बैन इन द स्टेट ऑफ बिहार। ऑलरेडी 9 states बैन अर्लियर इन द सीबीआई एंट्री इन द स्टेट ऑफ बिहार, सीबीआई एंट्री इन द स्टेट। तो आप अभी तो हमने कोई विड्रॉ नहीं किया है और हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड के अध्यक्ष ने भी ये बात बोला है कि इस तरह की कोई मीटिंग ही नहीं हुई है बैन करने के लिए।
नहीं, पर हमें सोर्सेज की तरफ से ये पता चल रहा है कि अब बिहार भी उन ऑपोजिशन स्टेट्स की लिस्ट में ज्वाइन हो सकता है, जैसे छत्तीसगढ़ है, बंगाल है, राजस्थान है। तो टाइमिंग एक्चुअली क्वेश्चनेबल बन जाता है कि अगर बिहार अब कहता है कि ये सही समय है जनरल कंसेंट विड्रॉ करने के लिए, तो टाइमिंग क्वेश्चनेबल हो जाता है, क्योंकि पिछले 2 हफ्तों से काफी सीबीआई की रेड्स हो रही है और सीबीआई काफी कॉन्फिडेंट है कि उनके पास काफी एविडेंस है। एसएम अनवर हुसैन, लेट मी ब्रिंग यू इन as far as the debate is concerned. As far as these entire raids are concerned, the allegations are very, very grave. What is the position as far as the RJD is concerned? This new alliance coming together of Nitish Kumar, Tejasvi Yadav and others was seen to be a new chapter. What is the position as far as corruption is concerned?
See, the more important thing to debate is the timing of these raids. And this clearly shows that these raids are coming out of political vendetta. BJP has gone really crazy. Its leadership has gone berserk. They are revengeful. They were not ready to this kind of change in the Bihar political scene. And they see this new alignment of political forces as a big threat for them, not only in Bihar but at national level. That's why this kind of reaction is coming. You see, it's a question of credibility of CBI. The credibility of Prime Minister, Home Minister itself has undergone
but I
a great
want to
decline.
Understand these FIRs.
Let me speak, please. Let me complete. Please let me complete.
I'm letting you complete, sir. I just want your response to that. When you say this is vendetta politics, this is misuse of agencies, these FIRs are dated back to 2017 and 18. That time, you were in an alliance as far as the BJP is concerned. Today, when you walked away as far as the BJP alliance is concerned, they are now misusing the agencies. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. The FIRs were lodged in 2018, as you said. Am I correct? Or 1998? What do you say? When were these FIRs lodged?
I just gave you the date, sir.
When were these FIRs lodged? No, you just told me that these FIRs were lodged many years before. So I want to know the exact year. Which year?
When their alliance was with the BJP. So that's why I'm saying the time questioning as far as vendetta politics is concerned, doesn't that become convenient then?
No, see, my question is that when FIR was lodged, why that time, where the CBI and ED were sleeping that time? Why didn't they take action now? Now, when this new political juncture or you can say a turning point, the CBI are coming into picture. The problem is the credibility of CBI and ED itself. See, CBI and ED are constitutional authorities. We accept that. But their credibility has been badly damaged, and so that's why everybody is suspecting the move. And it's not me, it's the whole Bihar. And those who keep an eye on Bihar politics, they understand that CBI and EDs are continuously being misused in India. Not in the opposition states. Wherever there is a government ruled by, there is a government of opposition parties, CBIs and EDs are there. Why don't you see any raid in a state where BJP is involved? Why don't you see the raids on BJP leaders, on BJP parliamentarians, on BJP ministers, and those businessmen who are related with BJP. Do
Okay.
you think all the corruption lies in opposition parties only? There's
Okay.
no corruption in BJP?
No, I will take that question to Guru Prakash in
So what
just a
is this?
bit. But I just want to understand, are you denying everything as far as these allegations are concerned? Because I just put out the modus operandi when I started the show. And just look at the details that we are picking up. There were almost 1,000 complaints of those who fraudulently got jobs in railways. The number could increase as well. The proof is with the CBI as far as these aspirants selling or gifting their land to the first family, the Yadavs, in lieu of jobs as far as the railways was concerned. But look at how this entire setup was made. A special cell was created in Lalu Prasad's house when he was the railway minister. Multiple people were involved. Fake documents were created. When the payment was made, promises of that job was given. Are you denying all these allegations?
Madam, madam, these are allegations only. They have not been proved.
Okay, so you're saying these are only allegations. This
Allegations
is vendetta.
are only in the allegations are only in the public domain. Its evidence and then proofs are not there.
Okay. Okay.
So the ED itself, the CBI itself, has become the center's Modi's
Fair
parrot.
enough. Point taken that these are only
Amit Shah wants,
allegations.
the CBI.
And you feel that there is a misuse of
Yes.
agencies. Guru Prakash, come in. This is not just the JDU or the RJD saying this today, but opposition parties across the country today feel that the timing of when these raids are happening with various political parties is questionable. They feel today the entire setup today is lopsided because there is a misuse of central agencies.
Ridhima, thank you so much for having me on the debate. We have to understand a couple of things. And I was patiently listening to my friends from the Rashtriya Janata Dal and Janata Dal United. The biggest travesty you see, it is the same Mr. Nitish Kumar who used to say that there will be no compromise when it comes to corruption, crime and communalism. It was Mr. Nitish Kumar who was vociferous in his fight against corruption. In 2017, we don't need to go back a lot of years, but only in 2017, it was precisely on the same grounds, on the same case, on the same allegations that Mr. Nitish Kumar left the Mahagathbandhan. He accused the Rashtriya Janata Dal leaders, but what has happened now? That is point number one. Point number two, Ridhima, we must understand that on August 15 this year, Honorable Prime Minister has given a clarion call that we will go all out against corruption and dynasty. Corruption and dynasty are the twin cancers that are affecting the public life, the politics of the country. But we'll go against it. This is a very comfortable argument that there is a misuse of agency. ED का misuse हो रहा है, CBI का misuse हो रहा है. There is clear-cut evidence in public domain. Public domain में ये जानकारी है कि रेलवे मंत्री रहते हुए 12 लोगों को नौकरी दी गई और उस नौकरी के एवज में जमीन लिया गया और ये जमीन के ओनर लालू यादव परिवार के ही लोग होते हैं. ऐसा क्यों होता है? दूसरा आरोप है कि IRCTC होटल में भी आपने स्कैम किया. तो प्रश्न ये खड़ा होता है, जब शुचिता की बात होती, जब इंटेग्रिटी की बात होती, तो ये कह देना बहुत सरल है. आप ही लोग कहते हैं कि संविधान को बचाना है, we have to save the constitution, but you are the same people who are repeatedly saying कि संविधान के संस्थान जो है वो आज कॉम्प्रोमाइज है. ये कैसा लॉजिक है?
नहीं, but गुरु इस समय सवाल ये है कि if the ED or the CBI had all this information as evidence, why wasn't this put out in the public domain earlier? Why is it happening now? And last week when it happened was a day when the Mahagathbandhan was actually supposed to prove its majority in the assembly, and that is what is being questioned as far as the opposition is concerned.
Ridhima, you are a very seasoned journalist and you have been following politics for quite some time. As far as the numbers are concerned, there is no doubt RJD had the numbers, Mahagathbandhan had the numbers, 164 in the house of 224. There was absolutely no question of timing. It is just a matter of regular proceeding. And in terms of CBI and ED, let me make this very clear. Our friend from the Rashtriya Janata Dal, he was saying that वो parrot बन गए हैं. In 2013, Justice B.M. Lodha called the CBI a caged parrot in hearing on coal block allocation case. और उनके साथ जब जिनकी सरकार की कांग्रेस थी, वो आपके साथ आज सरकार चला रहे हैं, आप यूपीए के पार्ट हैं. कांग्रेस के शासन में सीबीआई को केज्ड पैरेट बोला जाता है, तब आपको आपत्ति नहीं होती है, और अब आप सीबीआई को केज्ड पैरेट बोल रहे हैं. राजनीति करिए, लेकिन राजनीति के नाम पे संविधान पे प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करना, संवैधानिक संस्थानों पे प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करना बंद करिए। आप चुनाव हारते हैं, चुनाव आयोग खराब हो जाता है, करप्शन का इंक्वायरी होता है, सीबीआई खराब हो जाता है, रेड पड़ता है, ईडी खराब हो जाता है, आईटी खराब हो जाता है। This selectivity is doing a lot of damage to constitutional values and the constitutional ethos.
Okay, I'll come back to the political representatives in just a bit. I want to bring in S. Kumar, who's a former CBI officer, in the conversation as well. What we're today discussing is that what we're picking up by the means of sources, that Bihar could join this long list of opposition states and withdraw their general consent as far as the CBI is concerned. While the Mahagathbandhan and the alliance partners can continue to question the timing as far as these raids are concerned, what I want to understand from you, in a case like this, since the investigation has already begun, does it really have any retrospective impact or effect as far as the case is concerned?
Well, the case belongs to at least say 2009 when Lalu Prasad was the railway minister. The case was registered again on the substantial piece of evidence of transfer of land for job. The evidence has cropped up. The persons who have transferred their land and they have got job. The FIR was registered in 2017-18 when the alliance was already there with the BJP. Yeah. Nitish Kumar was in BJP. So there is no question of any kind of vendetta politics or any kind of favor. This is a constitutional authority. CBI has been established under Delhi Special Police Establishment Act by Government of India under the Constitution. Now the cases have been registered under Prevention of Corruption Act and Indian Penal Code and the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So if any party or any person who is aggrieved by this, he should go to the court and get the case FIR quashed. If the facts are substantial there, the evidence is there, that the agency will under the law investigate. There is the Honorable High Court, Honorable Supreme Court above the a constitutional guarantor, and they are supervising all the law and order situation in India. If anything goes wrong, they should approach the courts and get the FIR quashed. If there is an evidence and it is substantial and clinching evidence, then the investigation will reveal that and the charge sheets will be filed. There is nothing like that. The constitutional authority, the President of India, with his consent, the CBI has been established and it is acting under the law. The fact that the case was registered in 2017 and now the investigation is taken up, it is something like politicization, and I would say it is a bad timing. Okay. Of course, that is correct.
But coming back to the question that I was asking,
the gravity
sir,
of offense,
the gravity, I would say, does it have retrospective impact?
Gravity of offense is not somehow liquefied. It is as grave as that.
Okay.
That the rights of the right people, the candidates of Bihar who were genuine aspirants, were taken away by some persons in collusion with the Lalu Prasad Yadav and family, who took the land and gave the job to the persons who were not qualified or who were not entitled to get those jobs, by taking away the rights of lakhs of people of Bihar and India.
Yeah. Yeah.
The corruption is a very bad thing. Once upon a time, I got lost in the DLF enclave of Gurugram, and I saw the houses, such a big lavish houses. One single house would cost not less than 5-10 crores. A single Babu of India, a clerk, house is raided and hundreds of crores or 10 crores cash is found. The corruption is a big issue, and it is taking away the lives of it is bearing on the lives of common man. It's very bad thing.
Don't you think this is a big concern as far as this alliance is concerned? That the allegation is that you've taken somebody who was deserving and given someone else a job as far as a quid pro quo is concerned.
Yeah, it is the matter is pending before the honorable court. My time, I will say, the matter is pending before the honorable court, and the FIR is also registered. The Central Investigation Agency right now sleep from the last 5 years. आप ये मुझे बताओ कि बीजेपी is totally misused the CBI, IT, ED or not?
2017-18.
अरे या तो I know कि FIR was registered on 2017. तो why the investigation agency not completed the investigation from the last 5 years? My first question is that. Why the Central Investigation Agency take the right time to that time to start the investigation? Because BJP is scared the strength of the Mahagathbandhan right now. That's
But
why
sir,
he
here
misused the power of the CBI, ED and
for
IT.
you will be that if there is nothing to hide, you
one-
can cooperate with investigative agencies. So are you completely denying the fact that Bihar will actually not withdraw consent as far as the CBI is concerned?
I told to you that the matter is pending before the Honorable Court. If any such matter pending before the Honorable Court, I am not right to title speak before it. And
You're not giving me a direct answer. I'm trying to understand which way Bihar will go. Let me bring in Naveen Upadhyay also. I'll come back to you. Mayank, I'll come back to you. Naveen Upadhyay, what I'm trying to understand is from 2017, when Nitish Kumar said we will break ties with the RJD because we see a corruption tag with them, to 2022, days after this alliance comes together, there are multiple raids and enough evidence is what the CBI is saying to carry forward the investigation, which could possibly lead to maybe some arrests in days to come as well. If Nitish Kumar doesn't come out and give a clarity as far as what the position of the party is, and if he withdraws this general consent as far as the CBI is concerned, doesn't then that bring a question mark as to what is the messaging being sent out by this Mahagathbandhan?
I think let us make one thing very clear, that this, even if they withdraw the general consent, it will not have a retrospective, it will not be effective from retrospective timing, because ongoing cases will continue to be probed, first thing. And even if you withdraw this general consent, there is a lot of, opportunity for CBI to launch cases. You can always register a case in Delhi and you link it somehow with the accused persons. Like in case of this particular case, Lalu Prasad Yadav was a central minister, he was also in Delhi. So you can always, there is a scope for launching an investigation somewhere else and then implicate the person who in a state which has withdrawn the consent. So I don't think this is going to have a very big bearing. Yes, of course, I mean new investigations which is state specific and the person is in the state itself and it has no ramification in any other part of the state, that cannot be launched without the state's consent. But in this particular case, the investigation will continue despite state government withdrawing the consent, first thing. Second thing, as far as Nitish Kumar's stand is concerned, he has consistently made it clear, and his party, that when he withdrew from the RJD-led alliance in 2017, and from then onward to 5 years, nothing has happened. So what he has been saying is this matter was raised in 2017 just to break that alliance, and now that he has joined hands with RJD, the same tool is being implemented to break this alliance. This is the narrative his party has built all along, and this is the narrative all opposition leaders are making.
So while we'll have to see when that confirmation comes of Bihar actually withdrawing the general consent as far as CBI is concerned, the opposition still maintains that the timing is questionable. This is vendetta politics. I will give the final word to Guru. Guru, the criticism against your party today is we'll really have to see how the investigation goes. That's happening parallelly. But the criticism against your party is that because Nitish Kumar decided to walk away and leave the BJP behind, this is just a rattled and frustrated BJP trying to create differences and trying to break the numbers as far as the Mahagathbandhan is concerned, because you yourself are unsure as far as your future in Bihar is concerned.
Ridhima, I want to make one thing clear. Fight against corruption is a sine qua non for good governance. If you want good governance, if you want transparency, if you want efficient delivery of public services, corruption is something with which you cannot compromise. And like I said, Prime Minister has given a clarion call from the ramparts of Red Fort. But look at the audacity of these parties. Rashtriya Janata Dal, Mr. Nitish Kumar, he never applied for this withdrawal of consent before. What is the reason behind it? I think it is Mr. Nitish Kumar who has to now give an explanation. not only to the people of Bihar, but also to the people of country. That this flip-flopping, this euthanization of Indian politics, this is something which we must hold Nitish Kumar accountable for. And for my friends from the Congress party who are repeatedly accusing us of misusing the institution, I want to remind them, their senior leader, former President of India, Pranab Mukherjee, in his book, The Coalition Years, he has written about it. Former Home Secretary G.K. Pillai has written about it. Former senior IPS officer R.V.S. Mani has written about it. There are so many accusations that it was the Congress party who was repeatedly misusing the institution. Okay. And as far as we are concerned, we are not going to compromise on corruption. You have the example of Mr. Ishwarappa from Karnataka. There were allegations. And then we saw him resigning from the post of minister. There will be no compromise when it comes to corruption, Pratama.
Okay, no compromise as far as corruption is concerned is the word coming in from the BJP. This is a rattled BJP is what the opposition is saying. We really have to see how this plays out. Unfortunately, I've completely run out of time. I appreciate all the guests who took out the time to join us this evening. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking this evening, which is the crackdown on madrasas that continues as far as Assam is concerned.
We have already asked all the district superintendents of police and intelligence agencies to find out where all the madrasas are located and how many of those are registered and how many are unregistered. Specifically for unregistered madrasas, we are first trying to compile the list of their teachers and others, and then we will see what action needs to be taken.
Second madrasa we have evicted because of the fact that those institutions were not running as madrasa but as a terrorist hub. Whenever we'll get complaint, we have closed down government madrasa. We are evicting madrasa wherever there is a complaint of fundamentalism is there.
Now, what is being seen as a pattern? Two more people linked to the Al-Qaeda Indian subcontinent and Arunachal Bangla team were arrested in Assam's Barapeta district for allegedly indulging in jihadi activities. The two accused, identified as Akbar Ali and Abu Kabul Azad, were detained from a house in Sorbog area of the district. Earlier in July, as many as 17 people, including 6 madrasa teachers, were also held for allegedly having links with terror groups. They were detained for their alleged links with global terror outfits, including Al-Qaeda Indian subcontinent and the Bangladesh-based Ansarullah Bangla team. Remembering, on the 22nd of August, the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma had announced that they had made some special SOPs regarding imams who are not from Assam. The Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has also said that the northeastern state of India has now become a hotbed of Islamic fundamentalism, with 5 modules having links with various terror outfits, which have resulted in madrasas without documentation being bulldozed as well. So the question that we want to get answers to this evening is, what really is the nexus that's playing out on the ground? But first, I actually want to give you a timeline of what are these various arrests that have been made. On the 28th of August, the Assam police arrested 2 terror suspects in the Barapeta. Suspects allegedly provided logistical aid to terrorists. Let's go back a couple of days. On the 26th of August, a madrasa teacher, Hafizur Mufti, was arrested in Golpara again. Cleric at that time was accused of spreading terror propaganda. Let's go back. On the 25th of August, the cops had arrested terror suspect Abdus in Golpara. Then, on the 20th of August, 2 suspects, Abdus and Jalauddin Sheikh, arrested in Golpara once again. If you go back to the month of July, as many as 11 suspects were arrested in Moregaon, Barpeta, Guwahati and Golpara as well. On the 27th of July, the cops had arrested again a cleric, Mufti Mustafa in Moregaon. The cleric used the madrasa as a safe house for terrorists, and the cleric also handled funds for sleeper cells in Assam. Then, on the 27th of July, the cops arrested terror suspect Abbas Ali from Golpara. Again, the allegation at this time was that the suspect was accused of sheltering terrorists at his home. Let me just talk to you as far as these areas are concerned where this activity is now actually seeing a pattern. Look at the map that I'm putting out behind me. One, of course, is Moregaon, as I pointed out. There is Barapeta, there is Golpara, and there is Guwahati as well. But let's also talk to you about the action that we've seen on the ground as far as what the Assam police has now told us and the pattern in these arrests that we are seeing as well. The Assam police has arrested as many as 8 Muslim clerics. Now, what is the modus operandi that we are seeing emerge as a pattern on the ground? Let's break down those details as well. Now, what we're understanding from officials is that many of these suspected clerics actually hail from Bangladesh. What we're also picking up is that these radical clerics entered Assam in 2019 for a Dharm Sabha and then they just decided to stay back. The accusation is that these imams who've been arrested, they held regular meetings to plan Anarsul Bangla operations as well. What we're also understanding is that these accused imams spearheaded propaganda and indoctrination operations as well. What is even more worrying is that multiple homegrown Anarsul operatives have now been arrested. The accused imams, the allegation against them is they provided shelter to Anarsul agents in Assam as well. So is this now becoming a security threat as far as the country is concerned? The question that we're asking this evening is, who actually nurtured this nexus? You can use our hashtag and get involved. The hashtag is AssamTerror. Let me also now introduce our guests who are joining us to take this discussion forward. We have Pramod Swami, spokesperson of Assam BJP. We also have Lieutenant General Raj Kadian, former Deputy Chief of Indian Army. We are hoping to be joined by a spokesperson of the Assam Congress shortly as well. Lieutenant General Raj Kadian, let me first begin with you. This pattern that is now emerging is proving to be extremely dangerous as far as the activities on the ground. As far as the debate on madrasas is concerned, the question that is being raised by the state government is that, one, is education even being provided as far as these madrasas are concerned? And more importantly, if education is not being provided, what are these madrasas being used for? And when there is checks happening, why are no documents being able to be provided?
Ridhima, a person's thinking in life can be influenced at 3 levels. First is in the family, second is in the school, and third is in the society. Out of these 3, the easiest to identify and control is the school. If jihadism is being taught in the school, whether it is a madrasa or a pathshala, that is an anti-national activity, and all action must be taken by the country to stop it. Whether the school is demolished, that's only a building. But we must make every effort as the teachers keep a strict watch and make sure that these school institutions or education institutions are not used to spread terrorism. Assam is a vulnerable state because if you go back in the history, Assamese people were Bhadar log, they wanted people to come and work in their farm. So a lot of Bengalis that time before partition also came and settled down. Barpeta district that you are talking about, the religious denomination is about 70% Muslims and 29 Hindus. That is not to say that every Muslim is a potential terrorist, but the environment provided in that community is perhaps more destructive to the national security, and every effort must be made by all agencies, police, the NIA, the security agencies, to ensure that the madrasas are not being misused.
Pramod Swami, I want to actually begin by understanding what really is the problem. How are these either illegal constructions or the lack of documentation not raising enough red flags? As I pointed out, some of this movement dates back to 2019 when we saw these clerics come in as part of a Dharm Sabha and then never really left. How is this not raising red flags?
Hello.
We can hear you, Pramod Swami. Go ahead.
Yeah, you are asking to me. Hello.
Yes, Pramod Swami,
Hello.
please go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah.
Pramod Swami, can you hear us? Okay, we'll just try and reestablish.
Or somebody else.
Okay. The question was to spokesperson of the Assam BJP, Pramod Swami. I'm not sure if he's able to hear us, but we'll try and reestablish that connection with him. Apurva Kumar Bhattacharya, spokesperson of the Assam Congress, also now joining us on the broadcast. Why should there not be action as far as these madrasas are concerned? First, the issue was whether even education is being imparted in these madrasas. Now the question is, what is these madrasas actually being used for? If they're being used for illegal terror activities, why should we not see a crackdown?
You see, there is nothing to contradict if madrasas are not providing education, and in the same time, if the madrasas are used for jihadist activities, why the government is silent? Is it not the duty of the government to find out which madrasas is not providing education to the student? Instead of providing education, they are providing unlawful activities, however, for promoting, encouraging the Muslim children for jihadi activities, anti-national activities. If police has that information, they should not wait for a single moment. It's a matter of the nation's security. So I don't know why the government is making more advertisement.
Pramod Swami, the question that is being raised now is, if there is enough evidence as far as what is happening in these madrasas, what is causing the delay in raising these red flags? How are we seeing these madrasas with multiple arrests that are being made week after week still continuing?
Yeah.
दो बातें हैं. सरकार जो है वो कदम उठा रही है और सरकार ने ऑलरेडी मोरीगांव और बरपेटा में जो है ऐसे जो मदरसे जो चल रहे हैं जिनको आतंकवादी गतिविधियों में जिनकी संलिप्तता के प्रमाण जो है असम सरकार को मिले हैं, उनके ऊपर में कार्रवाई भी की गई है. ऐसा नहीं कि उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई नहीं की गई है, लेकिन ये एक जनता की भी एक ड्यूटी है, एक हमारा सोशल भी हमारा एक कर्तव्य है कि हम लोगों को अवेयर करें इस विषय में. जैसे कि हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी कहते भी हैं कि एक हाथ में कुरान और दूसरे हाथ में कंप्यूटर, और इसी से हम जो है सोच को बदल सकते हैं. लेकिन ये जो मदरसे हैं जहां ये आतंकवादी पनप रहे हैं, जिहादी पनप रहे हैं, वहां इस तरह से उनका माइंड वॉश किया जाता है कि उनके हाथ में एक हाथ में जो हम कंप्यूटर और कुरान की बात करते हैं, वहां कंप्यूटर की जगह AK-47 ने ले ली है. और ये सारा जो है अलकायदा के साथ में जो इनके लिंकअप है और जो अन्य टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ में इनके लिंकअप है, ये एस्टेब्लिश्ड हुए हैं और एस्टेब्लिश होने के बाद में ही इनके ऊपर में कार्रवाई की गई है. तो ये गवर्नमेंट जो है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, वो अपना काम कर रहा है, लेकिन राजनीतिक दलों और सामाजिक जो संगठन है या जो सोशल संगठन है, उनकी भी एक जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि वो एक अवेयरनेस पैदा करे कि इस तरह की जो जिहादी एक्टिविटीज में जो लोग हैं, जैसे कि अगर कोई ऐसे मदरसों में कोई बाहर से लोग आते हैं, तो असम सरकार ने ये कहा है कि असम पुलिस ने कहा है कि उनकी जानकारी जो है असम पुलिस को दी जाए कि कौन से लोग बाहर से आ रहे हैं. और मदरसों का पंजीयन और निरीक्षण ये भी जरूरी है. कुछ प्राइवेट मदरसे हैं जिनको रजिस्टर्ड नहीं थे, तो उनको भी रजिस्ट्रेशन करने के लिए सरकार ने आदेश दिए हैं.
यहीं पर तो प्रमोद स्वामी जी सवाल खड़ा होता है. ये सही बात है जो आप कह रहे हैं कि एक कलेक्टिव एक काम होना चाहिए, लोगों की भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होनी चाहिए, पर सवाल अब यही खड़ा हो रहा है कि ये इलीगल जो मदरसाज हैं ये बने कैसे पहले प्लेस में. पहली चीज वो, दूसरी चीज ये है कि कोई एक मदरसा नहीं है, काफी सारे हैं. जब कोई चेक्स होते हैं तो इनके पास डॉक्यूमेंट्स नहीं होते हैं, भारतीय तो ये है नहीं, तो ये इनको पनाह कौन दे रहा है, ये सवाल है.
देखिए ये इस समस्या से आसाम आज से नहीं जूझ रहा है. इस समस्या से, घुसपैठ की समस्या से असम पहले से जूझ रहा है और कुछ ऐसे लोग थे जिन्होंने उनको कागज बनवाए, उनको मदद की। वैसे उनके जो हमदर्द लोग हैं, इसी की वजह से उनको यहाँ पनाह मिली। लेकिन जब यहाँ सत्ता बदली है और देश की सत्ता जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के हाथों में आई और यहाँ पहला टर्म सर्बानंद जी और सेकंड टर्म में जब हेमंत बिश्व शर्मा जी की सरकार जो है, ये सरकार शासन में आने के बाद में इनके खिलाफ हमने सख्ती की है और उस सख्ती का ही नतीजा आपको आज सामने को देखने मिल रहा है। जो चीजें पहले प्रकट नहीं होती थी वो प्रकट हो रही है और जिहादी एक्टिविटीज में इनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट जो है वो पहले भी था, लेकिन पहले की सरकार जो थे इनके प्रति एक सॉफ्ट नीति थी। वोट बैंक की वजह से वो एक सॉफ्ट नीति वो अपना के रखे हुए थे। उस सॉफ्ट नीति की वजह से ये चीजें प्रकाश में नहीं आई थी, लेकिन अब आप सारी चीजें है पब्लिक डोमेन में है और सरकार जो कर रही है वो भी आपको अच्छी तरह से
response to the criticism that's coming in from Pramod Swami. He is saying this is not a problem that is new as far as Assam is concerned. At least the BJP is taking steps. They're now putting at least SOPs in place that somebody who is not from Assam will have to have a sense of verification. There will be a portal that will be made as well. They're asking for collective responsibility as far as the citizens are concerned. If these problems were known for everybody, why didn't the previous governments do anything?
पहला बात है कि तो प्रमोद स्वामी जी भी पहले गवर्नमेंट में हिस्सेदार थे और ये सरकार की बात नहीं है। अब आ रहे हैं।
गवर्नमेंट में हिस्सेदार नहीं था, गवर्नमेंट में नहीं था, मैं गवर्नमेंट में नहीं था, मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी में।
अरे हो भी यार, छोड़ दो यार, पार्टी में
हिस्सेदार आप गलत बोले, बाकी बोलिए आप।
सन 2014 से भाजपा की सरकार चल रही है, तो दिल्ली और दिसपुर में जो भाजपा की सरकार है, ये क्या घोड़ा के घास काटने के लिए सरकार बनी है, ना जनता के सामने जाकर नोटंकी करने के लिए। अरे जहां पर जिहाद है उसको उस पर तोड़ फोड़ दो, उस पर कड़ी से कड़ी कानूनी कार्रवाई करो। उन पर आप माना कर रहे हैं कि वहां पर कानूनी कार्रवाई नहीं करो। जनता के सामने जाकर नोटंकी की बात बहुत हो गया। अब तो कुछ देश के लिए, हित के लिए सोचा करो। जनता आपको कोई बाधा नहीं दिया, ना कांग्रेस पार्टी आपको माना कि ये मत करो, ये हमारे मित्र है। ये तो सुनते सुनते आ गया है। आप तो अभी आप ही अल्पसंख्यक को ज्यादा कदर करने लग गए हो। थोड़ी दिन बाद आपने बैठाएगा एक जगह पर, वहां से एवेक्शन करके जनता को बोलेगा कि यहाँ पर भी घुसपैठिया आ गया। अरे घुसपैठिया हो, जिहादी हो, इलीगल माइग्रेंट हो, किसी से भी कोई दोस्ती का बात नहीं रखाया हमने। आप क्यों डरते हो तब? क्या वोट बैंक आपके वोट बैंक खत्म हो जाएगा इसीलिए? तो इसीलिए हम बता रहे हैं कि ऐसा नोटों की बात काम नहीं बनता है।
मैं बोल लेता हूँ,
सरकार आपकी है।
Okay, let Pramod Swami respond. I want to bring in Lieutenant General Kadian also after that. Pramod Swami.
Let him complete. I will give him an answer.
Why you are making issue in public domain?
Okay, Apurva, let Pramod Swami respond. Pramod Swami.
This is only because of that polarization politics.
Okay.
Polarization politics. Forget about that. Now for save the country. It is the need of the hour to save the country.
अच्छा, अपूर्वा जी, अब प्रमोद स्वामी जी को रिस्पॉन्ड करने दीजिए। प्रमोद स्वामी,
देखिए, हम कोई पोलराइजेशन की राजनीति नहीं करते, ध्रुवीकरण की राजनीति नहीं करते। हमारा इस मुद्दे पर स्पष्ट नीति है कि नेशन फर्स्ट, पार्टी सेकंड, इंडिविजुअल थर्ड।
अरे पहले तो इसीलिए नेशन को बचाओ।
अच्छा, उनको रिस्पॉन्ड तो करने दीजिए।
आप बीच में मत बोलिए, आप जवाब दीजिएगा ना। राष्ट्र की एकता, अखंडता, राष्ट्र की सार्वभौमिकता के साथ से हम कोई समझौता नहीं कर सकते, ये हमारी स्पष्ट नीति है। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी की जो घुसपैठियों के प्रति जो प्रेम है वो सबको पता है, क्योंकि आसाम अकॉर्ड 1985 में हुआ था, राजीव जी ने अकॉर्ड किया था। उस अकॉर्ड के 3D थे, डिटेक्ट, डिलीट एंड डिपोर्ट। 35-40 साल तक आपकी सरकार थी, दिल्ली में भी थी, आसाम में थी, आपने फर्स्ट डिटेक्ट तक नहीं किया। तो ये आसाम में जो घुसपैठियों को लेकर के जो आपकी जो राजनीति थी, और आज आपके जो 3 MP जीत के आए हैं वो भी वहीं से जीत के आए हैं जहां से वो घुसपैठी की बहुसंख्यक की तादाद में है। बाकी तो पूरे आसाम में आपको आसाम की जनता ने रिजेक्ट किया है। अभी हाल ही में गुवाहाटी म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन के चुनाव हुए, 60 सीटों पे 60 सीटें थी, आप एक सीट भी नहीं जीत पाए।
घर में पानी पिला दिया था।
जनता समय समय पे अपना निर्णय भी दे रही है।
Okay, so the criticism that's coming in from the BJP is that this was a road problem. What did the previous governments do? Did they shelter these radicals as far as a vote bank is concerned? But I want to bring in Lieutenant General Kadian, who's been patiently waiting back in the conversation. Today, the worrying pattern that is emerging is that a lot of these imams that have been arrested, the accusation against them is that they were using the madrasas, which essentially was supposed to be for imparting education, as terror hubs. There was shelter that was given, logistic help that was given. Is there a new modus operandi that we're seeing emerge now? Lieutenant General Kadian?
Yeah. Ridhima, the question we are discussing today is extremely important. It concerns national security, how we can check the spread of Al-Qaeda, Indian subcontinent, along with their modules which are there in Bangladesh. Today we should not relegate the discussion into intra-party or inter-party disputes.
True.
Which party did when is a separate matter. But politics should be subservient to the need of national security. Government perhaps is doing enough, but government alone cannot control the issue. The society has to be part of the efforts. Of course, the national security agencies, the NIA and the police and others are acting on it, but it is a responsibility of all of us. So let us not dilute the importance of the subject which deal with national security by squibbling into party what Congress did, what BJP is doing.
No, but I was just essentially trying to understand, are we seeing a new modus operandi?
Yeah, if the question is for me, Ridhima.
Yes,
for you. I am again repeating that Al-Qaeda is sparing no effort to spread its tentacle. And they can spread only if they find some fertile ground where they want to spread. And if that is happening in Assam because of more than a century-old problem, the migrants used to come to work in the farm, and they now become settlers in Assam. So we must make every effort. The country must make every effort. Assam government, yes, of course, because they are on the ground there. But to say that which party did what at what time is diverting the issue, is diluting the importance of the issue which pertains to national security.
So matters of national security shouldn't be politicized. We should try and find a common solution to try and tackle this problem. Unfortunately, I will have to leave that conversation there. I appreciate all our guests taking our time and joining us this evening. We're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with a wrap of all the other stories that made news right through the day. Just after CBI raids against Lalu Yadav's aides in the land for job scam. And my colleague Arunima, who is joining us here in the studios, is in fact getting us that exclusive. Arunima, over to you first. Before you take us through the modus operandi of how this actually worked and how this played out, that comment of Nitish Kumar is very interesting. So does it mean the reaction is extremely political?
Yes, he's changed hands from being an alliance partner of the Bharatiya Janata Party. He has now moved towards the RJD, and that is getting reflected in that comment. At least politically, that is how it is being read. Exactly what did Nitish Kumar said? He said this is the correct time for Bihar to consider whether it wants to continue to give the general consent to CBI. Now, like Ridhima explained, general consent is important if CBI wants to investigate a case unless the judiciary hands over that case to CBI. So in case of Bengal, for example, even though general consent has been withdrawn, even in Chhattisgarh and other opposition rule states, if the High Court or the Supreme Court hands over that case, then the CBI can probe. Otherwise, it cannot. So is Bihar going to join that list? That is the big question that we are looking at. Now, what is it that we know so far? Why are we saying that could this be the rise of the third? We're just going to break down for you how the land for jobs scam is progressing, if that is the trigger, because in this case, CBI investigation now seems to suggest that this could be worth 100 crore rupees. That's the first thing that the investigators are telling us. Over 1,000 complaints, those who have received jobs fraudulently. Over 1,000 complaints have already reached CBI. They're probing if all of these are cases of land for job, whether they got these jobs fraudulently. Now, what is the modus operandi? Why is it that we're saying that this is a scam worth 100 crore, or that's what CBI is saying? Proof of aspirants selling or gifting their lands to Yadavs. Now, the Yadav family, the first family of RJD, some of them have been named in the FIR. CBI's investigation seems to suggest that in lieu of land, in lieu of money, these people were given jobs, and there are land deals either gifted or sold directly to the Yadav family. And how was this being done? Very professionally is what CBI investigators tell us. Specialized cell was set up at Lalu Yadav's residence when he was the railway minister. This specialized cell was manned by professionals. If you paid money or if you gifted away your land or sold it, then the cell would take up your case and run it like a turnkey project. What does that mean? It means that if you are a job aspirant who does not have the required educational degree, then these specialized members of the cell would help you procure a fake degree. There are some schools who have said they didn't even know that their name was being used. Others who were part of this conspiracy, from getting you all the documents to even training. If you're not a good communicator, if you're unable to, if an interview is required and if you're unable to communicate, even that kind of help was being provided. That's what CBI investigators have found, that was the kind of help that was being provided to the job aspirants. So there's enough that investigators have already found. They've named some of the Yadav family members in this FIR, and now they say there is direct evidence to suggest a linkage between those who got the job and those who benefited. Ridhima?
So there, as Arunima was pointing out, the crucial information is what sources are telling us that the scam could be of 100 crores and the modus operandi as well. What CBI sources are also now telling us, as far as the general consent withdrawal is concerned, that in fact will have no effect as far as the land for job scam investigation is concerned, and this is because the case is registered in the national capital. So any decision taken now won't really have a retrospective effect. So does the Bihar government not want corrupt central government employees to be probed? That really is the big question. Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Let's also now get your wrap of all the other stories that we tracked right through the day. The Prime Minister paid tribute to hockey legend Major Dhyan Chand on his birth anniversary, celebrated as National Sports Day. Today, sharing a note on Twitter, the Prime Minister said that hockey has done as a sport in the country, and he wished that it continues to gain popularity across the globe. BJP National President JP Nadda participated in Sundari Temple's Mangal Aarti in Tripura. The visit comes at a time when the assembly elections are slated to occur in early 2023. Touting BJP's ideology birthed by Shama Prasad Mukherjee, the Union Ministry said that the founder is the reason for BJP being the world's largest party. One day after the Supertech Twin Towers were demolished after almost a decade-long legal battle, over 80,000 tons of rubble was found lying bare in Noida. However, with residents of the adjacent buildings returning to their flats, the gas and power supply was resumed. Authorities are now building a new green spot where the towers once stood.
We are currently reporting from outside the demolition site where the Twin Towers have been brought down yesterday. These are the visuals that you are seeing on the TV screen. So far today what we can say is that the clearance of the debris work is being done. It is being carried out, and the work for the same has been allotted by the stakeholders to the Ranchi group, and it could take more than 3 months to actually clear the debris. And in fact today also the secondary demolition is going to start where the JCBs have been present.
The Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal slammed the BJP on claims of corruption in the capital's education system. Kejriwal hinted at BJP's attempts to divert the nation's attention from CBI raids on Manish Sisodia that happened earlier and Liquorgate, wherein nothing substantial was allegedly found.
अब आज से ऊपर से ऑर्डर आया भाई अब शराब पे बात नहीं करनी। अब कह रहे हैं नए क्लासरूम क्यों बनाए, टॉयलेट क्यों बनाए। मैं देख रहा था, कहते जी इन्होंने टॉयलेट ज़्यादा बना दिए। हाँ जी बना दिए। तुम लोगों ने अपने स्कूल पूरे जहाँ इनकी सरकार है इन्होंने बेड़ा गर्क कर रखा है सरकारी स्कूलों का। हमने अच्छे स्कूल बना दिए, अपने बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देना चाहते हैं, क्या गलत करा? कह रहे स्कूल ज़्यादा बना दिए।
Two people linked with Al-Qaeda and Anarsul Bangla were arrested in Assam's Barpeta district. The police also conducted an eviction drive in a madrasa in Barpeta district, which had links with the two arrested accused. The arrested accused have been identified as Akbar Ali and Abul Qasim Azad by the police. A man died after falling prey to a pothole in Thane yesterday. Later, in an unusual protest named Yamraj agitation held in Nagpur against potholes, concerns regarding deaths on roads were raised. Nagpur, the home constituency of Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, has already seen over 2 deaths and 30 injuries due to potholes and poorly constructed roads recently. 3 people lost their lives while the condition of 2 people are critical in Bihar's Raghupur village after consuming spurious liquor. The police have started investigation and the bodies of 2 people have been sent for post-mortem. The police has said that the matter will be clear only after the post-mortem reports. Lawyers in Jammu held a protest during a day-long Jammu Bandh call given by the Jammu High Court Bar Association. Now, the Bandh has been called as the bar wants the government to issue an order to construct a multi-story complex within the court premises for accommodating all the tribunals, commissions and registration work. DRDO developed an enhanced range Pinaka rockets user trials were conducted at Pokhran recently. Being dubbed as a success with the Prime Minister Modi-led Make in India campaign in defence, the manufacturers including Munitions India Limited and Economic Explosives Limited met user requirements at the trial completion. The 10th National Maritime Search and Rescue Exercise, a biennial event, was organised by the Indian Coast Guard in Chennai. With over 24 observers from 16 foreign countries, mass rescue contingency was stimulated for the first time this year. The Indian Coast Guard Chief V.S. Patania said he is happy with the growth and enhancement of these capabilities. The Indian Army began the reconstruction of the 150-year-old Bailey Bridge with the help of about 80 soldiers. This happened in Madhya Pradesh, constructed over a decade ago on the Bhopal-Nagpur highway. The bridge had collapsed due to heavy vehicular movement amidst incessant rains. The National Highway Authority of India has chipped in to provide raw materials. 5 people were left dead after a landslide hit Kerala's Idukki district. Heavy rains in the last 2 days in the area have triggered the landslide in the village. High alert has now been issued in many areas of the state after incessant rain continued. This, remember, is the first major landslide in the state during monsoon. The Indian rupee hit a record low against the US dollar. The currency breached the psychological crucial mark of 80 on Monday morning to touch 80.11, which is an all-time low. Later in the day, it went up slightly, 80.20, covering some of the early morning appreciation. Well, with that, it's a wrap from my side. Thanks a lot for watching. Zaka is up next with Brass Tacks.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. 5 years after her death, there is now a new twist in the passing away of former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalithaa. We're starting off with that piece of breaking news right up first here on Brass Tacks. The Justice Arumugaswamy Commission, which was instituted to probe the circumstances leading to the death of then Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalithaa, has submitted its report, and based on the report submitted by the Arumugaswamy Commission, which had probed the demise of the former Chief Minister, there is now a fresh probe that has been ordered by the government of Tamil Nadu under the DMK Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. The new probe will go into the treatment that was given to Jayalalithaa during her 75 days in hospital. In fact, the inquiry will include a probe against Jayalalitha's closest aide, V.K. Shashikala, her son-in-law, in fact, Dr. Shivakumar, as well as former health minister of the previous AIADMK government, Vijay Bhaskar, and the former chief secretary, Ram Mohan Rao. Now, these were recommendations made by the Arumugaswamy Commission, and this commission submitted its report on Saturday, 5 years after it was set up to probe the death of former Chief Minister Jayalalithaa. So let me go across to Purnima Murli, who's joining us with more details on this. So the Arumugaswamy Commission recommending the probe against some of these closest people of Jayalalithaa, her inner circle as it were, and now the Stalin government acting upon that recommendation. Has there been any reaction yet from any part of the AIDMK, whether it is the Paneerselvam faction, the EPS faction, or even for that matter from Shashikala or people close to her?
Well, sources from the Sasikala camp we spoke to said that these were on the expected lines, considering that VK Sasikala, the intent of this entire commission was to ensure that things be pointed against VK Sasikala. So this was something that they expected because, this has been happening for the last 5 years. It was set up 5 years ago. 5 years, more than 12 times they've asked for extension. Therefore, they have decided that even after the AIMS report had given a clean chit to the treatment meted out to former Chief Minister, the Sasikala camp expected that things could go against VK Sasikala in terms of who asked for CCTV footages to be switched off at Apollo Hospital, who had given instructions for the Z security to be to pack up after she was admitted at Apollo Hospital. So this was something that VK Sasikala faction had expected. O Pannirselvam, even though he said that he does not doubt VK Sasikala, this is going to be an advantage EPS because EPS has always distanced himself from VK Sasikala and O Pannirselvam, who now remain on one side. So we'll have to see how VK Sasikala now reacts. But this was an expected lines is what VK Sasikala camp tells us at this point in time.
What is the defense from the government, particularly to the question of, I think it was the All India Institute of Medical Sciences just a few days ago, had come out with a report which seemed to give a clean chit, at least to the doctors who were treating the former Chief Minister and certainly the line of treatment that was given out to her. What is the state government's defense as to why, after the AIMS report, there still is the need for an inquiry against Shashikala and others?
Well, M.K. Stalin, in his campaign ahead of 2021 state assembly polls, one of the things that he highlighted during his campaign was to ensure that there is a thorough probe into the treatment given to Jayalalithaa, resulting in her death. And this was something that M.K. Stalin had promised, and now the Arumugasamy Commission had on Saturday submitted more than 500 pages after inquiring eyewitnesses and others. And now the state government says that they will be taking legal experts' opinion on how to go ahead and pursue this inquiry against VK Sasikala, Sasikala's son-in-law, former Health Minister Vijay Bhaskar. So quite an interesting development today, and the Tamil Nadu government is very keen to go ahead and initiate inquiry against VK Sasikala and others, as mentioned in the report submitted by the Arumugasamy Commission.
And very quickly, Purnima, politically, how may this play out? Certainly for the DMK government, ordering this inquiry after 5 years of the Arumugasamy Commission, and then that report was submitted over the weekend, as you said, and now they have found cause to order an inquiry against the likes of Shashikala, her son-in-law, the former health minister. And politically, how may this impact the AIDMK and particularly VK Shashikala, OPS? They're trying to do this unifying game in what has been a sort of fratricidal fight, if you will, with the EPS side on the other hand.
Well, while the Tamil Nadu government and the DMK top brass is closely monitoring the situation because they wanted a thorough probe and they wanted to ensure that the report details are out after the cabinet meeting, which is why a press release was sent out. While we are keenly watching the developments of what is going to happen for the AIADMK, EPS camp is quite happy with the report findings because this is going to be an advantage. EPS, who time and again has maintained that VK Sasikala, O Pannirselvam, they are no longer part of the ADMK. While the cases are going on, it's an advantage EPS, while O Pannirselvam and VK Sasikala will now have to plan their next moves to see how best they could fight back to win the legacy of the AIADMK.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Purnima Murali, many thanks for joining us with that big development there. The Stalin government, the MK Stalin government in Tamil Nadu has now ordered a probe against VK Sasikala, her son-in-law, and the former health minister Vijay Bhaskar. This is basis the Arumugasamy, Justice Arumugasamy Commission report that was submitted to the state government over the weekend. Meanwhile, from Tamil Nadu, let's shift focus to Karnataka, where a very influential Lingayat Seer has been accused by 2 minors of sexual exploitation over a period of many years. It's a very serious charge, and even though a complaint has been made out under the Prevention of Child Sexual Harassment, POCSO, so far the seer has not been arrested. He was called in for questioning very briefly today. The police, even after 3 days, have not recorded the statement of the young victims. Now, what is worse is that not one politician from Karnataka, whether from BJP, Congress, JDS, you name it, any mainstream political party in the state, has come out and unequivocally supported the victims. Either they are kowtowing to the Swamiji or they are playing it safe ahead of next year's elections, not wanting to alienate a powerful vote bank in the Lingayats. The question though is, how can we play safe with our children's safety and their very future?
Anger is growing against prominent Lingayat Seer Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru. The chief pontiff of the prominent Muruga Mutt in Karnataka's Chitradurga was detained after he was booked for allegedly sexually assaulting minor girls at institutes run by the Mutt. He has been booked under sections of the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act. The complaint was filed on behalf of 2 minors who reached out to an NGO in Mysuru. The girls, aged 15 and 16, were staying at a hostel under the Muruga Mutt. They were allegedly sexually abused for over 3.5 years. After they narrated their ordeal, it was brought to the attention of the District Children's Welfare Committee. Apart from the seer, the FIR was also registered against 4 other individuals, including the warden of the institution. But the seer remained adamant. He addressed his devotees who had gathered at the Mutt premises and claimed that there was a long-drawn conspiracy against him. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai was tight-lipped on the matter, saying the truth will come out.
2 ಕೇಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ.
Even Congress State President D.K. Shivkumar didn't criticize the seer.
I have seen that he is a very noble man who has done some great contribution to the state. Let me not interfere with whatever the police or the government is doing late.
In the run-up to next year's assembly elections in Karnataka, both the Congress and the BJP have been trying to woo Lingayats. They make up nearly 17% of the state's population and can determine the poll outcome in 90 to 100 constituencies. But will that come in the way of a fair probe against the Lingayat Seer? Or will the fight for votes come before justice?
All right, let me go across to our full panel. Joining us this evening on the Talking Point on brass tacks, Dr. Geeta Bhatt, academician and RSS thinker joining us. Sanket Yanagi, KPCC spokesperson. Tara Krishnaswamy is co-founder of Political Shakti and Citizens for Bengaluru. Gopal B. Hozur, former IGP of Police of the Karnataka Police, and Ramswamy Mayappan, advocate, joining us. Dr. Geeta Bhatt, let me start with you first. This is a very, very serious charge. Not 1 but 2 minor victims have come forth and lodged this complaint. As per the complaint, they were being sexually assaulted for the last 3.5 years. A case was registered on Friday under very stringent provisions, 376(2), as well as Section 6 of POCSO, very, very stringent provisions. 3 days have passed. It's been 72 hours and no arrest. In fact, the seer was called in for a very brief questioning today and then let off, asked to go back to the Mutt. Why is it that the police are not acting? Isn't that a legitimate question to ask, ma'am?
Well, Zaka, you see, religious institutions are places which are synonymous to reverence, to piousness, to practicing spirituality. And when such institutions, or their representatives, their leadership, when they are accused of, such kind of such a heinous accusation for minor girls being sexually abused, it is something which is really very shocking. Now, since this is just an accusation, we do not know. I mean, the Mutt and the leadership are saying that there is a conspiracy. But if it is true, then I think, you see, this is nothing but exploitation of the belief of the people in such leadership, religious leadership and such sects. So this is something which needs to be handled very, very sensitively and in both manners, because these young girls who have come out and who have spoken, they really have to enable their agencies to come out and speak. And if it is true that they for last 3.5 years, and because these institutions, they are a lot of schools, colleges which are being run under them. This is kind of, it puts a big question mark even on these other academic institutions which are there, or those students who are studying there, their apprehensiveness in their parents. So the ramifications of this kind of a news coming out is something which is very shocking. And yes, we do need to look into it, investigate it properly, and come out with the truth.
Sanket Yanagi, the fact is that, it's not just BJP, even Congress or JDS for that matter, not one politician has come out today and said unequivocally that we stand by the victims. These are very, very serious charges. Very, very serious sections have been invoked. There's no reason why this seer has not been arrested yet. If it was anybody else who has been booked under Section 6 of POCSO or 376(2) of the IPC for rape, would have surely been arrested by now, and that too minor children. Why is it that people like Mr. D.K. Shivkumar today came out and said, this gentleman is noble, he's contributed greatly to society? Well, he may well be all of those things, but he's also accused by not one but by two minors who are also saying that there are others, not just these two. They're also saying that there are other minor victims who've been sexually exploited by this Swamiji. Why are politicians not taking a stand, sir?
Firstly, we may have to differentiate this complaint from the other complaints, which are just a complaint under the POCSO Act. Here, there are two circumstances, two individual complaints. One is under the POCSO Act against the seer and other 4 members. And there is another complaint for alleging kidnapping and using the criminal force. So these two are running into different dimensions. And these two are running into opposite directions more specifically. So this is these two complaints give rise to two suspicious circumstances which are running contrary to each other. So that being the case, it is not a straight cut case wherein one can be booked or charged or arrested or taken into custody, unlike the normal case under the POCSO Act. That is one circumstances which is a legal hurdle. And second aspect is that
this is not an ordinary case. This is a case where 2 minors have approached an NGO and the NGO have then approached the police. The police were apprised of this. The complaint was filed, I think, on Friday. Today is Monday. And he's just been called in for an hour's questioning. That's it. No other coercive action. And no politician, from Yediyurappa to D.K. Shivkumar to H.D. Kumaraswamy, they're all rushing to give a clean shit to this gentleman. Why?
This is a case we must allow the investigating agency to independently act and probe the matter. We may not have to pressurize them. It is not the duty of the political parties to pressurize the investigating agency to act in a particular manner without there being a proper investigation. And everyone should cooperate the investigating agency now.
No, there seems to be some kind of a different yardstick or a different standard, as I see it, for people from religious institutions who are accused of such grave crimes. There's no reason why the law of the land should not apply in full force like it would do if anybody else was the accused person in this case. Let me ask Gopal B. Huzur, as a former top cop in Karnataka police. Mr. Huzur, why are the police seemingly dragging their feet in this case? Like I said, these are not small charges. This is not some petty crime that somebody's been accused of. There is this 376(2) for rape and Section 6 of POCSO.
I think, let me answer the first part of the discussion that was taking place about different politicians speaking, not joining support with the 2 victims. I am not a politician, nor am I having any political affiliation. But the political executive, the head of the state, that is the Chief Minister, Mr. Basavaraj Bommai, in unequivocal terms has said the law will take its own course. The case was registered in Nadarabad police station in Mysore. Subsequently, because the place of the offense, alleged offense, is supposed to be in Chitradurga, the case was transferred there. The first thing is that the case was registered, case was transferred. The CWC has recorded the statements, and the police have today conducted the Panchnama of the place where the alleged offense is supposed to have taken place. Now, the whole criminal justice system is to come into play. It's not just the police. It is the whole criminal justice system. The POSCO Act is very stringent, very strong, very progressive in support of child abuse. And I think, to the best of my understanding, the Karnataka police are on the right lines. They need to go by the evidence available. as one of the panelists said, see, this case has been registered maybe 3 days back, but the incident is supposed to have happened 6 months back in one case and 1 year back in another case. The children go missing from the hostel. They are under the captivity of somebody against whom a case of kidnapping has been registered, and that also is being investigated. So police have to be extremely cautious when they investigate a case. You said whole hog they should go arrest the Swamiji and bring him to book. I agree, if the Swamiji is guilty, there is no question of sparing him. But you must allow the police to conduct proper investigation under the criminal justice system, and which
Sir,
I
of
think
course,
the Karnataka
nobody
police
wants
are
to
doing.
jump the gun, nobody wants to put the horse before the cart,
Yeah.
of course.
Yes.
My simple contention was, had the accused person been somebody else, not an influential religious figure, not somebody who, you know, has the ability, and this is again a yardstick of law, if the person is influential to either tamper with evidence or to influence witnesses, then the law should be doubly protective of the victims. This is a standard of law. But my question, if it was an ordinary person who was accused of the same crime, would the police have approached this case in the same fashion that they are doing today?
No, you are extremely right. In my personal opinion, the police should approach every case, however high and mighty one is, with the same standard of investigation. In this case, okay, very high profile Swamiji is there. It has political connotations, it has religious connotations. The Swamiji has done a lot of good work, supposed to have done a good work. I have worked in that district long back, maybe 35 years back, and extremely progressive Swamiji. But now today a case is registered, it needs to be investigated. The police have been given a free hand. In my opinion, the police are investigating and taking it on the right line of investigation.
Okay, Tara Krishnaswamy, Mr. Hosur says you have to give the cops time, you have to allow them to do their job, to allow the legal process to take its own course. Do you believe the Karnataka police and the actions that we have seen so far, whether it is from the state or from the police, and of course the reactions we are seeing from different politicians of various hues and stripes, do you think that this is in keeping with the seriousness with which this case should be dealt with? Or is there a feeling that there is some kind of a go slow, unofficially if not otherwise? Tara.
Zakha, the what worries us, is as citizens and activists and women, is that it takes enormous courage for the young women to come forward, girls to come forward against, there is a huge imbalance of power here, right, between the complainants and the accused. And it takes enormous courage to come forward, even when there isn't an imbalance of power. And with this situation, politically fraught as it is, it's a terrible situation for these women to have been in, girls to have been in. So we must, the government must, the state must stand by those who have come forward and ensure an impartial and thorough investigation to make sure that justice is,
But why is no politician coming out and saying that? Mr. Yediyurappa comes out and says that there is no truth in this. It is a false charge. It will be known after the completion of investigation. He will come out clean. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar says the Swamiji is a noble gentleman. He has contributed in a great way to Kannada society and to Kannada people. No one is coming out and standing by the victims, at least not unequivocally, as they should.
That's what I'm saying is the scariest part of this is how politically fraught this has become. The mixing of religion and politics never ends well, and we can see a live case in front of our eyes where the only course of action here is to say, let due process take its course, let justice be upheld. We can't judge anyone a priori, and we must offer the girls who have come forward, put everything behind making sure that justice is served for them.
Okay.
So given the fact that the politicians are making the comments tells us repeatedly the danger of mixing religion and politics.
Ramswamy Mayappan, one of the points that Tara made, and I think it's a fair point, is the power differential between the victims in this case and the person who's been accused of the crime. Clearly, and I think one BJP MP came out and said this as well, Leher Singh Suraya, has demanded that if need be, this case should be transferred outside of Karnataka because of the power differential between the accused person, who's clearly a very influential figure, and the victims. As Tara said, you have to appreciate the lengths to which they would have had to go if they have to come out publicly and make such an accusation. Do you believe that in such high-profile cases, it is a necessity, if not a prerequisite, if you will, to try and move the trial or to try and move the case away from a place where the accused person can use his influence, whether to tamper with evidence or to influence witnesses?
Okay. First, I think we have to thank and appreciate the two girls who have come forward, and thank the Odanadi Seva Samasthe for having coordinated the girls, protected them to date, and having brought an issue and given them the strength to file a complaint. And we also have to be very aware of the situation that it's a sensitive issue. It involves communal feelings, religious feelings, linguistic feelings, gender-related issues, and child-related issues. While all this be at play, it is a very complex and sensitive matter, not only for those who are affected, aggrieved, victims, but for the entire state and society. More so for the victims first. And here I think the first thing that needs to be done, as far as the state and the police are concerned, is to protect the victims, the girls, their families, and the people who are supporting them. Once that is done, and the law under the POCSO Act provides for statements being taken from them within a very short period of time, in electronic means, in manner in which no other person gets to know of their identity. If that is done in the initial framework, and medical tests are done and other protocols are followed appropriately at the earliest point in time, then I think the first part of tampering with evidence will be taken care of right at the start at least. And I understand the apprehensions that a lot of people have, given the reputation that the mud carries, the enormity of it, how today we don't see any political comments on a grave issue, that there are apprehensions that there may be external influence. But it can't be taken away from the defense that they are influencing unless in other words we can demonstrate with proof that there is an overt effort to do that. So if that happens, then I see sense in transferring the case to another region within Karnataka or even out of the state. But when that not be the case, I don't think we should take it to the point where you already affirmatively say that one side is trying to influence, therefore you take it away from that. But I think the first step is to protect the victims, take their evidences right away. As soon as you take the medical records and you take their statements, record them electronically, then the POCSO Act provides for their statements after cognizance to be recorded within 30 days. So do that at the earliest instance.
No, in fact, I'd like to inform our viewers, at least till the time that I came into the studio, which was 10 minutes before 9, so far at least the Karnataka police had not recorded the statements of the two victims. The complaint was registered on Friday. Today is Monday. It's been 72 hours. So at least up until this evening, the statement had not been recorded. And I don't find a logical explanation for that. But Sanket Yanagi wanted to make a point.
If I may just add one more instance, Zaka, given that it's a POCSO offense, I think from the first instance, rather than the police go through, I think the Child Welfare Committee has already taken the statement. My understanding is that someone from the law enforcement was also present during that, but a formal statement will have to be taken at the earliest next.
Correct, exactly. So yes, Sanket Yanagi.
While agreeing with Mr. Mayappan's statement that the victim must be provided security at the utmost priority, I would try to say that here, admittedly, there is a delay in registering a complaint, in filing a complaint itself per se. So since there is a delay in both the complaints, it is giving rise to certain suspicious circumstances. And the complaint also narrates about certain circumstances which amounts to suspicion or leading to the suspicion in both the complaints. So that being one of the case, the investigation has to be conducted in a very deep angle and in a very exhaustive manner, for which reason investigating agency must be given a free hand and they are doing their job rightly. Only after collecting evidence they will be able to take some concrete, reasonable step in accordance with law.
No, but Mr. Yanagi, is it in the meanwhile, like I said, nobody is wanting to jump to conclusions, but in the meanwhile, is it fair for politicians to come and rush to pass judgment and rush to pass clean chits to the Swamiji in question, including, your leader, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. In fact, I'd also like to remind our viewers, much before this came to light, I believe that Rahul Gandhi was there at this very same mutt just a few days ago and had got the Dikshe from this very same Swamiji. The point I'm trying to make is there is a feeling that among certain religious figures and certain religious cult figures, that because they have the patronage of politicians, patronage of state actors, they somehow seem to have a different set of laws applicable to them as opposed to what applies to you and me and ordinary citizens in this country. And we've seen this in numerous examples. We've seen this with Nityananda, we have seen this with Asaram Bapu, we've seen this even with Franco Mulakil. Somehow religious figures who have political patronage seem to think that they can get away with it, that it's okay for them.
So coming back to that point, Mr. Jaka, I would say the statement made by Mr. Shivkumar is that about his social reform activities, and that is on a public record, and there is no untruth about it. And this pontiff, more particularly the one who has been accused of violation of the provisions of the POCSO is concerned, he has been seen as one of the social reformer in a community, not just in one community, but also in a society. So in my opinion, and nowhere Mr. Shivkumar has said that the seer is innocent or seer must be protected or accused is erroneous or it is a wrong complaint. Nothing like that he said. And it cannot be presumed that he is justifying or the Swamiji, or he is supporting a Swamiji, or he is not supporting an accused. But one thing he has made it very clear, that investigation must be conducted. A thorough investigation is a must.
Sir, my limited point is that in such cases, in such serious, where serious charges are invoked, it would be best, it would be fitting in the scheme of things that politicians come out and say that we are standing by the victims 100% without any ifs and buts. That is what any politician should have done. But be that as it may, Gopal Huzur wanted to make a point. Again, it comes back to the point that Ramaswamy Mayappan was also making. Yes, the District Child Protection Committee has recorded the statement and is bound to record the statement. But what about the police, sir? Why are the police 72 hours on not recorded an independent statement of their own from the victims?
I think you are actually incorrect. The police are present when the statement is recorded. They are not in uniform. Women police are present. Thereafterwards, the police have made a request to the magistrate, the judge, to record the statement under 164 of the CRPC, which has got a lot of evidentiary value. I think probably in a day or two, these statements are going to be recorded. The girls are being given protection. I think the state is responsible and state will be responsible. What politician says about the Swamiji's good deeds, they must be speaking of. But as regards, I'm only focusing on the investigation of the case.
Sir, as far as I know, as far as my information is concerned, the protection that's been given to the victims as of now is through an NGO, is through one of the district committees there. As far as I know, there is no police protection yet to the two girls.
No, actually, in fact, the POSCO Act and the Juvenile Justice Act prescribed that. And that is the way in which it is done. Uniformed police are not expected to be present there. There should not be any intimidation to the victims by any of the enforcement authorities. And probably they must have done that, which is not in the knowledge of the media.
Okay. Tara, I'll give you the final word. Mr. Huzur saying that's not in the knowledge of the media. Like I said, as far as I know, there is no police protection to these two victims. They in fact approached an NGO, a district committee, which then finally encouraged them and took them to the police to file this complaint.
Absolutely. In fact,
Tara, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, in fact, the team working with them had to really fight to get POCSO-friendly, child-friendly officers to be with the young girls as they were being questioned. The shocking thing is that also the ex-CM Yediyurappa has explicitly said false allegations have been made against the seer. There is no truth in it. He's basically declared a verdict even before the investigation has, taken the first couple of steps. So I think there's a tremendous amount of, political influence and pressure at play here, which is why I felt that there is a huge imbalance of power against the girls. And in fact, given that it is a hostile situation, not only those two girls, but the other girls should also be taken care of until the investigation concludes and either innocence is established or otherwise. And this needs to happen at, war footing, because these evidences are, not necessarily, they don't always last a long time. And also there's
you
pressure.
look at those pictures, they were, I think, being taken for a medical examination. Of course, their faces were covered, their identities were hidden. But right in front of that ambulance, in front of police folks, you can see supporters of the Swamiji raise slogans against these kids, against these 15, 16-year-olds. I mean,
You have an ex-chief minister making a comment,
exactly,
saying explicitly false accusations, he is not guilty. Perhaps he is not, but that's for the police and the courts to establish, right? Police to investigate and the courts to establish. It's premature to make that statement.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Like I said, we have to leave some issues outside of politics, so some issues in this country have to be above politics, and one is definitely the safety of our children. You cannot have 15, 16-year-olds come out and lodge such grave accusations against people of great influence and great power. And I think that point that Tara made about the power differential is absolutely well taken, because imagine what they would have had to go through to come forth and publicly name the person who's been harassing them for a number of years. So I don't know about politicians, but certainly it is the job of the media, it is the job of civil society to stand with the victims. Yes, there has to be a thorough probe. Yes, there has to be a fair probe. Nobody should be pronounced guilty before the probe is finished. But precisely because of this power differential, it is incumbent upon all of us to stand by the victims without any conditionalities, without any ifs and buts attached to it. All right, I want to thank all our guests. I want to move on to the second story, an equally shocking one. This one has come out from between Haryana and Goa. The mystery over the death of BJP leader Sonali Phogat is deepening by the day. Now there is a brand new twist. Her close aide, manager, associate, his name is Sudhir Sangwan. He was, of course, arrested by the Goa police. He has reportedly told the Goa police that it was he, along with Sukhwinder, who gave the MDMA drug to Sonali Phogat and, in fact, forced her to drink it in liquid form. CNN News 18 has exclusively accessed the case files of Sonali's death. But first, the story that has completely shocked both Haryana and Goa. All right, so this is a CNN News 18 exclusive. We have details of what is mentioned in the case file. Top Goa police sources have told CNN News 18 that Sudhir was the one who apparently procured the MDMA. In the first tranche, he bought MDMA worth 12,000 rupees. He used the hotel boy in the hotel that they were staying in Goa to procure these drugs. Then Sonali, Sudhir and Sukhwinder, the three of them, first consumed this drug inside their hotel room, after which Sudhir carried the remaining MDMA to Curly's, which is a beach shack, which is also right under the scanner now. Its owner has also been arrested. All three of them consumed this drug in Curly's once again. Then Sonali started feeling uneasy. She vomited repeatedly, and that's when Sudhir and Sukhwinder realized that perhaps she was overdosing, perhaps she was ODing. Sudhir then left the MDMA packet, the traces of which were there, inside the flush tank of the ladies' toilet in Curly's. So that is what top Goa police sources have told CNN News 18. Let me go across to Anshul Singh, who is joining us live from Panaji. Anshul, first things first, make sense of this for us. If all three of them consumed drugs in the hotel room first, then in Curly's, then how come it was only Sonali who consumed in such a fashion, in such a manner that she OD'd on those drugs, but the other two seem to be fine, at least health-wise? Anshul, can you hear me? All right, I'll go across to Anshul in a moment. We'll try and get that link fixed with Anshul, my colleague, who's joining us from Panaji. But let me open this up to our other guests as well. Hemant Attri, senior journalist, is joining us. Shashikant, former DGP of Punjab, and Dr. Ranjit Singh is a forensic expert and director with the SIFS Forensic Lab. Let me start with Hemant Attri. Hemant, very, very shocking details are emerging with each passing day about Sonali Phogat and her final few hours. One basic question that's being asked is, if this was drugs that was consumed by a group of friends or acquaintances, then how come only one person is dead and the others seem to be healthy and fine?
Clear-cut case of conspiracy. There is no confusion about it. See, there are three people. And how they reach Goa? There are many questions which still remain, which are not replied to. Number one, first and foremost, nobody has picked it up. Sonali Phogat was given a PSO by Haryana government. She was having a police constable with her. And, hello?
Yes, go on, Hemant, go on. I can hear you.
Yeah, can you get me?
Yes.
I know. She was having a PSO, personal security officer from Haryana government. Where was the PSO when she was leaving from Gurugram to Goa?
Yeah.
Where was he? He was told by Mr. Sudhir Sangwan that he should rest there. He is free for next 4 days. He was not taken along. She is a protectee, point number one. Number two, they reached this particular resort or wherever you call it, the restaurant. And then they start having their dinner at 10 p.m. in the night. Subsequently, they go for this MDMA drug. See, in Goa, MDMA is a bit of concentrated CNS stimulant, as I am told by my forensic friends. If you get it in Delhi or in Haryana or in Chandigarh, it's a bit diluted. Both of them were aware of it. They served her, and you can easily see it in the CCTV footage that she has been forcibly given by none other than Sudhir Sangwan in a bottle. Once she lost her balance, she lost her control.
Yeah.
She was taken limping to a washroom. She was kept there in the washroom till 4:30 a.m. in the morning, wee hours. If somebody has some health problem, where would you take him or her to? You will take her to hospital. They took her to hospital, rather they posed to take her to hospital about 7 a.m. in the morning, and they informed their parents at 8 a.m. in the morning. Don't you find any conspiracy in that? Number two, the telephone of the deceased was used by this gentleman Sudhir Sangwan, who is having very, very bad antecedents in previous things. He was thrown out by one of his, owners of his house, where in Rohtak, where he used to stay. He was thrown out literally. His family stays in Rohtak. He was with, Sonali for last, say, about 3.5 years. What was he doing? Then he marks her. He tells Gurgaon people, Sector 102, that she is his wife. Don't you find any correlative evidence in that? Zaka? There are much more things that meet the eye in this particular case.
Okay.
And he is a miserably failed advocate first. Then he is a failed, agriculturist. Then he was trying to have some poultry farm. And then he all of a sudden kidnapped and hijacked that poor lady who was just a matriculate. She was a matriculate. She doesn't know what is MDA. She didn't know what is the dose. Whatever it is.
No.
Both
One
of them
thing is, she's a full-grown adult. This gentleman was supposed to be her manager or accomplice, acquaintance, close aide, call it what you want. It was not like anybody forced her to keep this man by her side or take him for this party or whatever. Even what he forced her to drink, at least from what we can see on the CCTV footage. If she was in a fully conscious, perceptible state of mind, nobody can force anybody to drink anything, no matter how close a friend you are or a accomplice you are or acquaintance you are. But I want to ask Shashikant one very particular and poignant question, which is, this place, this pub or bar from where Sonali, you can see her being taken away limping, where the family is now alleging she was given drugs, she was deliberately, killed. This is the same place where 10 or 12 years ago, Scarlett Keeling, a young British girl, was also found dead. And then later there was, I believe, a Russian lady also who was found dead very close to this particular beach shack. How is it that such establishments, such premises are still operational in a place like Goa when they have a past history of such nefarious activity?
You'll be shocked to know that, in fact, Goa, these beaches, they have been famous for the gangs. There used to be a Russian gang. I know once I had investigated some case. They have Israeli gangs. There are so many gangs out there. And this entire belt, right from Kalinguche to Anjuna, Vagator, right up to Markham belt, this entire is infested. They've got lots of shacks and where drugs are being done openly. And there have been phrases, what drug is used. Like right now, there's Mr. Hemant, that is the MDMA is a very popular drug with these guys, besides ecstasy and all those things. But again, the thing is that they all affect the central nervous system. Depends on the condition of the person. Basically, they're all packed here, and they are directly infect the central nervous system, and they are always adulterated with ketamine. What kind of ketamine was there? What kind of adulteration was there? If it was pure, then certainly it would have a more serious kind of effect. So that's the question which Goa police has to investigate. And I wonder, and I agree with you, how come all these shacks are being permitted there? And again, talking about the PSO, normally what happens, the PSO is given by the state, but a PSO can act only with the territory of that particular state. It doesn't have any extra territorial jurisdiction. So this is one thing your point is very right, that how come the shacks are still permitted where once all these gangs, were the Israeli gangs, the Russian gangs, and there were so many deaths, you gave a few deaths. In fact, I made out a chart of the deaths which have been reported there. Thank you.
Okay, I want to go across, before I go to Mr. Ranjit Singh, I also want to go back to Anshul, my colleague, who's joining us live from Panaji. Anshul, again, the question that's being asked is, how come this establishment is being allowed to function? There have been multiple high-profile cases, even in the past, that have come to light in this particular premises, and now the latest happens to be that of Sonali Phogat. I know, yes, the owner of this premises has been arrested, but how is it being allowed to function?
So yes, this is a big nexus that has come to the fore, and this is not the first time that such a situation has happened in Goa. In fact, just a few days ago, approximately 4 days ago, a boy from Hyderabad died due to drug overdose in Goa itself, but not in the same club as Sonali Phogat. But yes, this is something that has to be. Also, what we have picked, I asked Goa CM Pramod Sawant this afternoon as well, that what action are you going to take against pubs like Curly's, who are absolutely known for the things that they do, for the kind of drugs that is peddled over there. And he refused to answer that question. When I put this question to the police officials, they said that they have already arrested the pub owner, and hence no action needs to be taken against the bar. So yes, this is a very, very big nexus that is now coming to the fore, be it the pub owners or the political parties that are involved in it. The owner of the pub, Edwin, he is being said to have a lot of hold in the power corridors of Goa, and that is the reason why for the past 13 to 14 years he has been continuously running this bar. And this bar is absolutely famous. It is an open secret in Goa that if anyone is going to pubs like Curly's in North Goa, then definitely they are going to go there and have consumed some sort of drugs, because the kind of peddling that happens over there is very, very rampant. You do not need to know anybody. You just go inside the pub and you'll find someone or the other, some peddler coming to you and offering you some sort of drug or other.
All right, Anshul, we'll leave it at that. We'll see how this plays out. All that we hope is that Sonali Phogat's family gets justice. Let me also get in Ranjit Singh. You know, the defense presumably being taken by the likes of Sudhir Sangwan as well as Sukhwinder is that they were doing drugs, they were doing it for recreational purposes, and they didn't realize that Sonali had overdosed on it. From a scientific, from a investigative point of view, Mr. Ranjit Singh, how easy or difficult would it be, based on the amount of drugs found on the body of a person at the time of death, that this was indeed forcibly given to her? Can there be a comparison between the amount of drugs found in her bloodstream as opposed to the others, because if they were all consuming it as friends, as for recreational purposes, then you would find a similar amount of drugs in the bloodstream of all three individuals. But if Sonali has far more than the others, then you know that there is some mischief at play or some forcible nature involved.
Yeah, definitely it's a point of investigation that the quantity of drug found in the two other person and the Sonali is same quantity or not, and for that several examination is present in the scientific community where forensic samples can be analyzed on that parameters. It's very difficult to analyze that either this is given forcefully or this is given or taken by a Sonali with her consent or her conscience. But yes, if the all three person are taking together drugs and the quantity is different, then obviously there is a doubt of the foul play. For that,
how
there
does
is
one
a need
to be able to establish culpable homicide, or to be able to establish that this was indeed an attempt to murder Sonali Phogat? What needs to be proven or scientifically established in the postmortem, in the drug analysis, in the other analysis that forensics do?
Yeah, apart from drug analysis, we have to do the investigation on the part that what is the motive of giving such a high amount of drug to Sonali and compared to the other two person. We have to be very cautious about analyzing the digital evidences present, like CCTV footage, their mobile details, their WhatsApp chat, from where they are procuring this drug, what is the purpose, and why they that particular night they have given the extra dose. Are they taking these drugs into the past also? So all the chain of event we have to be take care during the investigation. Then we can finally reach to the conclusion either this is a culpable homicide or this is a accidental kind of death. Or it's very important to do the proper investigation and adding each and every point into the proper chain so that we can establish through their digital either what is the motive behind that. If they are overdosing and they want to kill her, what is the motive behind that? So it's very important.
As you said, every murder has a motive. In this case, I think that's one of the primary things that the police will try to investigate. What does Sudhir and what does Sukhwinder gain by murdering Sonali Phogat? Was there any other transactions that were transacted between these three individuals? Was there some kind of property involved? Was there politics involved? All of these are going to be matters of investigation. In fact, a Goa police team is going to be in Haryana tomorrow, so we'll get further details through the course of tomorrow as well. In the meanwhile, I want to thank Hemant Attri, Ranjit Singh and of course Shashikant for joining us. We'll be on top of this Sonali Phogat murder mystery. I'm going to take a quick break here on the program. When we come back, there are heavy rains, massive rains in fact across Karnataka. The Bangalore-Mysore highway flooded in large parts. We'll have details of that and a lot more right on the other side.
Withdrawal needs to happen. All of this happening in the backdrop of CBI raids that we've seen all through the week. So what is the position of this new Mahagathbandhan or the alliance as far as corruption is concerned?
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात है आज के डेट में जिस तरह से संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग करके लोगों ने डराने की कोशिश करी है। आप देखिए, इतना पुराना केस है, अभी तक क्या हुआ इसमें? अभी तक तो बस वैसे ही जांच पे जांच चलते जा रहा है। ये जांच कोई एक सोची समझी साजिश के तहत चलाया जा रहा है, नहीं तो क्या निर्णय माननीय मुख्यमंत्री देखिए, आगे देखिए क्या क्या होता है। चूंकि महागठबंधन में जैसे ही नीतीश कुमार आए हैं, पूरे देश का ध्यान भटकाना चाहते हैं ये लोग और उसको पूरे हम लोगों को घेरने की एक साजिश की जा रही है। महागठबंधन को घेरने की साजिश की जा रही है कि वो बिहार में सिमट जाए, लेकिन नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार में सिमटने वाले नहीं है। पूरे देश में घूम घूम कर इनके काले कारनामों का पर्दाफाश करेंगे और जो लोकतंत्र के आवाज को दबाया जा रहा है उसको वो उजागर करेंगे और सभी विपक्षी दलों को एकजुट होकर 24 में अहंकारी सत्ता को, जो संविधान को खत्म करना चाहती है, वैसी सत्ता को समाप्त करेंगे। मेन यहाँ है, ये कोई लैंड स्केम और इसका अगर कुछ रहता तो आज इतने दिनों से क्या कर रहे हैं? 14 में केस हुआ।
So I don't know if you heard what he's saying, and this is interesting. He's essentially reiterating the narrative we've heard from a lot of opposition parties that the timing is questionable because there is a durupyog or a misuse as far as central agencies are concerned.
Ridhima, if you give me a moment, I wanted to seek a clarification. Lav Kumar ji, आप कह रहे हैं ये जब से आपने हाथ मिलाया है तेजस्वी यादव के साथ, आरजेडी के साथ, तब से आपको घेरने की कोशिश की जा रही है. आपने तो हाथ अभी मिलाया है. ये एफआईआर हुई है 18 मई को. उसके पहले प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी कंडक्ट किया है सीबीआई ने. तब तो आप बीजेपी के साथ थे. और क्या आप इस बात को झुठला सकते हैं जो सीबीआई कह रही है उनके पास सबूत है कि लालू यादव जी के बच्चों के नाम पर जमीन का पट्टा ट्रांसफर किया गया या बेच दिया गया औने पौने दाम पर?
ये सबूत आज तक क्यों हाथ पे हाथ धर के बैठे हुए हैं? ये सबूत है उनके पास. 17 में भी कहे सबूत है, 14 से भी कह रहे थे सबूत है. तो ये सबूत कितने दिनों तक है उनके पास? कभी वो किसी गुरुग्राम मॉल के बारे में छापामारी करते हैं, कहाँ मॉल में कुछ मिला? मॉल तेजस्वी यादव जी का था कि नहीं था? तेजस्वी यादव ने कहा कि सारे गरीबों में बांट दिया जाए. तो इनके पास अगर सबूत है तो आज तक आप बता दीजिए ना, इनके पास बहुत पुख्ता सबूत रहता है. 8 सालों में कितने लोगों को सीबीआई ने सजा दिलवाया है? जांच तो आप किसी पर भी कर सकते हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात है, करते भी रहिए, खूब घुमाते रहिए. हम ये नहीं कर रहे. मैं टाइमिंग पे इसलिए सवाल उठा रहा हूं कि ये विमर्श आज कुछ ज्यादा बढ़ के हुआ है. पूरे देश की मीडिया का भी अटेंशन है वो बिहार के तरफ हो गया है. मैम आप खुद देख रही होंगी, क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार जी एक बड़े चेहरा के रूप में एनडीए को जब एनडीए का साथ छोड़े हैं तो एनडीए अपने आप एक डूबता हुआ जहाज की तरह हो गया है जिसमें अब कोई भी बचा नहीं है.
एसएम खान एन एक्स सीबीआई ऑफिसर इज आल्सो विद मी. लव कुमार जी एक मिनट दीजिएगा. सीबीआई के पूर्व ऑफिसर है एसएम खान, वो भी हमारे साथ है. मिस्टर खान, दिस क्वेश्चन अबाउट टाइमिंग, this question about political vendetta, CBI insists that all of this is meaningless because at the end of it, it's evidence that matters and we have evidence. Mr. Khan, can you hear me? Mr. Khan, can you?
Welcome back to Brass Tacks. Heavy rains in Karnataka have led to widespread destruction, even shutting down large sections of the Bangalore-Mysore highway.
The 10-lane Bengaluru-Mysuru highway, which is set to open to the public in October, is now completely inundated. A private bus moving from Bengaluru to Kollegala got stuck on the highway. Nearly 50 passengers were rescued by locals who used tractors to pull the bus out of the water. From water tankers to cars, vehicles were either washed away or completely submerged in the flood waters. The large-scale flooding is a result of incessant rains in the Ramanagara district in the last 24 hours. But many activists claim the flooding of the highway is because the road has been constructed across many lakes. So when the lakes become full, the excess water can't drain and hence spills on the highway.
Well, deadly landslides were reported in Kerala's Idukki district after heavy rains. 5 members of a family who were trapped under the debris following a landslide were found dead. Debris from the landslide fell on the house of the victims, burying them alive. Rescue forces led by the NDRF, the police and the locals located the bodies hours later. But it's not just India. A third of Pakistan is underwater right now because of the worst floods witnessed in the country in decades. More than 1,000 people have been killed in the floods and 33 million have been affected, left without access to food, clean drinking water or shelter. In fact, Prime Minister Modi prayed for the early restoration of normalcy in the neighbouring country. There were massive protests across Jharkhand over the death of a young woman who was set on fire by a man who was stalking her.
Hundreds hit the streets demanding justice for 19-year-old Ankita and the death penalty for Shahrukh, the man who set her on fire.
We can see several women, they are protesting along with men. One voice, they are shouting slogan to get a capital punishment of Shahrukh as soon as possible.
Shahrukh Hussain, who was seen smirking as he was arrested by the police, had been stalking Ankita. When she turned down his advances, he poured petrol on her from outside the window of her room when she was sleeping and set her on fire. She named him in her dying statement to a magistrate. Under pressure, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren has vowed to fast-track the case.
और ऐसे घटनाओं के लिए समाज में कोई जगह नहीं.
Large gatherings have been banned in Dumka following massive protests over Ankita's death.
Now that the dust is settled on India's biggest demolition, the Supertech Twin Towers, there is still a mammoth task ahead.
As if bringing down 200-meter tall towers wasn't hard enough, an estimated 55,000 tons to 80,000 tons of debris left behind from the razing of the Supertech towers now poses a fresh challenge. The demolition, which was conducted by the waterfall implosion technique, left behind concrete rubble, steel and iron. Water sprinklers, mechanical sweeping and smoke guns have all been deployed to mitigate a huge amount of dust. Nearly 7,000 residents who were moved out from neighboring societies on Sunday morning have been allowed to return home. They've been advised to wear masks indoors to protect themselves from the dust.
So what happens to all that debris that's been left behind from bringing down the Supertech Twin Towers? Now, up to 80,000 tons of debris have to be cleared. The company that's got the contract has got it to do it in 90 days. In fact, 50,000 tons of this debris will be used for reconstruction. 4,000 tons of iron and steel will partly recover the demolition costs. In fact, large chunks of the debris will be dumped at isolated places. The remaining debris will be accommodated in basement areas. For the first time in at least 4 years, the US Navy sent 2 cruisers through the Taiwan Strait.
2 guided missile cruisers, the USS Antietam and the USS Chancellorsville, passed through the Taiwan Strait. The US Navy said the transit is a reflection of its commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. This is the first time such an operation has taken place since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan last month. In fact, Taiwan has become a major flashpoint between the US and China ever since Pelosi's visit. Taiwan is a self-ruled island, but China sees it as a breakaway province. The US abides by the One China policy, which recognizes only one Chinese government and has formal ties with Beijing and not Taipei. After Pelosi's visit, China responded with unprecedented military drills near Taiwan, which included firing ballistic missiles, sending Chinese warships and PLA warplanes breaching the median line.
Meanwhile, China continues to flex its muscles. The latest is that it's testing hypersonic bullets. Now, these hypersonic bullets can travel at 4,000 meters per second. They move at 11 times the speed of sound. These bullets were fired at the thighs of pigs, leaving large crater-like wounds in their flesh. They don't penetrate the skin, unlike traditional shots. They just leave a huge crater behind. Ayushmann Khurrana and Ananya Pandey celebrated India's win over Pakistan in true Bollywood style. We'll leave you with this.
ಕೇಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ.
Hello everyone, you're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. In Karnataka, a high-ranking Lingayat Seer, Sri Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanaru, has been accused, along with 4 others, of sexually harassing 2 minors at his mud. He has been booked under the POCSO, that is Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, but was released after questioning by the police. The seer has called the charges a conspiracy and called on his supporters to ignore what he called our rumors. But CNN News 18 has accessed the inside track of the seer's detention and quizzing. Sources say he was reportedly planning to escape to Goa, but the police traced the location of his aides and he was finally detained near Barabanka. On the political front, the Congress and the BJP seem to be on the same page, with no side making much noise over the charges. From Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yedurappa, who has dismissed the charges, saying the seer will come clean, to Karnataka Chief Minister, even Basavaraj Bommai also saying that law will take its own course. He has also refused to comment beyond that. On the other side, Karnataka Congress Chief D.K. Shivkumar has said that the case should not be politicized, saying that the seer in question has done a lot of work for the state. So why are both the sides pulling their punches? It is the political power the seer commands. Remember, the Lingayats determine the election outcomes in 90 to 100 seats. In the 2018 elections, nearly 60 of the 224 MLAs were from the Lingayat community. The current Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai and 8 of his ministers hail from the same community. While it is the government's duty to investigate without bias and ensure justice is delivered, the big question emerges: does the accused seer have a political shield? Before I get the guests, here's what happened today.
Anger is growing against prominent Lingayat Seer Shivamurti Muruga Sharanaru. The chief pontiff of the prominent Muruga Mutt in Karnataka's Chitradurga was detained after he was booked for allegedly sexually assaulting minor girls at institutes run by the Mutt. He has been booked under sections of the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act. The complaint was filed on behalf of 2 minors who reached out to an NGO in Mysuru. The girls, aged 15 and 16, were staying at a hostel under the Muruga Mutt. They were allegedly sexually abused for over 3.5 years. After they narrated their ordeal, it was brought to the attention of the District Children's Welfare Committee. Apart from the seer, the FIR was also registered against 4 other individuals, including the warden of the institution. But the seer remained adamant. He addressed his devotees who had gathered at the Mutt premises and claimed that there was a long-drawn conspiracy against him. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai was tight-lipped on the matter, saying the truth will come out.
2 ಕೇಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ.
Even Congress State President D.K. Shivkumar didn't criticize the seer.
I have seen that he is a very noble man who has done some great contribution to the state. Let me not interfere with whatever the police or the government is doing late.
In the run-up to next year's assembly elections in Karnataka, both the Congress and the BJP have been trying to woo Lingayats. They make up nearly 17% of the state's population and can determine the poll outcome in 90 to 100 constituencies. But will that come in the way of a fair probe against the Lingayat seer? Or will the fight for votes come before justice?
How will the 2 minors get justice? That is the question that I'm asking on News Epicenter this evening. Brinda Adige, women and child activist. Rahul Ishwar is an author and activist. Sri Raj Nair is spokesperson of VHP. And Aditya Srinivasan is an advocate. Aditya, for 3.5 years, 1 minor was assaulted. Another one for over a year. They go missing, are kept in captivity of someone. There is a kidnapping angle as well. Why was no action taken for so long?
Look, I don't know about the details of when exactly some of these facts were produced before the authorities. It may have been the case that not all of this was known to the authorities, particularly the fact that the minors were in captivity for a period of as long as 3.5 years. It may not have been known very well in advance. But if it had been known and the authorities kept quiet on it, I think it's extremely shameful. And it's something that all of us really need to look into.
And Brinda, had the accused been someone else, not an influential seer, then would the police have approached this case, perhaps differently, in a different manner?
Absolutely. If this was any other ordinary citizen, they would have immediately arrested the person, produced the person before the magistrate, and by now the person would be in judicial custody. Why is the police dilly-dallying with this particular case? Has the police also why hasn't the police made the 164 statement?
Yes.
Why has the police also not added the sections related to prevention of atrocity on SC/ST? Because these children claim, and their school register shows that they are from the SC/ST community. So the police over here is being very partial to this specifically alleged rapist and 4 others because they belong to this particular mutt. And like you pointed out in the beginning of this debate, Maria, they are very powerful. They are powerfully connected. They have political support, both tacit and overt. And we heard all the politicians, irrespective of their parties, unanimously have become authorities on conduct certificate instead of extending confidence to the victim survivors that they will be safe, protected, and a fair investigation will happen. They are going around talking about what good work has been done by them, that there is a conspiracy, that he will be proven innocent.
Nair, that exactly is the problem here. Only because he is an influential person, only because he is a religious figure, that is the reason why politics is being mixed in this. Shouldn't it be seen purely from the prism of investigation? Only because he has had high-profile visitors and, he seems to be being dealt with kid gloves. My question is to the Karnataka police. Juvenile Justice Act, POXO Act, have these been, used in the right way? Because they prescribe that police protection be given to the minors. Have the minors been given that police protection?
I would suggest let us not go for a media trial. Now we heard the Honorable Chief Minister. We also heard the Leader of Opposition, Sri D.K. Shivakumar. In the past also there were conspiracy hacks, especially against the Hindu seers and saints, and we saw that many were wrongly accused of. So here there is a judicial system in this nation, and Karnataka government is known for rendering justice. And even the judicial process of this nation is great.
Then why are the politicians making statements at all, giving him character certificate? Shouldn't that be a subject of investigation? Let the law take its course.
Let the law take it. That's what I'm saying. That's what is the CM saying. So let us not accuse the person without having any concrete evidence.
There are 2 minors who have let's be clear, Mr. Nair, the case would not have been registered had there not been enough evidence. There are 2 minors that we are looking at here. Rahul Ishwar, come in on this.
Mariaji, just 2 points. One, yes, this is a very serious charge. Nobody is denying that. But across political spectrum, and not because of Lingayat vote bank, this Seer is very much respected. He has been known for his work. And beyond politics, he has been applauded for his good work. So we should be cautious. The only submission is, many courts have pointed out there were many such allegations which proved to be different later. For example, just last month, after 7 years in jail, one Kendriya Vidyalaya teacher was let off in POXO saying that the girl was neither raped nor became pregnant nor did she abort. So there were many such cases which happened, and because of this background of cases, people are suspicious, and that suspicion should be respected. It should be a matter of investigation and not of either pro-media trial or against media trial for the Seer. I deeply respect that Seer. He is a very respected person. At the same point of time, we should not jump the gun. We should not already brand him the convict. We should not already create a prejudice in people's mind.
That is the reason why politicians have given him a certificate, and so are you, saying clearly that because there is a history of misuse of this act, it is being the same case here. Let that be investigated. My question here is, he is a powerful man. The police would not have registered a case had there been no evidence so far, Brinda Dige. And again, because likes of Rahul Ishwar and Sriraj Nair are taking the same point that the politicians in the state have been saying, my question again then would be, will there be a free and fair trial? Trial of this nature, should it be moved to a place, a different state perhaps, where the accused person cannot tamper with evidence?
Yes, the trial must be moved to a different place, where the accused person will not be a danger to the complainants as well as to the NGO. And let us also remember that there is no need for us to jump the gun like Rahul Ishwar says, but follow the procedures, follow the rule. Nobody is asking you to jump the gun. What does the rule say? What does the law say? The law says 24 hours after the FIR, you will arrest the person in the POXO case, produce before the magistrate. After that, maybe the trial happens and then proven guilty or innocent. But why is everybody else giving this character certificate, like you say, or a conduct certificate to this person and casting aspersions? Please remember, the Child Welfare Committee is a bench of magistrates. The case went before them first. They ascertained the facts. They ascertained the statements. Only after that, it comes before the police station, where the police further ascertain the case. They go for a medical and only then an FIR. So it's not that somebody just went or women fancy and an FIR has been registered. That is why we are concerned today that probably the CBI must take over the case.
Yes, and why are there fewer voices like BJP MP Leher Singh Siroya? I'm not saying it, I'm quoting him here, Rahul Ishwar and Sri Raj Nair. He says each time something like that happens, it shakes our confidence in our own surroundings and in our own people. As a society, we owe it to ourselves that those allegations are probed thoroughly and impartially. The Karnataka government and all political parties have to ensure that there are no pulls, pressures, politics and interference in this case. The girls deserve nothing but justice. Shouldn't this be something that should be said by one and all? Rather than what you have said, Mr. Nair, in which you have come to this conclusion that there could have been misuse. You are actually victim shaming here.
See, I never said that. Please don't put words in my mouth. I said let there be no media trial. I respect the Honorable CM and the Leader of the Opposition both, and let the law take its own course. That's it.
Are you stopping at that, Rahul Ishwar? You again seem to have... No. Both of them went ahead, several miles ahead, and spoke in the similar way the politicians did. The reason why I don't have politicians on my debate this evening is because both the BJP and the Congress have refused to come. They are of the opinion that they should not look into it because he's an influential man. And the elections are not very far.
Yeah, Shakalji, we all respect the outrage you show. We all need a thorough probe. Nobody is saying no. But from all the understanding and experience with this seer, cutting across the spectrum, he never seemed to be a person, or he's never a person who has any kind of bad reputation. And one more very important thing, there was a politician involved in the conspiracy against him. He and his wife stand to benefit something, which are things that has to be come out. So there is a conspiracy angle that is being very well told by people who are not even close to him, saying that there has been a power struggle in the mud. And Yediyurappa brightly pointed it out. It's a power struggle inside the mud itself. Want to demean him for something. So we should wait rather than jump the gun. Yes, justice should be there.
Let's talk about the pure investigation here. Aditya Srinivasan, when a case is registered under POXO, in case of an accused, knowing fully well the power differential between the victim and the accused in this case, can he be just let go after questioning without even recording of a statement under 164?
Under presumably 161. Look, the offences under the POXO Act are very likely going to be cognizable offences. But that said, there is an element of discretion that is allowed to the authorities. They don't necessarily have to go ahead and immediately make an arrest just on the basis of what they have. They may, in their wisdom, choose to make that arrest at a subsequent point of time. They may want to first gather some more information before doing it, before taking those steps. They need not also immediately record a Section 161 statement if the person has only been detained temporarily. But we'll have to see how this unfolds. I think the statement that was made by the BJP MP that you mentioned, I'm not able to recall his name. I think that was a very measured statement.
Yes, Siroya.
And that ought to be
Mr. Leher Singh Siroya.
Right. I think that statement was very measured, and that ought to be the basis guiding how the investigation is conducted.
Yes, there should not be any pressure, there should not be any pulls, there should not be any politics over it. And then he also goes on to say, Brinda Dige, that the case should be transferred outside Karnataka. Are you of the opinion this should happen?
I do not know about that, but I think we must have the CBI take over this case. Outside Karnataka, then it's going to be a problem, you know, taking the children, safety of the children, because they are continuing to be here. Arrest has not yet happened of this person. The POCSO law deems immediate arrest so that the victim survivors are safe. Their families are safe. The witnesses are safe. The people who support the victim survivors are safe. This is one of the reasons for all of it. It's not that, you know, same for every case. In POCSO, they have deemed it like that. So that protection has not yet been extended to the children as well as to the NGO. All of this requires to be considered by the state machinery. And the state machinery has not done any of those things. None of the politicians uttered a word about extending that confidence to the victim survivors that there would be justice and they will be safe and they will be protected.
Yes, and you know, Mr. Nair, here are the victims who have stayed in his mud. And it would have taken a great degree of courage for them to come out and speak about it 3.5 years later, 1.5 years later. And that is the reason why they approached an NGO. The parents have been distraught, and rightly so. They are seeking justice here. And justice cannot be delivered if during the investigation, the seer has right now only been questioned and he has been let go. He has not been even detained, right? If during the investigation, statements such as yours or by politicians, including the Congress and the BJP is made. Sriraj Nair.
Well, I said very clearly, let us not go in for a media trial. There is a proper, very strong judicial system in this country. Let us respect and abide by it. Let us not be selective. Let the judicial process go on.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Let the judicial process go on. And in this judicial process, if a case is registered under POCSO and juvenile justice, then the minors should have been provided with a security. That hasn't happened. Here is a case, an angle of kidnapping and captivity as well in this particular case. We need more details in that. And in POCSO Act, and given the statement that has been made by the BJP's own leader, your sitting government's own MP, the party to which Mr. Basavaraj Bommai belongs to, if somebody like Mr. Siroya, Lair Singh Siroya, can talk about there should be no pulls and pressures, and everybody should speak only about justice for these two minors, then why should we be looking at the points that you are trying to make or Rahul Ishwar is saying? Rahul.
The core point here is truth. You know, everyone respects. We are all people with families, so we understand and respect those victims or those survivors, you know, plight. At the same point of time, because of the backlog of a lot of fake cases, for example, Delhi High Court Justice Prasad back in 2021 said there is an alarming rate of false rape cases. And Delhi Women's Commission back in 2014 said nearly 53.7% of the cases seems to be fake or are not right. So let us wait for the decision. I'm absolutely sure all of us will stand together and say that this person will be punished. Otherwise, wait and give the due
But Rahul,
process.
are you not prejudicing the trial or the investigation by saying what you are saying right now? Right at the beginning of investigation.
Yeah, the investigation is going on, and one more thing, like Vrindaji said, all the necessary security and the other things should be provided, and I am sure it will be provided by the Karnataka government. But at the same point of time, we should not be in a hurry to brand the seer as a wrong person, because seer is such a bad track record.
Yes. Brinda?
Ishwar, we are not branding anybody. The law has to take its course irrespective of who the alleged rapist is. We must remember that there is this very strong messaging and narrative that is going across, and like Maria pointed out, a prejudiced view that the victim complaint need not be taken seriously. The very important aspects that we need to address over here is caste and gender. That these two people, you need not take them seriously because A, they are children, girls. B, they are SC/ST. And the person they are complaining against is somebody who is very influential, very powerful, very whatever, all the adjectives that you have used. That itself is a wrong narrative. It's a wrong messaging. That's not what we want. Like you said, we want the truth, we want the facts, and we want justice. But before that, why would you go around with a narrative that is going to shatter everything that you talk in the same breath as justice? That is exactly what we are saying. There is no media trial happening here. Give the truth, give the fact, whatever it is, protect the children so that they do not turn hostile.
It's about protection to those two minors who may have taken a lot of courage. Imagine what the family would be going through, that they gathered that strength to complain against him. Imagine when the investigation began or the case was registered, it may not, there must have been a lot of pull and pressure, as this MP is talking about, and still the police found some evidence and then they registered the case, and then the questioning has happened. Aditya, help us understand what will be so difficult in case of trial if it were to continue in Karnataka only?
I mean, look, there's obviously the fears that there could be an element of tampering of evidence, of intimidation of witnesses. You'll find that during the course of the trial, certain persuasions have been made, and certain persons who were willing to give evidence in a particular direction have suddenly turned hostile. There's a possibility of all sorts of things happening with respect to a trial that's held in the home state, where the accused, so to speak, I'm not suggesting that the Seer has already become an accused, but should he become an accused, where it seems that he enjoys a vast amount of political power, as well as administrative power de facto. So there's a lot of things that could happen in theory. There are, of course, safeguards that are built within the statute, and there are additional safeguards which the government can provide for. But then that really comes down to the question of whether you have confidence in the government to properly discharge its obligation towards providing those safeguards.
Well, in this particular case, both the government and the opposition are very tight-lipped because of the influence that he commands, and then we are talking about justice for these two girls, and the only focus should be about justice rather than the politics and, of course, the religious domain in which the entire story is being looked at as well. Brinda Adige, Rahul Ishwar, Sri Raj Nair and Aditya Srinivas, thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus to Jharkhand now. A young 17-year-old was set on fire in Dumka district of Jharkhand. She was a student of class 12th, and like any other girl, she had plans for a future, and her parents had plans for her. This incident took place on the 23rd of August, where she was killed by a man named Shahrukh Hussain. Her crime, she refused and rejected his proposal after he stalked her for days. After battling for her life for 5 days, she succumbed to her injuries on Sunday. The suspect poured petrol on her through the window of her room and set her on fire. Both Shahrukh and Chotu Khan, the man who supplied the petrol, have been arrested. The minor's death has triggered protests by the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal in Dumka, following which prohibitory orders have been imposed. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren has promised to fast-track the case and assured strict punishment for the accused. His government has also announced 10 lakhs in compensation for the family. The National Commission for Women has also taken cognizance of the incident and asked the state DGP to send a report within 7 days. But the big question emerges, could she have been saved with timely action? Was it inaction, prejudice, or both that killed this young girl? First, let's listen in to the chilling statement she made before the magistrate, and this was just few days before her death.
वो हमको धमकी दे रहा था कि तुम मिलो, नहीं मिल रहे थे, तो इसलिए हम फिर धमकी दिया, फिर आके आग जला के कर दिया 10 से 15 दिन से। कहता था तुम बात करो, मिलो हमसे और शादी करो, नहीं तो तुमको मार देंगे, धमकी देता था।
Joining me now is Ishika. She is the victim's sister. We have changed her name. Saryu Roy is independent MLA of Jamshedpur. Nirmal Kaur, former DGP of Jharkhand. And we also have Monica Arya, a social activist. I'm going to come with begin with you, you know, the victim's sister. उस दिन क्या घटना हुई थी? क्या आपकी बहन ने आपको कुछ बताया था?
सर वो सोई थी तो खिड़की से पेट्रोल छिड़क के माचिस मार दिया गया।
अब क्या उन्होंने बताया था शाहरुख के बारे में? क्या वो उनके साथ पढ़ता था? वो कौन व्यक्ति था उनके साथ? क्या वो कभी उनकी बातचीत हुई थी?
पढ़ता नहीं था, 10-15 दिन से उसको परेशान कर रहा था। उसको फोर्स करा कि हमसे बात करो, मिलो, तो ये मना कर दिया, तो उसको धमकी दिया मारने का।
क्या आपने पुलिस को खबर किया था जब वो धमका रहा था?
तो घटना के बाद बताई, तो घटना के बाद उसको गिरफ्तार किया गया।
ये परिवार का ये भी कहना है, इनफैक्ट पॉलिटिशियंस भी ये कह रहे हैं कि अगर सही समय पे उनको मेडिकल केयर मिल जाता और दुमका से उनको कोई दूसरे शहर में ले जाया जाता या दिल्ली लाया जाता या फिर कलकत्ता ले जाया जाता तो शायद उनकी जान बच जाती।
ट्रीटमेंट तो पूरा हुआ ही, पूरा डॉक्टर जितना करना था किया। दुमका में ट्रीटमेंट नहीं हो पाया, इसलिए उसको रांची लेके गए।
उनकी मौत के लिए आप किनको जिम्मेदार ठहराती हैं? प्रशासन को या सरकार कुछ करती और कर सकती थी तो शायद उनकी जान बच जाती आपकी बहन की?
किसी को नहीं।
क्या परिवार वालों ने रिक्वेस्ट किया था हॉस्पिटल को कि उनको दुमका से जो रांची ले जाया गया, रांची से शायद दिल्ली ले जाया जाता इलाज कराने के लिए?
परिवार लोग नहीं, ज़्यादातर हम और मेरे पापा फोर्स किए कि नहीं जाना तो जाना है, कोई हम लोग साथ नहीं दिए सर। रांची का और दुमका के जो मिनिस्टर लोग थे वो लोग हम लोग के साथ थे और परिवार में बाकी कोई नहीं।
जब आपने रिक्वेस्ट किया था तो हॉस्पिटल,
हम और मेरे पापा के फोर्स से उसको लेके गए।
तो हॉस्पिटल से क्या जवाब आया था? पुलिस ने क्या कहा था?
डॉक्टर से बात की तो बोले हाँ, तो डॉक्टर छोड़ दिया, बोले हम क्या करें, तुम लोग को ले जाना तो ले जा सकती हो। तो हम लोग जबरदस्ती लिखा के लिए।
अब ये जो पूरी घटना है बहुत बड़ी हो गई है। झारखंड के मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन से भी सवाल उठाया जा रहा है। आप उनको क्या कहेंगी, सरकार को क्या कहेंगी झारखंड की?
यही कि उसको फांसी की सजा दी जाए।
ऑल राइट, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग अस। सो आप फांसी की सजा की बात करिए। सरयू राय जी, झारखंड में एक लड़की, एक माइनर के साथ ऐसी शर्मनाक घटना होती है और वहां के पॉलिटिशियंस इस बात पर भी जेएमएम वर्सेस भाजपा करते हैं। सरयू राय जी, अगर आप सुन सकते हैं।
देखिए, बहुत दुखद बात है। जिस दिन लड़की को दुमका से लाया गया, रांची के कुछ समाज, जी आपको सुन रहा हूँ मैं।
जी बोलिए।
जी, बच्ची को दुमका से रांची ले आया गया, उसी दिन यहाँ के समाज सेवी करणी सेना के लग गए थे कि बेहतर चिकित्सा हो, उसको कोई कमी न रहे, और रोज रिपोर्ट लिया करते थे। उसकी मौत हुई, था बहुत अच्छी तरह से। अचानक बाद में पूरे बदन में उसको जलन होने लगी और रात में 1 बजे मृत्यु हो गई। अब देखिए, पूरा झारखंड इस मामले में आज अशांत है। ये न झामुओं का विषय है, न भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विषय है। ये हमारे समाज में एक ऐसा माहौल बन गया है जिस माहौल में कुछ लोग अपने आप को इतना निडर समझने लगे हैं, इतना बेखौफ हो गए हैं ये लोग कि ये इतने हैं कि किसी बहन बेटी घर में सोई हुई है और उस पर पेट डाल दें, उसको जला दें। ऐसा माहौल क्यों बनता है? इसलिए मैं किसी सरकार को ब्लेम नहीं करना, मगर सरकार में जो बैठे लोग हैं उनको ये जरूर सोचना कि हम इस तरह का एक माहौल बनाएं कि अपराधी है थोड़ा हमसे डरे और भारी है दूसरा तबका।
और ये जो अपराधी है जो जिसकी शक्ल अभी हमारे टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पे चल रही है, Sudhir Raji, I'll ask my producer to fix your audio because there seems to be a problem with that audio. Monica Arya, this smirk on his face, the stalker's face, and only because this minor doesn't give in to his advances, he has the audacity to go and burn her. It speaks volumes about our society, a society which is not able to protect its girls.
जी, मेरी आवाज सुनाई दे रही है आपको?
जी।
क्या मेरी आवाज सुन पा रहे हैं?
निर्मल कौर, टेक दैट क्वेश्चन।
मैं आपका लास्ट पार्ट नहीं सुन पाई हूँ, लेकिन जितना मैं समझ पाई हूँ इसको, निश्चित तौर पर ये एक ऐसी घटना है जहां सरकार भी फेल हुई है और समाज भी फेल हुआ। जैसा कि इस अंकिता प्रकरण ने बहुत सारे सवाल खड़े किए हैं। वो 2 साल से लगभग बच्ची परेशान हो रही थी, उसकी पढ़ाई डिस्टर्ब हो रही थी, तो वो सोसाइटी कहाँ थी जो पैचअप करवाने में लगी हुई थी और उसकी एजुकेशन पर ध्यान नहीं दे रही थी। उसके लिए एक खतरा उसके आसपास मंडरा रहा है, इस पर ध्यान नहीं दे रही थी। वो परिवार क्यों नहीं इतनी हिम्मत जुटा सका कि वो परिवार पुलिस के पास जाता और प्रोटेक्शन मांगता उससे? तो क्या ऐसा है कि राज्य में ऐसा माहौल बन गया है जहां आम नागरिक को ये विश्वास नहीं है कि अगर उसे सुरक्षा की जरूरत है तो सुरक्षा मिल जाएगी? बेटियां कहाँ जाएंगी इस राज्य की? एक बेटी को हमने अभी खो दिया है, दूसरी बेटी आज भी रिम्स में जिंदगी और मौत के बीच जूझ रही है, वो एसिड अटैक की शिकार है, उसकी भी स्थिति बहुत खराब है। और सरकार 6 दिन लगा देती है अंकिता प्रकरण को एक्नॉलेज करने के लिए, उस पर किसी भी तरह का कोई स्टेप उठाने के लिए, और उसके बाद बयानबाजी करती है। आम लोगों ने इस मामले को उठाया है, किसी राजनेता ने नहीं उठाया है, और सरकार के लोग आकर कहते हैं कि आप इस पर राजनीति नहीं कीजिए। मतलब अगर आम आदमी अपनी सुरक्षा को लेकर कोई सवाल उठाएगा,
yes, this is about safety security and safety security of the most vulnerable, that is young girls. Why has the state government failed her? Visibly, the state government, Hemant Soren government failed this girl. They could have done much more. They could have flown her. That's what the opposition is demanding, and rightly so here. That could she have been provided better medical care? If there was no proper hospital in Ranchi, could she have been, brought to All India Institute of Medical Sciences or to the neighboring state of Bengal? Why weren't right steps being taken here, Nirmal Kaur? And when we look at the investigation, even the investigation has been going slow.
बिल्कुल, आप एकदम सही।
Nirmal Kaur.
Gee, the spine-chilling incident, it's really, it tells you to the bones to think what the poor girl had to suffer. Such a young girl, just a kid, and a motherless kid at that. She was all alone in her fight against this, very sad kind of mentality prevailing in her neighborhood. And this person wanted to trap her in her, and perhaps abuse her, misuse her, or destroy her. And he just destroyed her, sprinkled petrol and lit a matchbox. And she's made a dying declaration. Dying declaration is a very, very important piece of evidence. Under the Evidence Act, it's perhaps the most important piece of evidence which is admissible straight away. It doesn't require any cross-examination, and it doesn't, it is given the highest respect. And the poor girl has died, and the statement she has made, I'm sure it will get her, this perpetrator of the crime, convicted very, very quickly, because the CM has promised fast track kind of court for
But
this
Nirmal Kaur,
trial of this case.
why does it take the state government to promise this fast track of the entire case or the SIT investigation only after there is an outrage in the media?
See, it is the question eventually is over girls' safety. How safe are our women and girls in our society? There are various factors at play here. One is, of course, inherently women are perceived as weak and they are vulnerable. They are very vulnerable. This girl was young and she didn't have a mother. She was struggling to study. She was taking tuitions and she was earning her own money. Not very well off family. And on top of it, this boy who harasses her, stalks her. And ek aur baat, one more thing we have to keep in mind is that there are organizations which are preparing these boys, especially the slightly better looking boys. They finance them to trap girls, to romance girls, and to marry them, perhaps to convert them. And eventually these girls end up being sex slaves or they end up being domestic slaves. In London also, I have come across such cases where girls are being taken away to some, very retrograde kind of countries. And at that point in London, when I made this study, about 600 Punjabi Sikh girls were taken away by this kind of a method. This is the modus operandi.
Saryu Rai ji,
you trap a girl, you marry her.
सरयू राय जी, सवाल ये भी उठता है कि इस पर जो भी एक्शन हो रहा है आउटरीच के बाद क्यों हो रहा है? जब तक मीडिया कोई केस हाईलाइट नहीं करती है उससे पहले सारे नेता बोलते हैं कि एक्शन होगा. एक वो ऑपोजिशन सरकार से सवाल पूछती है, सरकार बोलती है कि इस पे पॉलिटिक्स नहीं करिए. और ये सब केस में साफ तौर पे ये दिखता है कि this is a case in which it's a reflection on our society but also the failure of the government. The family did not have faith in the local police to go and complain when she talked about this boy, said that he is constantly harassing her, forcing her into, becoming her friend or whatever you may say. This was a case of constant harassment.
Yeah, you are right. Whatever you said is right. What is happening that in the state like Jharkhand, law and order are becoming casualty. It is violated with impunity. And the lawbreakers don't have any fear in their mind. This is because the police and the bureaucracy, they prefer to abide by the dictate of someone who is high up in the government. And the common person who is going to lodge a complaint, he is not taken seriously. So there are a number of cases when brazenly rules, regulations are violated. We face it daily, and dictates of someone who is powerful in the corridor of power, their voice is being heard. So this is a failure of a system, and systematically the person who are to enforce the law, they are violating the laws. They are not caring about the provisions of the law. This is the situation, and I have cited so many examples with the government and also with the press that this state has become itself has become a victim of the gang of criminal-minded even the officers, and the common person, who is seeking law under the umbrella of the system, they are being victimized. Daily they are being victimized. So the problem with this girl is that she refused to go before the dictates of a criminal-minded person, and he in turn tried to burn her in her own home.
Yes,
so,
she was burned in the comforts of her own house.
Yeah,
मोनिका आर्या, ये दरिंदगी की नेक्स्ट लेवल होगा अगर उनके अपने घर में कोई उन पर पेट्रोल छिड़क करके जला देता है.
जी बिल्कुल सही. कोई भी व्यक्ति अपने घर में सबसे ज्यादा सुरक्षित महसूस करता है, और अगर किसी को ऐसा लगता है कि हम उसके घर में घुसकर या बाहर से किसी भी तरह से उस पर अटैक कर सकते हैं और हमारा कुछ भी नहीं होगा. अगर आपने उसके बाद के वीडियोस भी देखे होंगे जब उसको अरेस्ट किया जा रहा है तो उसके चेहरे पर कहीं कोई मलाल नहीं है, कोई डर नहीं है. तो हमें ये सोचने का वक्त है, सरकार को भी ये सोचने का वक्त है कि क्या कुछ ऐसे मैसेजेस सोसाइटी में उन्होंने दिए हैं कि कानून का डर खत्म हो गया है लोगों के मन से, वो खुलेआम अपराध कर रहे हैं और इस तरह की विभत्स हत्याकांड को अंजाम दे रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह से आज झारखंड का सर पूरे भारत के सामने शर्म से झुक गया है।
And there has been an
कैसा
overall
आदर्श
increase in crime against women, be it kidnapping and abduction also in the state over the last couple of years. That's also a reflection on the larger law and order situation in the state and crimes against women increasing. मोनिका आर्या, मैं फिर से वो सवाल पूछूंगी। ये बच्ची अपने घर में थी, वो अपने कमरे में थी, वो एक कंफर्ट जोन था, लेकिन ये शाहरुख नाम का लड़का आता है और उसके घर में उनको जलाता है। ये कैसे ये
जी
आपका
सवाल मैं उसी पर
that we are looking at.
जी बिल्कुल, पिछले कुछ सालों में, बल्कि मुझे कहना चाहिए कि हाल के 3-4 सालों में तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की स्थिति बहुत ज्यादा खराब हुई है। मैं झारखंड में पिछले 12 सालों से रह रही हूँ और मुझे देखकर बहुत अच्छा लगता था कि यहाँ महिलाओं और बच्चों की स्थिति कमोबेश अच्छी है, यहाँ क्राइम रेट कम है बाकी राज्यों की तुलना में। लेकिन इस बात को अब मुझे बहुत दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि हाल के 4-5 सालों में, या मुझे लगता है शायद 3-4 सालों में, ये स्थिति बहुत बुरी तरह से बिगड़ी है। यहाँ महिलाओं पर हर दिन इस तरह के अपराध हो रहे हैं जो हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं। अगर कोई व्यक्ति अपने घर में सुरक्षित नहीं है तो वो और कहाँ जाएगा। ये मैं जो बात कहने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ वो यही है कि लोगों के मन में अब यहाँ सरकार को लेकर या पुलिस को लेकर कॉन्फिडेंस,
if there is no fear of law, Nirmal Kaur, and if there is a larger sense that you can get away, whatever the reason, the BJP says that he perhaps thinks, and that is the reason why he has no shame or no guilt, because he is from a particular religious community which is actually reached out by the current government. So there is this appeasement politics that is being highlighted by the BJP as well.
I think the boy is very sure in the knowledge that he's done nothing wrong. If you look at his body language, he's kind of looks very proud of it, as if, he had climbed Mount Everest or something. There's such swagger and such spring in his step that he has no sense of guilt or no sense of shame about it. And that means there is somewhere in the social kind of milieu of his, there is this, this is an achievement, or this is a desirable goal what he has done. If the girl, that you trap a girl, you marry her, or you convert her, or you get her to produce number of children, or you turn her into a, into something that can be used for your domestic use or, for other needs, and also perhaps be used by the whole community as a whole. This kind of a social sanction to this behavior. I have come across organizations that pay these boys money, give them a motorcycle to romance and trap girls and marry them, and sometimes they are just sent abroad. Sometimes even when they live there, their lives are much worse than that of an animal. They really suffer. So they force the girls to come in. But this girl seems very spirited. This girl seems very, very, alive. Even in her dying declaration, if you see the kind of spirit she is displaying, that she's a fighter. So for such a girl to leave us, it's very sad.
Yes, I think the state government should have flown her, or perhaps got a air ambulance. She could have survived. She should have survived. Saryu Rai, do you think the medical help reached her too late?
Yeah, it was late because Dumka is a remote place. If the doctors there, they couldn't treat well, so I brought to the best hospital, government hospital of the state at Rims. And there are so many volunteers of different organizations. They went to help her. People like me also asked the doctors and the superintendent of the hospital to treat her well. But it is pitiable that the government didn't respond at all. The government, none from the government side, none from the political party, not even from the opposition or the ruling.
Absolutely shameful, Saryu Rai ji. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Nirmal Kaur, Monica Arya, thank you so much. She was all of 17 years. She was in the comforts of her home. She should have survived. But look, the society has failed her, and more so the state government, which did not even provide her proper medical care. She should have been flown to a better healthcare facility, perhaps in Delhi or in Calcutta, to ensure better health care. That did not happen. And 17-year-old, a young girl, all of, class 12 student, and she lost her life only because she refused to give in to the advances of a boy. We are slipping into a short break. After that, we'll be getting you latest in the investigation related to BJP leader and TikTok star Sonali Phogat.
Taiwan is a self-ruled island, but China sees it as a breakaway province. The US abides by the One China policy, which recognizes only one Chinese government and has formal ties with Beijing and not Taipei. After Pelosi's visit, China responded with unprecedented military drills near Taiwan, which included firing ballistic missiles, sending Chinese warships and PLA warplanes breaching the median line.
Meanwhile, China continues to flex its muscles. The latest is that it's testing hypersonic bullets. Now, these hypersonic bullets can travel at 4,000 meters per second. They move at 11 times the speed of sound. These bullets were fired at the thighs of pigs, leaving large crater-like wounds in their flesh. They don't penetrate the skin, unlike traditional shots. They just leave a huge crater behind. Ayushmann Khurrana and Ananya Pandey celebrated India's win over Pakistan in true Bollywood style. We'll leave you with this. Heavy rains in Karnataka have led to widespread destruction, even shutting down large sections of the Bangalore-Mysore highway.
The 10-lane Bengaluru-Mysuru highway, which is set to open to the public in October, is now completely inundated. A private bus moving from Bengaluru to Kollegala got stuck on the highway. Nearly 50 passengers were rescued by locals who used tractors to pull the bus out of the water. From water tankers to cars, vehicles were either washed away or completely submerged in the flood waters. The large-scale flooding is a result of incessant rains in the Ramanagara district in the last 24 hours. But many activists claim the flooding of the highway is because the road has been constructed across many lakes. So when the lakes become full, the excess water can't drain and hence spills on.
Welcome back. The twists and turns continue in the Sonali Phogat murder investigation, with two of her aides under the scanner and the stunning revelation that she was force-fed drugs. We have now accessed a 15-page dossier of the Goa police, which reveals that Sonali's PA, that is personal assistant Sudhir Sangwan, has confessed to the drug angle. Here are the exclusive details that we have accessed. Sudhir Sangwan, her personal assistant, come her strategist, come her manager, procured MDMA worth 12,000 rupees through the hotel boy. They were putting up at a hotel which was booked for 2 nights. Sonali, Sudhir and Sudhir's aide and friend Sukhwinder consumed MDMA inside the hotel room. Then Sudhir carried the remaining MDMA to Curly's club, and all of them, 3 of them, that is Sonali, Sukhwinder and Sudhir, consumed it again at the Curly's club. Sonali started feeling uneasy and she vomited due to overdose. Sudhir Sangwan then left MDMA packet inside flush tank of Curly's ladies' toilet. And that's one of the footage that we have in which she is being, accompanied by him to the ladies' toilet where she was there for good 2.5 hours. The Goa police has also arrested the owner of Curly's restaurant, Edwin Nunes, in connection with the investigation. Meanwhile, the NCB, that is the Narcotics Control Bureau, has also joined the investigation to trace the source of this drug. The family of Sonali Phogat has urged that the government should hand over this case to the CBI, but multiple questions remain unanswered. How did Sonali Phogat receive blunt force trauma or injury? Because that's what the post-mortem report is saying. Were her aides, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder, were they the ones who were they told by someone to give her drugs? Why was cause of death first ruled as a heart attack? This is a clear case of omission by the Goa police. Who would have really gained from her death? Is there a larger conspiracy? Remember, the family says that Sudhir Sangwan, who is now the prime accused, the main accused in this case, knew about all her bank accounts, the property details, and he was the one who had this motive of killing her. This is subject of investigation, but as we said, that this is a case of murder most foul. Let's bring in the guests. Derek Almeida is former editor of the Goan Daily. We also have Vikram Singh, former DGP of UP. Vikram Singh, every day the detail that is emerging is making this case even more complex. The question that I wish to ask is the Goa police guilty of omission? Did they not investigate the case from the word go? Because initially they came to this conclusion that this is a case of heart attack when there are also this angle of drug overdose and as well as blunt force injuries.
Maria, your opening remarks said it all. This is a murder most foul, and yes, a professional investigator could not just have swept underneath the carpet the anti-mortem injuries on the person of the deceased. And if the anti-mortem injuries were there, the first drawn conclusion, the common sense is that it is not a suicide, it can't be a heart attack. One doesn't inflict injury on oneself, even if it's a heart attack. And then when the post-mortem says cause of death could not be ascertained, viscera preserved, and there's so much of the local police supposed to know because of beat information and of course actionable intelligence what was happening in the Curly's bar or cafe and whatever was happening, the CCTV footages, they should have come to the conclusion because it takes around 12 hours minimum to get the post-mortem report. The anti-mortem injuries, the question of why, and I will try to answer why the story of heart attack was floated, Maria, in the sense that those people who were responsible for the death and the murder of Sonali were also privy to the fact of the deep pockets of the deceased. And therefore, I wouldn't be surprised that they manipulated this story, floated this story to get an escape route and also help themselves.
But they knew that they cannot really get away because Derek Almeida, the post-mortem talks about blunt force injuries. There is a clear case of MDMA as well now. The Goa police investigation dossier that has been accessed by CNN News18 talks about the drug angle, that this is a case of drug overdose. My question to you is that has the Goa police managed to establish the motive behind this drug overdose? Was this a case of just a drug overdose, which, drug party or some kind of party having gone wrong, or was there a criminal intent in it?
According to the evidence that we have on the table at the moment, and you just said it, they were consuming drugs in the hotel. They bought those drugs, the MDMA, from a room boy in the hotel where they were residing. So if they have consumed it there, you see, and then they came to Curly's bar, it means that's the amount of time it took for the drug to act. Now, in the case of whether it's intentional, not intentional, there's a lot of investigation to be done. But one thing you need to remember is the purity of MDMA is always questionable. These are not drugs that are manufactured by pharmaceutical companies where, the consistency is the same throughout. If they have bought 10 tablets, there's possibility that some had high concentration.
But they are readily available in Goa. The fact is that in this particular case as well, Sudhir Sangwan purchased it from the hotel boy.
Yes, yes, he purchased it from the hotel boy. They consumed it and they came to Curly's, and that's where everything started going wrong. Okay, so I mean, at this stage, unless they can prove how these two men are going to gain from her death, and you can prove that it was given intentionally, murder becomes very difficult. You see, there are two sections that I put. One is murder, the other one is section 328, which is giving poison or drugs to someone with the intention of committing a crime. To me, 328 is the more important section and not murder. I think murder has just been put in there at this moment to handle the political fallout of this whole case.
Yes, but when we talk about the intent in itself, Vikram Singh, when you put a section like 328, you do talk about the criminal intent. You talk about the intent to damage someone, and that is the reason why this drink was spiked. Did she know about the fact that she was consuming drugs? Yes, because that's what the Goa police report is suggesting. But the quantity of drug that she could have managed and the entire body reacting the way it did, was there intent to kill her, and that is the reason why it was a case of an overdose.
Maria, I'm so happy that you raised this point. This is the tragedy of drug addiction. First, get the victim addicted to drugs. You just require about 3 doses and the person is hooked on for a life, unless there is tremendous rehabilitation program, which normally doesn't happen. 3 doses first, and get the victim addicted and hooked to drugs, then start with small doses, then increase the doses. And when the doses increase, the victim will eat out of the hands of a manipulative drug administrator. And this is exactly how things happen, that they were in fact, I mean, it cannot be something that it is out of magnanimity that the deceased was converted from a normal person to a drug addict. The purpose was very, very malicious, and the malicious purpose was primarily, it is, what can it be except gain, and gain would have happened only after the death. She was so trusting, as I said before, that the victim would eat out of the hands of the person who is trying to...
That's right.
Accused number one.
Yes.
And therefore, I would say that it is very clear that the gain and the deep pockets the deceased had, and probably Surinder Sangwan had his eyes on the bank account of the deceased, and therefore it is a whole story. And the entire plot of many Agatha Christie novels are based on this.
Yes, Derek Almeida and Vikram Singh, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
This is a story we'll continue to track very, very closely, because there are several twists and turns and also details that are emerging from investigation in Goa almost every day. The Goa police has also gone to Haryana now to get more details on Sudhir Sangwan, who is the main accused in this case. That's all from me. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.
The 10-lane Bengaluru-Mysuru highway, which is set to open to the public in October, is now completely inundated. A private bus moving from Bengaluru to Kollegala got stuck on the highway. Nearly 50 passengers were rescued by locals who used tractors to pull the bus out of the water. From water tankers to cars, vehicles were either washed away or completely submerged in the flood waters. The large-scale flooding is a result of incessant rains in the Ramanagara district in the last 24 hours. But many activists claim the flooding of the highway is because the road has been constructed across many lakes. So when the lakes become full, the excess water can't drain and hence spills on the highway.
Well, deadly landslides were reported in Kerala's Idukki district after heavy rains. 5 members of a family who were trapped under the debris following a landslide were found dead. Debris from the landslide fell on the house of the victims, burying them alive. Rescue forces led by the NDRF, the police and the locals located the bodies hours later. But it's not just India. A third of Pakistan is underwater right now because of the worst floods witnessed in the country in decades. More than 1,000 people have been killed in the floods and 33 million have been affected, left without access to food, clean drinking water or shelter. In fact, Prime Minister Modi prayed for the early restoration of normalcy in the neighbouring country. Now that the dust is settled on India's biggest demolition, the Supertech Twin Towers, there is still a mammoth task ahead.
As if bringing down 200-meter tall towers wasn't hard enough, an estimated 55,000 tons to 80,000 tons of debris left behind from the razing of the Supertech towers now poses a fresh challenge. The demolition, which was conducted by the waterfall implosion technique, left behind concrete rubble, steel and iron. Water sprinklers, mechanical sweeping and smoke guns have all been deployed to mitigate a huge amount of dust. Nearly 7,000 residents who were moved out from neighboring societies on Sunday morning have been allowed to return home. They've been advised to wear masks indoors to protect themselves from the dust.
So what happens to all that debris that's been left behind from bringing down the Supertech Twin Towers? Now, up to 80,000.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Breaking news coming in from Gurugram, where a man has been arrested for repeatedly slapping and hurling abuses at a security guard and a lift operator of his high-rise residential society. This is in Haryana's Gurugram. After he was trapped inside an elevator for about 3 to 4 minutes, he just rained slaps and abuses at the security guards over there. Those visuals on your screen. This happened in Gurugram. We're getting a reaction coming in from the guard who was assaulted by this individual on your screen. He has now been taken into custody. Let's listen in to what that guard had to say.
वो लिफ्ट सर वो दरवाज़ा नहीं खुल रहा था तो उन्होंने बटन दबाई अंदर से इंटरकॉम बजा इंटरकॉम मैंने उठाया सर और मैंने बात की मैंने तुरंत मैसेज किया लिफ्ट ऑपरेटर को लिफ्ट ऑपरेटर आया सर वो 3-4 मिनट लगे 3-4 मिनट और उसने जो है चाबी लगा के लिफ्ट खोली और साहब को निकाला साहब मतलब जैसे ही बाहर निकले हैं तो मेरे को मारना चालू कर मैं सर उनको मना किया मैंने कि सर आप ये गलत है मेरी कोई गलती हो तो बताओ मुझे क्यों मार रहे हो तो वो मेरे को छोड़ के फिर उसको मारा लिफ्ट ऑपरेटर को मैंने सर ये अच्छी बात नहीं है आप गलत कर रहे हैं
Right, I'm joined by my colleague Anvit on the phone line in the wake of this assault video going viral coming in from Gurugram, and now this man has been taken into custody. Anvit, what more details can you get from us from the authorities?
See, Ayushman, the incident was reported earlier morning today around 7 a.m. and it is being said that this man was stuck in the lift when he got down from his flat, and that this was around for 3 to 4 minutes that he was stuck. And the moment he comes out, and he was rescued actually by the liftman and the guard. The video shows clearly that he comes out, he argues for a while, and then starts slapping the security guard. And then he also turns towards the liftman and tries to slap him also, and he is also clearly seen slapping him a few times. Now, the police are saying that they have, even though lodged a case of assault against him, and this man has been arrested, who was identified as Varun Nath. And the society is one of the residential societies in Sector 50 of Gurugram, and this is what we know. And this man has, however, been arrested. But the question is that this culture, as they are seeing, this is the recent third incident after Shrikant Tyagi's incident, and then that woman in Noida who was also seen on a video, saying using such hard language against the guards and using racial slangs. And now this video has surfaced. So the main question is that how long will this culture go on? Police have been making arrests in all the cases, but the question remains that in such residential societies, such incidents are now actually becoming common.
Absolutely, these incidents are becoming common, Anvit, but at least they're coming to light thanks to these clips which go viral on social media, and then there is a call for justice on social media. As you were pointing out, Anvit, that more and more cases are coming to light. What kind of charges do people like this gentleman on screen who is assaulting those security guards, what kind of charges do they face?
See, in this, as far as we know, that the complaint that the guards have given, the case of assault has been pressed against this man, because this video, since the audio is not clear, and the allegations made by guards are that he was using some slurs. Now, it will be found if he was using any facial slurs or were they just normal abuses, and so that sections have been pressed against him. But as we saw in the earlier case where the woman was could be seen abusing the guard, she had used some racial slurs, and that is why some other sections were also pressed against him. Also in Shrikant's case, because we found that he had been using some languages which could have disrupted harmony. So sections were accordingly pressed, and later it was also found that he had kind of defrauded people by putting a fake MLA's poster or other things. So accordingly charges were pressed. In this case, we are learning that charges of assault have been pressed and the man has been arrested, even though these are bailable charges. But we will see in time to come whether Gurugram police slap some stringent charges against him, just in a way to deter people from doing such more and more incidents.
And also, Anvit, whenever such cases come to light, you always see that the security guards seem very helpless. They can't hit back at these residents because they know that the minute they raise a hand just to defend themselves, the story completely changes and strict action can be taken against them, because they are very desperately holding on to these kind of jobs to make a living, and so that's why many times they are forced not to take any action even to defend themselves.
See, very correct, because these guards are mostly on contract basis, and once they are anything is reported against them, we have seen in the past also that mostly they are thrown out of their jobs, and no one wants to take that risk. Even earlier we have seen that these guards are very easy target, and people have been lashing out at these people. Also because they don't act because the strict actions are taken against them, but the people, we should also thank the whistleblowers who make these videos and put them on social media, and somehow this content comes to light and legal action is taken against these people, which is very, very important. And as we're seeing more and more incidents are coming out, this actually is becoming the need of the hour.
Absolutely. Thank you, Anvit, for joining us on the broadcast. This video is now going viral. That person seen there, he was stuck in the lift for about 3 to 4 minutes, and he came out and he rained those blows and those expletives at the security guards as well as the lift operator. He has now been arrested. It's a bailable offense, but these kind of incidents are coming to light, especially in the NCR region, where you have people just because they are residents of a high-rise and just because they can target, the labor class people like the security guard over there, they take matters into their own hands. And as you can see, the security guard can't even raise his hand. He can't even defend himself because he's only worried about keeping his job. We'll continue to track this case and see all the developments which are coming in. But let's shift focus to Karnataka, where a high-ranking Lingayat Seer has been accused along with 4 others of sexually harassing 2 minors at his mutt. He has been booked under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, but was released after questioning by the police. The seer has called the charges a conspiracy and called on his supporters to ignore what he calls are rumors. But CNN News18 has accessed the inside track of the seer's detention and quizzing. Sources say he was reportedly planning to escape to Goa, but the police traced the location of his aides and he was finally detained near Barabanka. Now, on the political front, the Congress and the BJP seem to be on the same page, with no side making much noise over the charges. Now, former Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has dismissed the charges, saying the seer will come out clean. Now, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said that the law will take its own course, adding that the police has been given full freedom to investigate the case. He refused to make any comments beyond that. On the other side, Karnataka Congress Chief D.K. Shivakumar has said that the case should not be politicized, saying that the seer in question has done a lot of work for the state. So why are both the sides pulling their punches? It is the political power this seer and those in his community command. Remember, the Lingayats determined the election outcomes in 90 to 100 seats. In the 2018 elections, nearly 60 of the 224 MLAs were from the Lingayat community. The current Chief Minister, Basavaraj Bommai, and 8 of his ministers hail from the same community. While it is the government's duty to investigate without bias and ensure justice is delivered, the big question emerges: does the accused seer have a political shield right ahead of the elections? Now, here's how the drama unfolded today.
Anger is growing against prominent Lingayat Seer Shivamurti Muruga Sharanaru. The chief pontiff of the prominent Muruga Mutt in Karnataka's Chitradurga was detained after he was booked for allegedly sexually assaulting minor girls at institutes run by the Mutt. He has been booked under sections of the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act. The complaint was filed on behalf of 2 minors who reached out to an NGO in Mysuru. The girls, aged 15 and 16, were staying at a hostel under the Muruga Mutt. They were allegedly sexually abused for over 3.5 years. After they narrated their ordeal, it was brought to the attention of the District Children's Welfare Committee. Apart from the seer, the FIR was also registered against 4 other individuals, including the warden of the institution. But the seer remained adamant. He addressed his devotees who had gathered at the Mutt premises and claimed that there was a long-drawn conspiracy against him. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai was tight-lipped on the matter, saying the truth will come out.
2 ಕೇಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ.
Even Congress State President D.K. Shivkumar didn't criticize the seer.
I have seen that he is a very noble man who has done some great contribution to the state. Let me not interfere with whatever the police or the government is doing late.
In the run-up to next year's assembly elections in Karnataka, both the Congress and the BJP have been trying to woo Lingayats. They make up nearly 17% of the state's population and can determine the poll outcome in 90 to 100 constituencies. But will that come in the way of a fair probe against the Lingayat Seer? Or will the fight for votes come before justice?
And more breaking news coming in. The exit of Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad from the Grand Old Party continues to shake up the Congress unit in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the breaking news that's coming in is that more Congress leaders, including former ministers, are set to resign tomorrow in Jammu. A huge press conference is expected. This coming in after Ghulam Nabi Azad ditched the Congress, making that scathing allegation against Rahul Gandhi, saying he is responsible for what the party is going through. I'm joined by Mufti Islam on the broadcast, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. Mufti, give us the details. What's the shake-up expected tomorrow?
Look, there have been scores of leaders who have today also in Doda unit. They have resigned from the Congress and clearly suggesting that they're going to join Azad. Now, these leaders, some of them are from Apni Party, which is led by Altaf Bukhari. That's one. But in the last 3 or 4 days since Azad's exit from Congress, we've seen large number of Congress leaders, some of them even ministers in the previous governments, really joining Ghulam Nabi Azad. Tomorrow, another kind of a setback will be seen by the Congress, wherein at least 4 leaders, including Tara Chand, who happened to be one time the Deputy Chief Minister, he along with 2 or 3 former ministers are going to join Congress, and thereupon they're going to give a presser also. That will happen probably at around 12. We're picking up from sources that similar thing is also going to happen in the valley. So expect more leaders to join Congress. Congress is having a kind of setback that it's never witnessed, and picking up from the sources who say that literally Azad is running away with JK Congress, and only a few top leaders are really in the Congress. One happens to be the former president of Congress, Ghulam Ahmad Mir, who is going to stay put in the Congress. Apart from that, there's the new president who replaced him. Wakar will be there only in Congress, but most of the leadership, be it the former ministers or senior Congress leaders who have worked in various posts in Jammu and Kashmir unit, they're going to join Ghulam Nabi Azad. Also, we're picking up from sources that in the coming days and weeks, a lot of people from Apni Party and other parties in Jammu and Kashmir are going to join Ghulam Nabi Azad. So he will be really a potent force when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir politics. He happens to be a tallest leader. Once he was a chief minister here also, and he enjoys tremendous influence, not only among the Congress, but also from other parties. So already the leadership here, be it the National Conference, PDP, or for that matter, BJP, saying that, well, we need to really see that the stalwart is coming, and he's literally a potent force now as far as Jammu and Kashmir politics goes, Ashman.
Right. Mufti, and before I let you go, now all sources indicate that the J&K elections will take place next year. So could we see this as an indication of Ghulam Nabi Azad floating his own political outfit? Could we see this as a complete implosion of the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir? And this new political outfit, if Ghulam Nabi Azad floats this political outfit, what will be its resonance in both Jammu as well as the Kashmir Valley?
Ghulam Nabi Azad is one leader who is accepted not only in Jammu but also in Kashmir, because, as I said, across the parties he enjoys tremendous clout. So when I'm saying that he's literally running away with the Congress, other leaderships, be it the Apni Party, the People's Conference, PDP, or for that matter, National Conference, they're also taking him as a potent force. He happens to be a seasoned leader, 50 years in public life, and one who has enjoyed a lot of influence in the Congress. He has been a minister in the center. As I said, he has been also a Rajya Sabha member, going into the parliament with the help of PDP as well as National Conference in the past. And clearly he has friends, as I said, he has friends across all the parties, across many stalwarts who are in politics here in both the regions, Jammu as well as Kashmir. And clearly, as I said, that he is not expected to woo Congress leadership in Jammu and Kashmir only, but leaders from other parties may also like to join him. Clearly, as I said, that he is going to be a potent force. To your question that when the elections would take place, there are indications that next year, probably in March to April, elections may be conducted. And, we will also see from 4th onwards, Ghulam Nabi Azad is going to begin holding a lot of campaigns in Jammu. Then after 10th, he is going to divert his attention to Kashmir, where he is going to hold a lot of rallies in the Kashmir Valley. So he has eyes really on both the regions. It was expected that perhaps he will concentrate in the Muslim-dominated areas of Jammu, the Chenab Valley, which comprises of areas like Doda, Badarwa, Banehal, Ramban, as also the Pir Panjal region of Rajouri, Poonch, Riyasi. But also, he's really, as I said, potent in the Kashmir Valley, with a lot of leaders from the Congress also willing to join him in the coming days and weeks.
Right, so a political outfit under his command could have resonance in both Jammu as well as the Kashmir Valley. And for the longest time, the politics between the two regions has been quite polarized, with the BJP dominating Jammu and the PDP and the National Conference in Kashmir. So could Ghulam Nabi Azad make a splash and connect the two regions? Thank you, Mufti, for joining us on the broadcast with that piece of breaking news. More breaking news coming in from the Congress camp, ladies and gentlemen. The Congress party will be holding a roadshow in Jammu tomorrow to formally welcome the new party chief. Now, this is being done to show that the party is not affected by the exit of Ghulam Nabi Azad and other senior leaders of the Congress unit of Jammu and Kashmir. I'm joined by Tejinder Singh Sodhi, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. Tejinder, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. So, this show of strength coming in from the Congress party after Azad's jolt to the Gandhi clan. What sense are you getting? How big is this roadshow going to be? Are the top leaders of the Congress party now united just to keep the the flock in order? Because as Mufti has told us, more and more leaders from the Congress camp are exiting to the other side. Do you think this new Congress chief can hold the flock together?
See, Ayushman, the Congress, especially in Jammu and Kashmir, has faced the biggest jolt they could face in decades. So the exit of Ghulam Nabi Azad is one of the biggest jolt. And if I believe the party insiders who have been speaking to me on condition of anonymity, they say that the top leadership of the party, especially the newly selected JKPCC chief Vicar Rasool Wani, is really worried about the future of the party, because most of the senior leaders, including several former vice presidents, several former ministers, several former legislators, many sitting sarpanches, panches, and also BDC and DDC members, they have already resigned, and many of them have already, when they gave their resignation, they said that they are going to join Ghulam Nabi Azad. Tomorrow, there is a huge event where the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Tara Chand, is also going to put up his papers from the Congress party and join Azad camp, and he will be accompanied by several senior leaders of the party. So the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir, whatever is left of Congress, is a worried lot. Tomorrow, as we were speaking, Ayushman, you see, tomorrow there is an event wherein the Jammu and Kashmir in charge of the Congress party, Rajani Patel, along with the newly selected JKPCC chief Vicar Rasool Wani and some of the remaining party leaders, they will hold a road show. This road show is being held so as to show the Azad camp, or the Azad side, that they have not been impacted by the exit of Ghulam Nabi Azad. Right. So Congress party is putting all its efforts to make this road show a grand success. So it will be seen tomorrow what type of event it would be, how many people would turn up. But yes, Congress party is trying to gather all its remaining senior leaders, including the working president Raman Bhalla and some of other leaders, to show that the party is united. They have not been impacted by the exit of Azad and other senior leaders. but the ground reality remains that after Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit, there are question marks which are being raised on the future of Congress party, especially in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Yes,
Right.
man.
Right. Thank you, Tejinder, for getting us that piece of breaking news. So, two events taking place tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. On one side, the Congress, the remaining Congress, will be holding a roadshow in the Jammu region to keep its flock together. And on the other side, more senior Congress leaders are set to exit the party and join Ghulam Nabi Azad. So, it's a fight for survival for the Jammu and Kashmir Congress right ahead of the elections, which sources indicate could take place next year. But the other news also coming in is that Ghulam Nabi Azad most likely will float his own outfit, and this would have resonance in both the Kashmir Valley as well as the Jammu region. So interesting times ahead when it comes to the politics in Jammu and Kashmir. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side. From water tankers to cars, vehicles were either washed away or completely submerged in the flood waters. The large-scale flooding is a result of incessant rains in the Ramanagara district in the last 24 hours. But many activists claim the flooding of the highway is because the road has been constructed across many lakes. So when the lakes become full, the excess water can't drain and hence spills on the highway.
Well, deadly landslides were reported in Kerala's Idukki district after heavy rains. 5 members of a family who were trapped under the debris following a landslide were found dead. Debris from the landslide fell on the house of the victims, burying them alive. Rescue forces led by the NDRF, the police and the locals located the bodies hours later. But it's not just India. A third of Pakistan is underwater right now because of the worst floods witnessed in the country in decades. More than 1,000 people have been killed in the floods and 33 million have been affected, left without access to food, clean drinking water or shelter. In fact, Prime Minister Modi prayed for the early restoration of normalcy in the neighbouring country. Now that the dust is settled on India's biggest demolition, the Supertech Twin Towers, there is still a mammoth task ahead.
As if bringing down 200-meter tall towers wasn't hard enough, an estimated 55,000 tons to 80,000 tons of debris left behind from the raising of the Supertech towers now poses a fresh challenge. The demolition, which was conducted by the waterfall implosion technique, left behind concrete rubble, steel and iron. Water sprinklers, mechanical sweeping and smoke guns have all been deployed to mitigate a huge amount of dust. Nearly 7,000 residents who were moved out from neighbouring societies on Sunday morning have been allowed to return home. They've been advised to wear masks indoors to protect themselves from the dust.
So what happens to all that debris that's been left behind from bringing down the Supertech Twin Towers? Now, up to 80,000 tons of debris have to be cleared. The company that's got the contract has got it to do it in 90 days. In fact, 50,000 tons of this debris will be used for reconstruction. 4,000 tons of iron and steel will partly recover the demolition costs. In fact, large chunks of the debris.
Welcome back. Getting you a wrap of earlier the news. Deadly landslides were reported in Kerala's Idukki district after heavy rains. 5 members of a family who were trapped under debris following a landslide were found dead. Debris from the landslide fell on the house of the victims, burying the family alive. Rescue forces led by the NDRF, police and locals located their bodies hours later. A third of Pakistan is underwater right now due to the worst floods witnessed by the country in decades. More than 1,000 people have been killed in the floods and 33 million have been affected and left without access to food, clean drinking water and shelter. Prime Minister Narendra Modi prayed for the early restoration of normalcy in the neighbouring country. Prime Minister Modi paid tribute to hockey legend Major Dhyan Chand on his birth anniversary celebrated as National Sports Day today. Sharing a note on Twitter, Modi said that he hopes hockey continues to gain popularity across the globe. BJP National President JP Nadda participated in the Sundari Temple's Mangal Aarti in Tripura. The visit comes at a time when the assembly elections are slated to occur in early 2023. Touting BJP's ideology, birthed by Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, the BJP chief said that the founder is the reason for the BJP being the world's largest party. Meanwhile, the tussle continues in the national capital. BJP protested against the Aam Aadmi Party in connection with the liquor scam in Delhi today. Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta said that the excise policy is flawed and it is only time till the agencies nab the culprits behind the scores of rupees that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have extorted. DRDO developed an enhanced range Pinaka rockets. User trials were conducted at Balasore and Pokhran recently, being dubbed a success for the PM Modi-led Make in India campaign in defence. The manufacturers, including Munitions India Limited and Economic Explosives Limited, met user requirements at the trial's completion. The 10th National Maritime Search and Rescue Exercise, a biennial event, was organised by the Indian Coast Guard in Chennai with over 24 observers from 16 foreign countries. Mass rescue contingency was simulated for the first time this year. Indian Coast Guard Chief V.S. Pathania said that he is happy with the growth and enhancement of the force's capabilities. And Ayushmann Khurrana and Ananya Pandey celebrated India's victory over Pakistan in true Bollywood style. We leave you with these visuals. Claimed the flooding of the highway is because the road has been constructed across many lakes. So when the lakes become full, the excess water can't drain and hence spills on the highway.
Well, deadly landslides were reported in Kerala's Idukki district after heavy rains. 5 members of a family who were trapped under the debris following a landslide were found dead. Debris from the landslide fell on the house of the victims, burying them alive. Rescue forces led by the NDRF, the police and the locals located the bodies hours later. But it's not just India. A third of Pakistan is underwater right now because of the worst floods witnessed in the country in decades. More than 1,000 people have been killed in the floods and 33 million have been affected, left without access to food, clean drinking water or shelter. In fact, Prime Minister Modi prayed for the early restoration of normalcy in the neighbouring country. Now that the dust is settled on India's biggest demolition, the Supertech Twin Towers, there is still a mammoth task ahead.
As if bringing down 200-meter tall towers wasn't hard enough, an estimated 55,000 tons to 80,000 tons of debris left behind from the raising of the Supertech towers now poses a fresh challenge. The demolition, which was conducted by the waterfall implosion technique, left behind concrete rubble, steel and iron. Water sprinklers, mechanical sweeping and smoke guns have all been deployed to mitigate a huge amount of dust. Nearly 7,000 residents who were moved out from neighbouring societies on Sunday morning have been allowed to return home. They've been advised to wear masks indoors to protect themselves from the dust.
So what happens to all that debris that's been left behind from bringing down the Supertech Twin Towers? Now, up to 80,000 tons of debris have to be cleared. The company that's got the contract has got it to do it in 90 days. In fact, 50,000 tons of this debris will be used for reconstruction. 4,000 tons of iron and steel will partly recover the demolition costs. In fact, large chunks of the debris will be dumped at isolated places. The remaining debris will be accommodated in basement areas. For the first time in at least 4 years, the US Navy sent 2 cruisers through the Taiwan Strait.
2 guided missile cruisers, the USS Antietam and the USS Chancellorsville, passed through the Taiwan Strait. The US Navy said the transit is a reflection of its commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. This is the first time such an operation has taken place since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan last month. In fact, Taiwan has become a major flashpoint between the US and China ever since Pelosi's visit. Taiwan is a self-ruled island
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. Former Supreme Court Judge Indu Malhotra has rekindled a very important debate. Should temples be controlled by state governments, or should it be left to individual patrons and temple management committees to run the affairs of individual temples across the country? Now, some of the biggest temples in the country, from Tirupati to Sabarimala to Vaishno Devi, they are all controlled either directly or indirectly, certainly, through management committees, through state governments who have representatives on that management committee. Now, a good chunk of the earnings that these temples make go to the state coffers as well. Now, the state's case is that it is this money which then pays for the upkeep of not just the popular temples, but tens of thousands of not so popular temples across various states. Is there a case to be made to free up temples from state control? Or is this a fallacious debate, as many politicians, whether they are from left-leaning parties or right-leaning parties, seem to indicate? But first, the story of how retired Justice Indu Malhotra rekindled this very important debate.
That's what happens with these communist governments. They want to just take over because of the revenue.
Former Supreme Court Judge Justice Indu Malhotra sparking a storm.
How can you exclude them?
Speaking outside the Sri Padmanabhaswamy temple in Thiruvananthapuram, she appears to have alluded to the 2020 Supreme Court verdict. She and current Chief Justice of India, Justice UU Lalit, were both part of the bench that upheld the rights of the Travancore royal family to manage the temple.
That's what happens with these communist governments. They want to just take over because of the revenue. Their problem is the revenue. All over they've taken over. All over. Only Hindu temples. So Justice Lalit and I said, no, we'll not allow it.
They had set aside a Kerala High Court ruling that allowed the state government to take control of Padmanabhaswamy temple. The High Court had held that the ruler of Travancore, who was trusted to manage the temple, was the last king of Travancore, Sri Chitira Tirunal Balarama Varma. But the High Court said after Varma died in 1991, the state should be considered the ruler of Travancore. But the SC bench affirmed the mandate of the erstwhile ruling family of Travancore to continue its involvement in the management of the temple.
It is not the policy of the communists to take over the temple to capture its income or utilize its income. And communists wants to protect the temples and to protect the believers. And if any temple is taken over by communists, it goes to the administration under the Devaswam board.
The Sri Padmanabhaswamy temple is considered to be one of the richest temples in the country, with valuables worth around 1 lakh crores in its chambers. But despite that, the temple faced a financial crunch and the state government had to bail it out with soft loans. So should temples be under state control, or should they be freed?
All right, before we go to our guests, I want to bring you up to speed with some of the wealthiest temples in India which happen to be under state control, either directly through these various boards and departments, the HRNCE departments, or indirectly through temple management committees. First, of course, the Tirupati Tirumala Devasthanam, which is the biggest temple in terms of revenue in the country. It gets annual earnings to the tune of 3,000 crores as of 21-22. The Tirupati temple is managed by the Board of Trustees. Ultimately, it is controlled by the state of Andhra Pradesh, the state government of Andhra Pradesh. It had revenues in excess of 3,000 crores. A good chunk of it, almost a quarter of it, goes to the state's kitty. In Kerala, the Sabarimala temple, it has an annual revenue as of 2021-22, annual revenue of 150 crores. It is managed by the Travancore Devaswam board, which is in fact a state government entity. There's also a Devaswam minister who's a minister in the government of Kerala, and ultimately the control of that board and eventually through the board of the temple is with the Kerala government. The Shirdi Sai Baba temple in Shirdi in Maharashtra, again one of the most popular temples in the country. It had earnings in 21-22 of 600 crore rupees from its devotees. It is managed by a board of trustees who ultimately are answerable to the Maharashtra state government. In fact, the Maharashtra state government has a bunch of representatives, its own chosen people, on the board of trustees of the Shirdi Sai Baba temple. And of course, Vaishno Devi Temple in Jammu, total revenues it had in 21-22 was 500 crore rupees. Again, this temple too is managed by the Shrine Board and it is ultimately controlled by the local administration of Jammu and Kashmir, the Union Territory, which of course comes under the Lieutenant Governor. So clearly, all of these temples with thousands of crores in earnings are being managed, like I said, either directly through these boards or through temple management committees indirectly, and ultimately the control is with state government. So is there a case to be made to free these temples from state control? Dushyant Sridhar is a Vedic speaker and writer. He's joining us on the broadcast this evening. Vivek Srivastava, political analyst and left-leaning commentator. Sumansi Raman is a political analyst joining us. And KJ Alphonse is a leader of the BJP and former union minister. Let me start with Vivek Srivastava. The case that was made by Justice Indu Malhotra, specifically with regard to the Padmanabh Swami temple, was here was a temple which was one of the richest in the country in terms of assets it owned. Why should the state government of Kerala, whether it is CPM state government or any party that is running the state government, why should they get a share in the proceeds or the earnings that devotees give to the temple? They're not giving it to the state.
Yeah, see, first of all, it is not just the question of the communists. And you just took the name of Vaishno Devi Shrine. And let me tell you that when Mohan Ji was the Lieutenant Governor of J&K at that time, that was the time when he noticed that there were a lot of malfunctionings that were taking place financially and management and otherwise in the shrine. And it was he who somehow facilitated that a board properly be made and the funds should also be regulated and management should be done. So it is not just a question of the communists. So, I mean, when the state government controls religious organizations, especially the temples, there are two benefits. Number one, the misuse of the funds does not take place. It doesn't go into the pockets of the priests and it is not used by personal families, which has been happening in this country for centuries. Because devotees are actually devoting the money for the upkeep of the temple and for welfare activities.
No, but Mr. Srivastava, can I ask one question? The devotee is giving the money to his or her favorite god or goddess to that temple. They are not giving the money to the state. They're already paying money to the state through form of taxes. Why should the state get a share of the money that the devotee is giving to the temple?
The state does not want to take up that money, and the state, and ultimately, there is no personal person. The state is the government, and the government belongs to the people. Funds are being taken basically to regulate the functioning. And secondly, there are many other decisions. It is not just about money. I mean, for example, if you take Akshardham temple has got branches. There is a temple in Gujarat. Then there came a temple came up in Delhi. There could be a temple coming up somewhere else also. Funds are being channelized. So who regulates? Who decides where to spend, what to spend? So there are many other decisions.
Anyway, should it be the job of the state to regulate? But anyway, let me ask KJ Alphonse. The case being made by the likes of Vivek Srivastava is that there have been multiple instances where these temple management committees or management committees of various shrines, corruption has been found. People were using it for their own personal aggrandizement. There was no oversight. He says ultimately in a democratic setup like India, why should a royal family or classes and structures that we had pre-independence, why should exclusively one family or two family or a bunch of individuals run popular shrines? It should be left to the state, because ultimately the people choose the state.
Saka, I don't agree with this argument at all. I believe that religion is something which is personal. It is a question of a personal belief that must be managed by the devotees. In fact, it's surprising Indu Malhotra has referred specifically to the communists. You know, Karl Marx said religion is the opium of the people. They are atheists. How can atheists control management of the temple? I mean, it's a contradiction in ideology itself. So I think it's completely, if you take the Marxists, I think it's completely a contradiction to have temple management, and therefore I think it's completely out. And secondly, I believe that management of all temples across the country, it should be left to the devotees. I mean, if you bring the same argument that there is corruption and therefore let the state take over, isn't the state much more corrupt generally than any of these bodies? Take, for example, the Christian church. I'm a Christian. So why shouldn't the state take over also management of Christian churches, because apparently there is corruption in some places, though it may not be very large scale. So you can use the same argument to take over Christian churches, Muslim mosque, and all Sikh religious places. So you can use the same argument saying there is a chance of misappropriation. I really believe it's best to leave the management and administration of temples and all religious places to the believers and their bodies.
Commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. This is the first time such an operation has taken place since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan last month. In fact, Taiwan has become a major flashpoint between the US and China ever since Pelosi's visit. Taiwan is a self-ruled island, but China sees it as a breakaway province. The US abides by the One China policy, which recognizes only one Chinese government and has formal ties with Beijing and not Taipei. After Pelosi's visit, China responded with unprecedented military drills near Taiwan, which included firing ballistic missiles, sending Chinese warships and PLA warplanes breaching the median line.
Meanwhile, China continues to flex its muscles. The latest is that it's testing hypersonic bullets. Now, these hypersonic bullets can travel at 4,000 meters per second. They move at 11 times the speed of sound. These bullets were fired at the thighs of pigs, leaving large crater-like wounds in their flesh. They don't penetrate the skin, unlike traditional shots. They just leave a huge crater behind. Ayushmann Khurrana and Ananya Pandey celebrated India's win over Pakistan in true Bollywood style. We'll leave you with this. Heavy rains in Karnataka have led to widespread destruction, even shutting down large sections of the Bangalore-Mysore highway. No state in India, whether it's state government, central government, no state authority would dare run management committees of mosques or of churches. So if that's the case for the Muslim community and the Christian community, why should state then, either through these boards or through management committees, run some of the most popular and most revered temples in this country? It's a question of double standard. That's the question that's being asked.
Zaka, first of all, there is a very strong case to free temples from government control. In many states, and in the state where I come from, the temples have been systematically looted by corrupt government employees for the better part of 50, 60 years particularly. Lakhs of acres of land have been allowed, and the Madras High Court actually called it the active-passive role, and they accused the HRNC government department of actually colluding with land grabbers to drastically reduce the extent of holdings of temple lands. So there has been a systematic loot, and I'm sure that this is the same case across states. So the fact remains that there is massive corruption. The state, in many states, they take away almost 20%, 15% of the administrative fees, then audit fees and so on, and they take away officially 20-25% of the revenues of the temples. So the point is, there is a case. The problem comes when you do not have a body or an organization that can, step in and guarantee a transparent and honest administration for these temples. You may be actually moving from frying pan to fire if you actually take away the control without knowing to whom these temples are going to be handed over, what is going to be the supervisory mechanism, how are we going to ensure that transparency comes in, and so on. So the case that the government is running temples into the ground, that is a very strong case. There is massive corruption. I don't think anybody on this panel is actually going to dispute that. The point is, should the cure be worse than the disease? And how do we ensure that the cure is actually better? And how do we ensure which organizations take over these temples? How do we ensure that there is a transparent mechanism for the administration? That is where the problem lies.
Dushyant Sridhar, one of the arguments is being put forth by politicians or by state governments which are in the business of managing these temples either directly or indirectly is, let's say for example in the state of Kerala, you may have a handful of temples which are popular, a Shabarimala, a Guruvayur temple, maybe a Padmanabha Swami temple, where a bulk of the earnings are concentrated in these 3-4 temples. But there could be thousands of other temples which do not generate those kind of revenues, whose upkeep ultimately is managed through these Devasam boards. If it is left to individual temples, the ones that are prosperous and rich and get a lot of earnings from the devotees, they'll be fine. But what about the tens of thousands of other temples who do not have the means to raise those kind of revenues? Who takes care of them then?
Good evening, Zaka. Namaskaram. This is the first time I'm talking to you. And Azadika Amrit Mahotsav wishes to all of us. But I just hope that we can wish the temples also one day Azadi. Coming to the very point, the statement made by the distinguished individual today was about communist government. Let us not give color to any government, especially communism has something very, very unique, because there was a statement made by Nikolai Bukharin who said communism is incompatible with religious faith. So especially when a communist government says that we are going to upkeep the temples, it is an oxymoron in itself. Now, coming to the statement or the case that the rich temples will just let go of the not so well-performing temples. Well, if you don't trust your own citizens, the Hindus who can very well form a group and manage the temple, isn't it a trust deficit? So the very case that only if the government manages the temple, very well puts the corollary that, oh, the citizens, we don't trust in the Hindu citizens, they cannot manage the temples. If the Hindu citizens, along with the Muslim and the brother citizens of the country, have gotten independence for the country, they can very well manage the temples. The second layer of problem, Zaka, which we fail to notice is one, the government says we are going to manage the temples at a level where the administration is concerned. The second layer gets to the agama practice, the religious practices of the temple. The moment the government comes with its full force into a temple stating that we will manage the administration of the temple, next it will start interfering into the agama practices. So very well the government will have a clear say on the religion too, which is not the duty of a secular government, whatever the word secular means. So ideally, if the question asked by you is, if the rich temples will not take care of the not so good temples or not so well performing temples, I'm sure the honest Hindu citizens of this country can get together and very well keep up the temples. The government doesn't have to worry so much and put this migration.
Since you brought up the agama question, and this was a question that came up before the courts also very recently, I think in the last few days, specifically in the context of the state of Tamil Nadu, where the court basically ruled that in those temples which follow agama practices, then it was a question of appointment of archakas or appointment of pujaris. Basically, in those temples that follow the agama rituals or practices, yes, you go by whoever the temple authorities or the practice has been or the tradition has been, you appoint them as archakas. But in the non-agama temples, the state is free to appoint whoever you choose to appoint. The state's argument in that case was that if you're going to appoint people only from a certain community or a certain background, then that's a discriminatory practice. So how do you respond to that then?
Then in that case, I agree with that point of social discrimination that may happen. But to say the least, in Tamil Nadu, especially in a state like Tamil Nadu, which has the highest number of temples, there are over 80% of the temples which are managed by not the Brahmin community. Only 15 or 20% of the temples are managed by the Brahmin community. Well, if the case is the social discrimination may happen, then in that case, I'm sorry to say this, I do not want to pull in other religions at all. I have equal respect for other religions. But the question is, then why shouldn't it oppose if a woman is not a state head or the church head? Then they should oppose there as well. That's a gender discrimination there, right? So if the question is of social discrimination and so the archaka's appointment is a big question, then you should be questioning the churches and the mosques. Some of the mosques, I understand that women are not allowed, and in churches the women can never become the pope head or something. So in that case you should be questioning them also.
Okay, Vivek Srivastava, respond to that.
See, Zaka, the
In
very
your
problem
case, for
is the
example,
moment the government says,
your government went to the Supreme Court, no less, challenging the practice of not allowing women of a certain age in Shabarimala. That matter is still pending before a higher bench of the Supreme Court. The point that's being made by KJ Alphonse and Dushyant Sridhar is, particularly in the case of a communist government, and I guess this would apply to parties like the DMK, why should they be running temples, or why should they be in the business of managing these temples?
You see, it's all about, Brahminical supremacy. Either you believe in Brahminical supremacy or you believe in the okay? And for centuries, we know that Brahminical supremacy has been a bane for the Hindu society. Discriminations have happened, caste discriminations have happened, atrocities have happened, and the temples have also been fully involved into it. Are we not aware of it? If it was not for the duly elected government after 1947 and social reformers like Brahmo Samaj, I mean, do you feel that the situation the situation would not have improved? Secondly, Mr. Suman C. Raman was talking about the corruption done by government. At least the government of India can be questioned, vigilance inquiries can be set up, and if somebody is corrupt and misusing the funds as a government representative in a board, you can at least catch hold of him. If Delhi police is corrupt, at least I can act. I don't have to privatize the Delhi police. So
No, but
my point is,
you can have that oversight for